Big day for Saud Shakil yesterday. First test match 100, hard fought 100, 124 not out. But then on the other end, New Zealand bowlers kept cleaning up the side and they got 9 wickets by the end of the day's play. Let's have a quick look. KFC presents Gaffer News Pakistan versus New Zealand second test, and we welcome you to day 4 from the National Bank Cricket Arena. Let's have a look at what has happened in the past 3 days. New Zealand won the toss. They decided to bat first, posted 449. Big 100 for Conway, Latham 71, Henry 68 not out. Abrar was 4 for 149, the top wicket taker for Pakistan. And then Pakistan in reply are 407 for 9. Shakil not out 124. Pakistan trail by 42 runs. Hello and welcome to Inverex Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I'm Sikandar with you. Lots to talk about, lots to look forward to on day 4. What will happen? How quickly can New Zealand wrap up Pakistan's innings? They need 1 wicket. And then how quickly would they like to score? And let's see and find out if we can get a result out of this game. Uruj Mumtaz, Scott Starris alongside. Good morning to you guys. Starting with you, Uruj. Just to look back at day 3, Saud Shakil's 124. He was there yesterday where Scott Starris is sitting. He said, I understood that New Zealand was bowling to a certain plan to me, wide outside the off stump, which is why I let everything go. He faced 56 overs. How did you see his knock?
I mean, firstly, I thought that he understood that situation, and it was right of him to leave that line outside the off stump. We saw Imam go for that line and lose his wicket to that. But just thought that there was points in his innings where he could have nudged the ball to get down the other track, but take nothing away. I thought his innings was of command. He compacted his technique to avoid that channel outside off stump, and we've been talking about his conversion in a very small sample size since he's broken onto the arena, just 5 games. But every time he's looked in control of his innings, and that was another highlight of this first maiden test 100 that he brought up every time. And on the leg side, he says he plays a sweep shot well. It's a shot that he likes to go for, and he didn't shy away from it. And with Sarfaraz came in, it just sort of provided a little bit more impetus to his innings. And I just thought that it was a really good knock for his maiden test 100.
On a pitch like that, where you get 1 wicket per session, you can easily lose focus as a bowling unit, but you got to give full marks to the New Zealand bowling unit for discipline.
Well, we thought yesterday was moving day, but it wasn't to be. So let's hope today is exactly that. I agree. I think they were disciplined. They didn't have any real X factor about their bowling. And say, for example, the Mark Wood for England bowling at 150 kilometres an hour. They were workmanlike, I think is the way you'd describe the bowling lineup for New Zealand throughout. But it was the discipline of Pakistan's batsmen, neither side willing to move. Nobody wanted to try too much and get a little bit funky with their fields or try different things to pick up a wicket. So I thought it was a bit of a stalemate day, really, and I expected one team to try and get in front and break the game open, taking a chance to win. It was not that. It was a real arm wrestle.
Yeah. What's day 4 pitch is going to be like, and what can we expect from the surface? Let's join Bakar Yunus. Pitch report brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Normally they say it's the third day, which is a moving day. Yesterday we have not seen many runs being scored. So I feel today might be the days. Pakistan team's got to start making a move, and the pitch looks really good one. I think it's still very good to bat on. There's a little bit of grass, which is in the area from if you're bowling from the university, and that's why the faster bowler likes to bowl from the university end. Once they start reversing, is a little bit of help, a little bit more carry. But from the pavilion end, the spinner likes it because there are a few more cracks there. And if you come closely there, and there's a bit more dusty also. We saw a couple of deliveries from Ish Sodhi spinning right at the end of the day. So it might start coming into play. This area, this region, which is outside the danger area, this is getting a little bit more dusty and few more cracks started opening. So I feel it'll be touch difficult against the spinners, but overall I still feel you can bat on that and should not be an issue if you're looking to just defend maybe.
Pitch report brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Now, after that long day, I feel every commentator is hoping there will be a moving day. What do you make of that pitch, and what do you see? New Zealand, of course, just needs 1 wicket. Could be anytime soon. But as a batting unit, how do you see them approaching the game day 4?
Well, I don't think it'll be too much different in terms of the pitch either. All the wickets for the fast bowlers have fallen from that university end. All the spinners have picked up their wickets from the pavilion end. So, from that perspective, you can use that to your advantage in terms of the knowledge that you have on how you want to play, how you want to attack certain bowlers. I want things to move quickly in this first session, either way. And that's trying to take my New Zealand eye patch off. I want either the wicket to fall quickly so we can get the game moving, or I want to see Pakistan really do try and attack this last wicket partnership, much as New Zealand did with Henry and Ajaz Patel, get the runs flowing so that they can maybe try and pick up wickets quickly and turn this test match on its head.
You just get a feeling that New Zealand wants to win this one. I mean, compared to Pakistan, who, according to their approach, were looking to be playing for a draw. Would they be, playing a little quicker, try to get 350, and then give it to Pakistan?
I think they will. I think, but the approach to that is the key. I think New Zealand will bat normally to start with. The top three have been in the runs the whole way through this series. I don't think that will change. You want to get that stable foundation at the beginning. Then it gives you the options to try and be aggressive. No Daryl Mitchell today. Or certainly early on, he is unwell, so he is back at the team hotel. That takes out one of the top order batsmen and one who's been aggressive all year. So New Zealand, I don't think, will look to go at 5-6 runs and over from the outset. They will try and make sure that they cannot lose, and that way they can then get aggressive in the second innings with the ball.
Yeah. Well, they have a 42-run lead. If they get Pakistan's last wicket up and quick, these 42 will be very valuable. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll talk more about day 4. Welcome back to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. Now, we saw a knock of 124 and still counting. Saud Shakil got his first Test match 100. There's an expert advice from Bazid and Waqar, and they will tell us how Saud plays spin versus pace. Expert advice brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Saud Shakil has been brilliant in this Test series. Even his start to Test match cricket, absolutely brilliant. Got 100 yesterday. What's been so impressive, Waqar, about him?
Look, his patience is the key, and I think he took his time to start off, and then once he settles in, he played quite nicely. I mean, he gave the kind of defense which Pakistan were looking for, and I thought against the spinners, especially against the spinners, he was outstanding. The sweep shots and the cut shots and coming down the pitch also, I thought he was just outstanding, and also defending when the bowlers were on top of him. So I think against spinners, I feel that he's played really, really well. But when it comes to paces, that's where the problem starts. He's mentioned in his press conference that anything outside the off stump, he has struggled in the past also. So I don't know. To be honest, I've never been a batsman of that kind. But you are. Or maybe you can explain why that happens. I've got a bat here. There you go, kindly.
Yeah, what I've seen is that he's got a very, very wide stance. Now Al might be a foot or so taller than him, so it's a very good wide stance. What that does is to spin, he picks up length very early. When you're quite low, you're picking up length very early. That's why he's so good at the sweep or defending or even coming down the track. But against the faster men, because of that wide stance and because he's not as tall, not the one sort of fifth stump, the one wider, he has trouble getting to it. Now, with that wide stance, you can go there, but you can't actually get far enough there. And now when it's wider than a fifth stump, wider, then he has to flirt at it.
Yeah.
That's why you saw one that popped to point. And also he nicks off sometimes. What he did yesterday was so good that anything there he left. We talked about the strike rates. Now, New Zealand came up with that plan. His plan was to counter that by leaving it alone. I think as he moves forward, he'll have to look into that, because the wide deliveries are actually options to score runs. Now, the wide stance works beautifully against spin, but it has its downside against paces. So maybe that's something to work on. But at the moment, you wouldn't fault what Saud Shakil has done in his Test career so far.
Expert advice brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. So you're talking about Saud Shakil and his stars. We'll put this question to you guys, starting from Uruj now. Someone like Kevin Peterson had a very wide stance, but Saud Shakil is not as tall. And is that the problem that he's having, reaching the ball against spaces which is wide outside the off stump?
I think when you look at him, yes, he starts off very wide, but when the ball does get delivered, he's got this back end movement where he does pull his front foot a little bit back to close his stance a little bit. So I wouldn't say he gets off balance. He gets into a better position than when he starts off. It's the ploy outside the off stump which was very obvious, and he didn't want to reach for it. Yes, in picking up that length outside off stump, we've seen him fall to his wicket as well, when on the back foot as well as on the front foot. That's just about picking up length. He just touched the wrong ball outside the off stump during the England series as well before.
Yeah. When you look at his style of batting, and then this ploy that Tim Southee especially had against him wide outside the off stump, he did try to flirt with one yesterday and was dropped by Latham.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this is where he just admonishes himself a little at the time, because he had left all of those deliveries alone. Yeah, I'm with you. I think this is a decision-making issue more than necessarily technique. I think he does close his feet up a little bit. Yeah, Kevin Peterson's 6'5", so that's why he bats with that wide stance. But I think he did the first 70% of his innings really well. Once Sarfraz was there, the way he was able to absorb pressure once Barbara was out, and then put it back onto New Zealand through that middle session. The only criticism I think you could have is after tea yesterday, when he went back to that really slow approach, where there were times where he could just slash that ball away, cut it to backward point. Even if it only went for one, it's rotating the strike. And that's the part, I think, where people are starting to question, could Pakistan have actually had a lead right now and then held the cards?
Yeah. Okay, it's day 4, and what to expect from these two sides? Expert predictions. Expert Prediction, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. Okay, quick one from you, Uruj. Seems like Pakistan is waiting for New Zealand to take the lead in the game and then take it from there, what they want to do. But is Pakistan looking to win this? I'm talking about predictions. Or they're happy with the draw? What do you make of it?
Well, yeah. Are you asking for my prediction or what Pakistan
Your
wants
prediction.
to do?
No, your
I mean, see, you should be looking for a win. Looking how the way the test matches panned out so far and the way Pakistan have approached, I don't think that's their first option. But if they can get a decent lead here, you never know. Come New Zealand, they get a few quick wickets up front with Daryl Mitchell missing at the moment. Could be a different story.
Again, talking about predictions, it's a two-test match series. First one is a draw. So how badly New Zealand wants to win this? They won't settle for a draw. What are your predictions?
Yeah, I'd expect New Zealand to try and push the pace a little more than Pakistan. But I agree. I think Pakistan, look at, recent test matches haven't gone Pakistan's way. What does another loss actually mean? It doesn't mean anything. Try and get that winning feeling going once again. Take the game on. Try and win it, even if it means you lose it. That's where we feel that they've missed a bit of a beat there. But I would look for Pakistan to throw everything at them with the ball in the second innings. That's why I want the wicket to go quickly so that Pakistan can get amongst it. Then maybe chase only 150, 200 to win this match.
Okay. All right. Pakistan is trailing by 42 runs. How quickly can New Zealand wrap them up? It's going to be a good day, I tell you. Day 4. Enjoy.
Day number 3, moving day. What does the surface out in the middle of this wonderful stadium have to offer?
He's popped it over the top.
It's another half century. He's made a great start to his Test career.
Timed perfectly for 4.
And will run away for a boundary.
Yeah, just pushes that, and there you go. 21st Test match, 50 for Sarfaraz Ahmed. 3rd in a row.
And he gets in. It's been an innings of patience and resilience. And it's an innings that gets him to his maiden Test 100.
Bowled him, beautifully bowled.
What about this one? You beauty!
407 for 9, 132 overs have been bowled in the innings. Alex Wharf tips the bails off. Very good morning. It was a tough old day of Test match cricket on day number 3. What does day 4 have in store for us? The KFC presents the Duffer News Pakistan-New Zealand Test Series. It is the second test of 2 after the first was drawn here at the National Bank Cricket Arena in Karachi. Test match century for Saad Shakil yesterday, his first, and what is a glittering early career for this talented local Karachi left-hander. 124 not out. He will resume this morning. Pakistan are 9 down, 407 runs on the board. They are 42 runs behind New Zealand with 1 wicket in hand. Has the surface crumbled? Are the cracks widened? Let's find out more. Scott Styris and Waqar Younis out in the middle to tell us.
Day 4 of the second test between New Zealand and Pakistan, and this is the time of the match when you usually see the pitch start breaking up, maybe taking a little turn. So we'll just have a look at this pitch now, and I've got Waqar Younis alongside me. You've seen this cricket block a lot, Waqar. But interestingly, in this test match, the university end is the only end that fast bowlers have picked up a wicket. It's the spinners from the pavilion end. So let's have a look at both ends, and maybe you can tell me why that is. So this is the end here, as you say, that the fast bowlers have picked up their wickets. Why is that?
Yeah, the reason is once they start getting reversed, because the entire block is very dry, and once it gets reversing, is this grass, a little bit of grass, the green is still pretty green, so this comes into play, and that's why I thought the New Zealand bowlers kept the ball outside the off stump, and it was a good carry in there also. I think that is the reason why everyone wants to bowl, of pacers wants to bowl, you know, university end.
All right, well, let's go and have a quick look at the other end. And the spinners have picked up their wickets. Not as dusty as the first test, that's what I can tell as well. But because the fast bowlers are here, there looks to be a few more footmarks.
Yeah, previous pitches, this 4th day was very ugly. This was a lot of dust, a lot of debris around, but this time around it's not that much. But the thing is, there are a few cracks. Come and have a look at it. You know, this crack or these couple of cracks here and this area, I think it's just going to really play a big role going forward in this test match.
There you go, trends from both ends. I don't see that as being any different for the last 2 days. Cracks, footmarks at this end. Let's see the spinners play in the last 2 days.
Yep, spinners, maybe the seamers still a little bit in it for today. Well, what have I got for the leg spin of Ish Sodhi? Azad Khan caught up with him just a little while ago.
Brisbane probably have a lot to say in this test match. Got the man right here, Ish Sodhi. Ish, talk us through that Mir Hamza wicket. You bowled over the wicket, a rare occasion.
Yeah, no, it's been a rare occasion in this series so far, I guess. You know, most of the time that we've played in the 2 tests so far, the centre of the wicket's been quite docile. Hasn't been too much turn in there. So, yeah, the whole idea was to bowl into the rough as much as I could, but it was, I guess, quite encouraging to see the ball turning from over the wicket as well.
Yeah, you talked about bowling round the wicket. Is that because you're so comfortable there? Is that white ball cricket, or why is it that round the wicket is the way to go?
I felt certainly in the series so far, you know, the craters that were created in the rough, you know, gave you something to work with. And I guess as a spin bowler, you want to be creating something out of the wicket, and from around the wicket, when you see a bit of turn, feels like something could happen. Where down the centre of the wicket there wasn't that much as much in the last 2 games, so that was the whole reason why I spent most of my time around the wicket.
Is there any sort of difference in the pitch from the first test to the second test?
Yeah, definitely. I think, especially in the first innings, in terms of batting, there was definitely a little bit more bounce in the surface. Perhaps the seamers enjoyed a little bit more seam movement than there was in the first test. I think the grass is sort of held together really nicely, so I'm not too sure if the rough will, be as big as what it was in the last game, but I'm hoping there's a little bit to work with in the fourth innings as well.
And you'll hope that your batting goes back to that first test, man, don't you?
Yeah, well, it's going to be an interesting day. I think, these are positions that you want to get yourself into as set up games for the last day. And so us as a batting unit, I think that's what we'll try to do today. But firstly, we've got to get this wicket. We saw in the last innings how tough it was to get that final wicket for Pakistan. So hopefully that's not the case for us.
Thanks very much for your time, Ish.
Thanks.
In search of early wickets, and one of the men they have to dismiss is Saad Shakeel. 124 not out. It's taken some time, but it has been an innings of patience and class. Uruj Mumtaz alongside with Scott Styris, and a well-deserved first Test match century.
Yeah, it was. It was patient early, wasn't it, because of the dismissal of Babar Azam and the fact that he needed to rebuild this innings. And that's exactly what he did along with Imam. And as he lost his partner early on day 3, he was able to build a beautiful partnership with Sarfraz. And I'm sure in this last wicket, Dooley, he'll be looking to maybe just kick on, be a little more aggressive.
Yeah, here is some Sarfraz Uruj. He too, 3 half centuries in a row since being back in the Test side.
Yeah, this ground is home for him, and he was quite comfortable batting. He knows the conditions well, and he was proactive at the crease, and he got a move on for Saud as well on the other end. And his 78 runs played a crucial part in cutting off the trail that New Zealand had in the first innings.
Now, I think if you ask Pakistan where they would like to be, having lost Babar Azam and being 3 for just under 100, to be only 42 runs away from New Zealand's 449 at the end of day 3, I think they would have taken that. It was a long vigil. It's been a patient one for Saad Shakeel, but he has done his job, I feel. And that partnership crucial with Sarfraz yesterday. Alex Wharf, Alindar are out in the middle. New Zealand players just huddling around the boundary, and the 2 batters just waiting at the moment. Pakistan can get close to New Zealand's first innings or even past it with this last wicket partnership. It'll hold them in fairly good stead. New Zealand would love to take a lead, even though it's slightly more slender than they would have thought yesterday.
Yeah, New Zealanders wearing the black armbands as well. Frank Cameron, the former New Zealand fast bowler, sadly passing away yesterday. There will be no Daryl Mitchell as well. He's back at the Hotel Crook. So Tim Southee will lead his troops out there. Yeah, I agree. I personally would love to see things mentioned in the pre-show. Love to see things move quite quickly in this morning session in one way or another. He has played nicely, has Saad Shakeel, but he is now batting with number 11, and there is an opportunity, I think, to try and score these runs quickly, knock this deficit over, and then get out there with the ball and see if they can make some early inroads into a New Zealand batting lineup that has been top heavy with the runs that have come from numbers 1, 2 and 3 in the batting order. I'd be surprised if he starts leaving all those deliveries outside off stump this morning.
Oh, well, he's got a partner in Abrar who doesn't like to hang around. He likes to play his shots, so not quite sure if he'll be blocking many. So for Saad Shakeel, as long as he's on strike, obviously the more accomplished batter of the two, and sitting pretty at 124, he will want to get a move on, but Abrar will face up first here on day 4.
And Ish Sodhi around the wicket to the left-hander. 2 for 94. The results still very much a possibility in this Test match. New Zealand would have to bat really well. There's a little more turn. Spinners will have a bigger part to play. We've seen reverse swing. We know that that comes into play for Pakistan as well. So this partnership what can they produce for Pakistan? And New Zealand do get into bat early. Can they put enough runs on the board to put some pressure on Pakistan late tonight and maybe early tomorrow? Intriguing day's cricket in store.
Question in my mind is really who wants to be brave? Which of these two teams wants to maybe take a chance and say, I'm going to risk losing this test match and then losing the series to give ourselves a better chance of winning? Two sides, numbers 7 and 8 in the rankings at the moment. And I think that in some ways is reflective of the attitude of nervousness rather than the optimism of going out and trying to win.
Go, Tom.
It's a quick fall from grace, isn't it, for New Zealand in Test match cricket, having taken that World Test Championship mace in July 2021, June.
Yeah, tough period for New Zealand when you consider they've lost Ross Taylor, Trent Boult, BJ Watling, three players who were key to the success of that New Zealand side in the years leading up to the Test Championship. They've still got that man. Tim Southey, Kane Williamson, Tom Latham. There's plenty of quality and class. But those first three players, you probably more than likely 100% of the time stick them in New Zealand's all-time Test 11. And when you lose players of that quality, there is a little rebuilding phase that must go on. And other players have to step up and take the responsibility of them being the main contributors.
Yeah, Kyle Jamieson had a lot to do with that build-up as well, played in the final, and he's been injured for a big part of the last 7 months, 8 months as well. So 4 fairly key players leading into that World Test Championship final.
Then from Pakistan's point of view, I think they're still searching. They've got different issues. They're still searching for what their best 11 looks like. Home conditions away, a lot of young players making their way. Talented players. You'd expect that with the size of the... Well, that's got to be out, does it? Yeah, it is, Alim Dar. He says that's it. So New Zealand do strike early. Question is, do they review? They'll have to.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I checked front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Appears to be no bat involved. To confirm ultra-edge, please. Keep rolling, keep rolling. Flat line, roll up to the pad. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Original decision out. Pitching in line, impact in line. Wickets hitting. Can you go back on field, please? Aline, I recommend you to stay with your original out decision. You are on screen. Make a signal, please.
Good decision, and quickly wrapped up inside the first over. Ish Sodhi ends with 3. And Abrar dismissed without scoring from 10 deliveries. It leaves Saud Shakil 125 not out, and it leaves Pakistan trailing by 41 runs.
It's been excellent from Saud Shakil. Didn't have much of a say this morning, and his partner has been plumb LBW, but he can take a lot of pride in that innings, and he was the mainstay along with Imam and Sarfraz in order to put on 408. Pakistan now bowled out. For New Zealand, they will be happy to now start off with a lead of 41.
It didn't take long from New Zealand's point of view. Stand out on that batting card, Saud Shakil with 125, Imam with another good 83, and Safraz 78. Salman played nicely, and 408 for Pakistan.
6 bowlers used for New Zealand, and Ajaz Patel with that 3 for courtesy late in the day, along with Ish Sodhi. They were responsible for most of the damage early. But Henry, I thought, looked impressive. Southey along with him picking up 1 wicket. But a workmanlike effort from the New Zealand bowlers.
New Zealand scored 449 in their first innings. Pakistan have replied with 408. So they trail by 41 runs. It means New Zealand head into their second turn at bat. 41 runs to the good. And we'll look to pile on those runs. Pakistan will be in search for early wickets, and we do know that Daryl Mitchell has not made it to the ground, so possibly 1 less wicket to take for Pakistan if they decide to get into that New Zealand lineup today. New Zealand have wrapped up Pakistan's first innings very early on day number 4 here in Karachi. It's the KFC presents Duffer News Pakistan New Zealand Test Series. Test number 2 after the first test was drawn Pakistan all out for 408. Abrar dismissed without scoring this morning, and it left Saud Shakeel 125 not out. Wickets to fall, Uruj Mumtaz to take us through the first 5.
Yeah, Abdullah Shafiq not having the best run, 140 plus. That delivery got big on him, and it was a simple catch to Jas Patel. Henry with that first wicket for Pakistan, and he wasn't in control. A simple catch on the boundary. The next to go was Ishan Masood. Had hit 4 boundaries before. He lost shape and tried to force the issue. Ijaz again in the action, this time with the ball. It was more of a gentle catch for Devon Conway, who was stationed at point. Imam-ul-Haq came in and he got runs away along with his skipper before there was a massive mess up in the middle. Looking for the 3, and confusion in the middle. And Pakistan lost their skipper in some bizarre confusion. Imam-ul-Haq had his word to say. Babar stood there absolutely bamboozled with what had happened. Third wicket went down for 99 for Pakistan in a spot of bother. Out came Sarfaraz and so Imam-ul-Haq. Imam-ul-Haq went for the one outside off stump. A faint tickle on the toe end of the bat. And decision was reviewed and technology showed that there was some. And this was a brilliant piece of glove work behind the stump from Tom Blundell. Very quick to take the bails off. And it was a matter of overbalancing Sarfaraz, whether he got his spikes down in time. Umpire's review, Hassan Raza reckoned that the spikes were not grounded.
That was the first 5, and this was a bit of brilliance too from Michael Bracewell. Pakistan were in total control, I think, of this innings at that point. And sometimes it does need that brilliance to get your side back into the match, and Pakistan lost their last 5 wickets for just 23 runs. The tail looking to hit out, score their runs quickly, and the spinners from New Zealand came back into the game. It was 3 wickets apiece for Ijaz Patel and Ish Sodhi. And there were a couple there in a row. This is where Sodhi started to dominate. Nazim Shah also looking for the boundary. No real turn on this. We had seen turn throughout the day. It wasn't quick turn, it was quite slow. And this is a beautiful delivery. Classical leg spinners delivery to the left-handers out of the foot marks. Hasn't looked to do too much. Perhaps that big gap between bat and pad. The reason for that. And this morning, final man to go. First ball of the day for Abrar. LBW, simple decision for Aleem Dar, who's been very good in this match. And that is hitting halfway up off stump.
That was the first part of New Zealand's plan done. Now, Babar Azam and Pakistan pace attack and spinners will look to work some magic. 41 runs in the context of this game, quite a decent lead. New Zealand, we think and believe, will be without Daryl Mitchell. You'd imagine that they'll all just move up 1 for the most part. If he feels better, maybe after lunch. Still bat any time after number 7, of course, having been off the field for as long as he likes.
Well, day 2 as well was the day, if fans may remember, where Tom Latham was off the field for the day. He didn't turn up, but then was back out there again yesterday. So if you, New Zealand's perspective, they would hope that Daryl Mitchell, maybe later in the day, could come back and bat if needed, or certainly be on the field tomorrow. Fascinating first hour and a bit, though, because that is an outstanding beginning to a test career. 400s, 550s in just 12 tests, an average of 57. Latham has been terrific for a very long time for New Zealand. And I think if Pakistan can get both of these men out early, then they'll feel like they can set up a bit of a chase and maybe around that 200 mark.
And the ball's gone to the perfect man to do so. The most potent of the bowlers was Naseem Shah in that first innings, picking up 3 wickets.
Starts with a wide. But early on with that brand new ball, you just want energy and pace from Naseem. I don't think this is the one that's going to be a long spell unless he starts picking up 1, 2, 3 wickets. It's more an early wicket and then maybe back for that reverse swing later on.
And it was a reverse swing spell that was so potent from him when Babar did bring him back. And he got those 3 big wickets.
That is better.
Pakistan still have options, and those are, of course, picking up early wickets, getting into this New Zealand middle order. But then if New Zealand are able to make a good start, then they can almost try and emulate what we saw from New Zealand yesterday. Have very much an offside dominant field if the ball is reversing away from the left-handers, for example, and then pack the field on that side, shutting down one side of the ground, stopping those boundaries, stopping New Zealand getting away.
Scott, we had this conversation in the pre-show with regards to Pakistan's approach. When you're losing at home, it's not easy, but you always start off with ideally the win in mind first and backtrack from there. Now, Pakistan, yes, obviously will not want to lose another one at home, and picking up wickets on the surface difficult, but you just feel if they break this top 3 open who have heavily scored for New Zealand, does put Pakistan in with a chance. And looking at the way the game is at the moment, the way it's poised with 42 runs ahead New Zealand, yes, you'd feel they have 1 foot ahead of Pakistan at the moment. But with the reverse swing that was effective, the spinners bowled well. For Abrar, it'll be important the lengths he bowls, and it'll also be seen whether Babar does toss the new ball to him and if there's any skid on earlier on in the morning still here.
Pakistan got themselves back into this match with that devastating collapse through the middle of the New Zealand order, which is why I think they'll want to get to that part of this New Zealand 11 as quickly as possible. Outside edge, and will run away. Quick outfield still on day 4. First runs for Tom Latham. And the reason for that, I felt, was the bowling partnership of Salman and Nazim Shah together. That'll be the other component. Can they get the bowling partnerships where one end is keeping it tight, going for no runs, and allowing the likes of Nazim Shah, who does have that X factor and that magic about him, to be really aggressive and try things, pick up wickets.
And it was exactly that bowling partnership that got them back in the game. Even in the first test, it was when they came out the second time round, the bowling partnerships were so much more disciplined. And that's where they managed to put some pressure back on New Zealand. We keep talking about this and the win aspect of the game, and in trying to win the game, which of these teams takes the brave step first?
Five without loss.
Bowling over, sir. Thank you. Give me left arm over. That is middle off.
Mir Hamza, left arm medium pace. Now, media centre end. It's a tough start to a test match career.
And I don't blame him either on these surfaces. Not a lot of help for fast bowler. He's bowling from the pavilion end, which is the end that no seamer has been able to take a wicket in this test match.
He's got one now. He's got one now. Straight through Devon Conway, looking for a little bit of swing. It's gone past the inside edge and crashed into the stumps. What a great start for Pakistan.
Mir Hamza's first wicket in 4 years, making his way back into the side. And what a way to start off. His first wicket in the series. And it's the big wicket of Devon Conway.
That's a sloppy shot too from Devon Conway. One of the skills he has is to play the ball late, allow it to come under the eyes, but he's pushed hard at that. Outstanding start. Mir Hamza getting his second test match wicket. Devon Conway out first ball. Good start for Pakistan, 5 for 1.
Left arm over, 5 balls remaining.
Great start for Mir Hamza. And Conway gone brings Kane Williamson to the crease. That record also absolutely magnificent. Got to start again. Talk about getting into this New Zealand top 3 who have done a bulk of the scoring through the 3 innings in this test series. Could not ask for a better start. Oh, and another one just across the right hander this time.
Just gets the ball to nip back off the seam. Conway not moving the feet, standing on the crease. Look how far that bat is out in front, pushing hard at the delivery. Very uncharacteristic stroke from Devon Conway, but that's right on the money to start with. And well done. I'm sure it's frustrating to go as long as he has just for the 1 wicket, all that toil.
Let's have a look and enjoy that once more. If you're a Pakistan fan, of course. Lovely celebration for Mir Hamza. 4 years ago, his first test wicket in the second innings of the match, in his first over, bowled Shaun Marsh. 2 test wickets in his career, only in his third match, but he's bowled plenty of overs and now enjoys this 1 wicket.
Williamson is underway. Sure, there's something just bothering Kane Williamson. He was just talking to umpire Alex Wharf about something that's bothering him as he looks back at Mir Hamza coming in.
That's centre. Same action, 2 balls remaining. 2 there. That's your 2. That's it there. Sorry, Wolfie. There's 1 and 2. Just the width. Yeah. And off stump. And off stump.
And Pakistan will be delighted with this start. Mir Hamza as well. He's bowled 40 overs in this series so far. In the first test, he was the better of the two seamers with his control. And Pakistan have made the early inroads, while only to bring Williamson at the crease with a double 100 in the first test.
Start for Hamza. 6-4-1. New Zealand have lost Devon Conway in the second over of their second innings. Naseem Shah, who produced a beauty late in the piece to Kane Williamson in the first innings. 2 slips and a gully in place. Really orthodox field with just a fine leg as well.
This battle between Naseem Shah and Kane Williamson was a feature on day one when he started to get the ball to reverse. It's always good to see your side's best bowler up against the opposition's best batsman. A victory for Naseem Shah in the first. This was the dismissal of Williamson in the first innings. Nice little reversing outswinger, good catch as well. But it was the leader. It was 3 or 4 overs of probing outswingers. Williamson as well, just pushing a little at the ball. It was in the middle of a spell where he was getting the ball to reverse in both directions.
Oh, might just be nipping down, I think. Big appeal. Two noises, Bubba thinks. 2 noises. Now wait till about 2 seconds before we decide here, because he does go late. 1 second. No, not this time.
Yeah, Babar Azam asking the 2 noises and just getting enough support with the fielders around the bat saying that there is an inside edge. And they were absolutely right.
Yeah, spot on. Naseem wasn't sure, but those around the bat heard 2 noises. Plenty of money given away already with the Osaka boundary contest. Whenever the boundary is hit, or a boundary is hit, while the Osaka display is on the LED boards around the ground, 10,000 Pakistan rupees will be awarded. Nice drive. Really nice indeed from Latham. Just eased away for 4.
Second boundary of this innings for Tom Latham. This one a lot more convincing. It's a real feature when he plays down the ground. He is almost a different player. Both innings, when the batsmen have punched the ball rather than those full-flowing drives, they have looked in control. Beautiful timing.
Oh, that's a goodie, that. Good response, but I think it will race away for 4 more. Off the edge or the leg buys? Leg buys, according to umpire Alain Dar. End of the 3rd over of the innings, New Zealand 15 for 1.
Yeah, wicket for Pakistan with the new ball, and it's been challenging. For the first time this test series, a couple of overs from Naseem Shah and one from Mir Hamza. Just seemed as if the new ball is just making the batsman sweat. New Zealand lead by 56, but probably a spell they'll have to get through. Just going away at that time, but Waqar Younis liking what he's seeing so far.
Well, I'm very happy for Mir Hamza. He's waited a long time for a wicket. He's bowled his heart out in the first game, and is getting the ball in the right area. And both these batsmen have struggled a little bit. It's only into his second over, but it's just landing in the good areas. There, that's a good bowling. And that's what you need from your left armour. When there's not much in the pitch, all you need to do is just bowl maidens or bowl good areas to get those wickets. And the wickets are going to be the key for Pakistan. Still plenty of time left in this game. Anything can happen, actually, to be honest.
Yeah, sets it up nicely. Yeah, Pakistan start well and continue this, get a couple more wickets, and it really becomes interesting. That's the length you were talking about. That's rolled through. And it's gone through for 4 byes. And it's just outside off stump, that one. Yeah, that would have been on the stumps where Williamson will have a good long stare at the spot that the ball pitched in. Thankfully for him, it was outside off stump.
It was a finger breaker for a wicket keeper. Tough jobs when a new ball keep low and come to you or reach to you in a couple of bounces.
Yeah, it has happened earlier. It just puts a doubt in the slip Gordon's mind where to stand and how far behind. Some of the balls just don't carry.
Well, from far end, when Naseem Shah is bowling, there's definite more carry because of a little bit of grass more on this end where we are sitting, pavilion end. And if you're bowling from pavilion end, or should I say media stand end, the ball sometimes keep low because
a bit more dry on that side. That's why spinners enjoy more from this end, and the pacers have bowled more overs and got more success from the university end.
Good length from Mir Hamza. 19 for 1. Good carry. Length is good as well. Naseem Shah throughout this test match has been very impressive. Be it the new ball or the old, but this spell too has been testing.
Yeah, excellent leave also. That ball pitched round about that off stump line and just carry on going away from the left-hander.
So vital for Pakistan to start well. Conceded a 41-run lead in the first innings. And that has been the trend, the issue that Pakistan have had throughout these home tests. All throughout the 5 tests that we had, there's not been one occasion where Pakistan have led the game. They've always conceded first innings lead, and that has meant that Pakistan's always chasing the game. And now they're looking at something of an opening. They need a situation where they can get 2-3 wickets quickly to get back into the game, and it's been a trend where first innings, after the first innings, Pakistan have fallen behind every time.
Yeah, you're right about that, and you always get that feeling that the lead in terms of decision making in a test match is always with the opposition. Pakistan has been more reactive, and that 41-run lead can be that important cushion, extra cushion that New Zealand has for whatever score they will make in this second time out.
But the things goes in Pakistan's favour is they've already got rid of Conway, and Daryl Mitchell's not here at the moment. He's not well. So the batsmen less. Pakistan should feel confident that if they can get one more wicket with this new ball, they can really push New Zealand in a situation where they will be a little bit worried. At the moment, lead 60. I think fourth inning, Pakistan would not like to chase anything more than 250.
$19 for 1. Mir Hamza, a couple of slips and a gully. And Wilson pulls out because right as he was about to take guard, I reckon it's Shan Masood who came running into a short cover. Yeah, what Mir Hamza wants to the right hand is just one ball to swing back in. At the moment, everything's going across. Once he gets one delivery to just shape back in, then that ball going across becomes more potent. At the moment, Williamson just setting himself up for the one, just leaving him. And anything pitching just off stump, he can actually leave the ball.
It was a perfect delivery to Conway. I think Conway was expecting the ball to swing away because in the first inning, or Mir Hamza looked to swing the ball away from the left hand. And he has got the issue when the ball comes back from this angle. And he did lose a wicket few times. Lucky on a couple of occasions, got the inside edge. And this is what happened this morning. Perfect. A little bit fuller, attacking the stumps and the head falling over. And we all talk about how important the head position is in batting.
Beautiful delivery. That's actually seamed from about middle stump and gone away. Williamson, as he does this time, didn't follow the ball, but that is an absolute beauty.
Mir Hamza didn't have much of a luck in the first game, and even now, that delivery deserves a nick. Lovely length, nice and full, landed on the seam, and so much experience. Kane Williamson had no answer to that. Even that smile from Sarfraz also suggests that this should have been a nick.
Another one this time goes down to third, goes to the fence, but impressive. Couple of deliveries for Hamza.
I don't think Babar should mind that, and I'm sure he's saying the same. Don't worry about that. That was a good delivery. It's just that you need a little faintness of the edge rather than that thick edge which went quickly to the boundary. Another wonderful delivery. Frustration for Mir Hamza.
Just down leg side, strays away. But that has pitched and gone a long way. It's actually seamed quite a bit. And in the end, Williamson has played inside the line, or he's gone beaten by quite a distance because of the fact that it's hit the seam, maybe something on the pitch as well. But the amount of seam movement that he got was excessive. In the end, it worked against Mir Hamza because there was so much seam movement that there was no way that Williamson was edging that. But if you hit that length and you hit the seam repeatedly, you're in with a chance. Really good from Mir Hamza. 24 for 1.
Watch Conway, his head falling over. And beautiful delivery, no doubt about that. Look at the line of the ball and where the head is. And the green line suggests that that's where the head should be. And once the head falls, that means your bat is going to come a little across. And then you give that little gap which most of the fast bowlers are looking for. Lovely delivery, excellent delivery, first up. I'm sure he'd be disappointed. Very important member of the team. Opens the bat, can do a wicket-keeping job also. Had a wonderful World Cup.
What that early wicket also does is that Conway is a player who likes to take the bowling on, and especially when spin came on in the first innings, he was very severe on that, on Ebrar especially. So that gives Pakistan a bit of leeway in terms of the run scoring. Williamson will bat in his own zone, he'll bat in his own way. He'll take his time building his innings. Conway would actually get quick runs up front, and also when spin came on. So not only it gives Pakistan some hope, it also buys Pakistan a bit of time, extra time, because they've got a wicket up front. You look at the whole picture, you don't want New Zealand getting quick runs and then having a total where they have more overs to bowl at Pakistan. Pakistan will be looking at two things right now. Well, the coaching staff will. The players will want to get wickets, but the coaching staff will be looking at the eye out for how many runs conceded. And Sikandar, for New Zealand's sake, they want to get on with it and then score some runs. We talked long and hard about how Pakistan approached their innings. I think New Zealand now, when they're setting a target, eye out for the strike rates.
Well, like you just mentioned and Waqar was saying, probably 300 is something that they'd like to have. Whether they get it by tomorrow morning. If they want to win this, they'll need to give Pakistan enough time to score those. Just to make them feel they're still in the game. They'd like to do that. Yes, after watching what we saw yesterday in that final session, I've completely given up on strike rates.
No, don't give up on strike rates. He'll learn. That's how the youngsters learn. They take their time.
$24 for 1.
New Zealand lead by 65. Coming back to yesterday's final session, I had a chat with Saud Shakil on the show, and he was mentioning that he was very much aware that New Zealand will be bowling to him wide outside the off stump, the fast bowlers. That is why he wasn't trying to flirt with that line.
Pleasant. You've seen this all series, that front foot through the covers. Latham gets his way through very quickly.
Fair enough, if a bowling unit has a plan against you and they feel that that is your weakness, and as a batter you need to have plan B. That's the last shot through covers. Nothing fussy about that. So it's just that when a bowling unit is trying a particular line against you, which you feel is your weakness, then you've got to have a plan B. He batted so well for his 120 plus. But then Pakistan just lost that momentum which they had in that mid-session when Sarfaraz and Saud were batting.
Nicely just turned away, very quick to call Williamson through. Latham will be important because he's the man in form. We've seen throughout that first test match, even when they came out to chase, he was the man who was getting the boundaries, even hit a six-leg side. But man in form, and he'll start scoring at a fair clip as the innings goes on. He's already scored 11 of 19, so important for New Zealand that he gets another outing where he's able to score more runs, because his runs will be got quickly. Now this problem is persisting. This is slightly frustrating, obviously, for Williamson, but it is a problem. Every over we've had something to do with the side screen. What of signaling going on? Is there a reflection, or is the side screen blowing, or maybe that little flashing of light underneath that white cloth? I think it's going to carry on.
Basit, when you're talking about Conway and the way you guys have noticed how his head is falling over. So when you have little or no foot movement and you're dealing with an in-swinging ball, you're bound to fall over. So what's the remedy to that? What is missing in that? What he should have done?
Well, look, Conway knows about that problem. Everybody knows about the problem that he has. He has that problem of getting a lot of inside edges to the ball coming back in. But he works on the theory that yes, it is a problem. It's a problem that I'll have to, sometimes I'll get out to it, but it's a problem that I'll have to deal with and carry on. And whenever he gets through that initial period, he's fine and he gets so many runs, and he gets runs in every format. So yes, there is a problem. Every batsman, every player has a problem. How he deals with it. If he goes the other way and says, look, I'm going to correct this, it might then shut out his scoring shot. So at the moment, I've seen whatever I've limited seen of him, he's saying, yes, I have this problem, fine, but I don't want to dwell too much on it or to change myself so that I restrict my scoring areas. And well, we'll see every innings he gets a lot of inside edges. The obvious answer would be to keep your head still, but then will that limit him scoring through the offside or the leg side? 27 for 1. New Zealand lead by 68. Still about an hour and 5 minutes to lunch. And you think that New Zealand, if they bat through till lunch, if Latham especially, if he bats through to lunch, they'll be near about 100 runs lead. Maybe slightly more. And then you've got a couple of sessions where you put your foot down and go hard. Ideally, they'd want to bowl at Pakistan today and hopefully, well, ideally about 15 or maybe more overs if they can. It's a long, long way away, but you project forward, and that's what New Zealand would want.
Well, New Zealand knows that they had to work hard with a lot of patience to get those 10 wickets, let alone getting 20 to win a match. They'll have to allow enough time for their bowlers to bowl the opposition out if they want to get a result in their favour. So how much time do they give to their bowling unit?
I don't think New Zealand is thinking any of that right now. They just want to get through this spell. Naseem Shah is bowling beautifully, just that off-stump channel. What I haven't seen from him, even in the first inning, is the odd bouncer. Just to create a little doubt in batsman's mind. It helps.
Yeah, all 5 days we've tried to convince the Pakistani bowlers to bowl a bouncer. We've even gone every day, early morning, you've had words with them. You've talked to every single squad member. But they haven't been convinced. They still not, they refuse to bowl a bouncer.
Not only that they didn't understand what I was trying to say, but they didn't even look at the other team. And that's boundary. Easy pickings. Tom Latham's favorite shot. That's what he likes it. Nice. When you look at the New Zealand bowlers early on, Henry, he just banged it short and really got a wicket of Shafiq with that. And Naseem Shah has got a lot more pace than any other bowler playing in this game, so no harm.
Change of angle. Naseem Shah now goes round the wicket. Drive. Pull and drive means that it's just one. I think it's the captain. He's smiling, so nothing serious. Round the wicket. Babar saves a couple of runs but lands on the ball and it's just rolled underneath him.
Yeah, leading from the front, and it's good to see him smiling. Can be hurtful at times, especially when the ball can come under your ribs.
Turned away leg side, get a single. The 10th over now, and it's Abrar who's come into the attack. Spin from the pavilion end. Now, how New Zealand approached this. New Zealand were very positive when Abrar bowled in the first innings, especially when he started off. It was more due to Conway than anybody else. Now, will New Zealand try and knock him off his length early? And straight away, huge appeal, maybe just drifting down leg. Sarfraz having a chat, Babar having a chat, Sarfraz just walking up to Abrar. He does leave it late, does Babar. And he goes upstairs.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. Front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
Outside the line. Nothing.
Ball is close to the gloves. To confirm outrage, please. Alex, stand by. Waiting for outrage. Just keep rolling. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Flat line. Flat line. Roll up to the pad, please. Satisfied? No bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Original decision not out. Pitching in line. Impact outside. Can you go back on field, please? Alex, I recommend you to stay with your original not out decision. You're on screen. Make a signal, please.
Another very poor review taken from Pakistan. I'm not sure who convinced him. Babar Azam. It was hitting nothing. It was just pitched outside. Maybe it's just because it was Williamson. They thought, let's take a review.
Don't know about the convincing, but the keeper should have said no. He was moving leg stump. Look at Sarfaraz where he's going. He knows he's going down leg. He should have been the first person saying no.
There was a mini conference where Sarfraz walked up to Babar and Abrar was convinced, as always.
Yes, boy.
But yeah, you need some sort of protocol. Pakistan not too flash in taking reviews.
Nice, Abhi, nice.
Abrar is going to be very crucial in this inning. Not only Pakistan looking for wickets from him, but also control the scoring rate. He was very expensive in the first inning. Good start. Abrar made an over is 33 for 1.
Hassan Ali now. Change of bowling from the university end. Excellent start from Pakistan, picking up the 1 wicket of Devon Conway. been out of the team for a while, but now has the ball in hand, looking for the second one, Pakistan. Well, with the one day is around the corner, you can go and get your favorite design jersey of the Pakistan team. Go to shop.pcb.com.pk, worldwide delivery, and there's a year-end sale, 20% off. Clipped off the legs. That is nicely timed. Abrar will clean up on the boundary. A couple of runs to Latham. .35 for 1. 11 overs done in the second innings for New Zealand, and that will be time for a drinks break. If you've just joined us, New Zealand have been out for their second innings in the second test. Conway went for a first ball duck to an absolute beauty from Mir Hamza. First wicket in the test series for him. And New Zealand have piled on the lead to 76 runs now, 35 for 1.
First delivery for Devon Conway was a beauty, a little bit of a lazy stroke as well. But Mir Hamza right on the money. Just watch how this nips back. Footwork going nowhere, doesn't really get off the crease. And Pakistan would be believing if they could pick up 2 or 3 early, then they would have New Zealand in trouble. New Zealand lead by 76 at the moment. And a good first, 11 overs for Pakistan. But crucially, just the 1 wicket for the bowlers.
Yeah, 92, 18 not out, 122 and naught for Devon Conway. These 3 have been the chief contributors, Conway, Latham and Williamson for New Zealand in this series so far. New Zealand's lead 76. To build on that, Pakistan need wickets. They need to stem the flow of runs. They need wickets.
And important for Abrar here to maintain the pressure created up front. Williamson more than happy playing within himself, plays the ball late down to third. Let's shout again. All of Pakistan goes up. Looked like it might have been just sliding down leg side.
Well, it's a lot closer than the previous one. And if they hadn't already wasted one ridiculously, they might have gone for this. They might still. He does.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. Front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Appears to be no bat involved. To confirm, all trash, please. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Flat line. When ball passes the bat, satisfied, no bat involved. Ball tracking, when ready, please. Alex, stand by, waiting for ball tracking. Ball tracking coming up. Original decision not out. Pitching in line. Impact in line. Wickets missing. Alex, I recommend you to stay with your original not out decision. I'll let you know when you are on screen. You are on screen. Make a signal, please.
How much this will hurt Pakistan? We'll wait to see. They've lost 2 reviews. And if you have to be critical, not good reviews by any stretch of the imagination from Babar Azam. Earlier on in the innings, 11 overs into the piece, and they are left with now 1.
I think Swera Bra and Safraz need to be better, predominantly with the spinner. It's their decision. Babar Azam is at extra cover. He can't tell the line at all. He's reliant on the information of the 2 in particular. Safraz is standing over the top of middle and off with his head. So he must surely know that's sliding down.
Down the track. And gets a good piece of Willow on that. Williamson with the boundary.
while the ball is relatively new, I think Kane Williamson realises it's just sliding on. It's not going to turn away too much. Relatively risk-free, that shot. Yeah, I think that's a lot of that blame has to lie with Safraz on that review. Little misfield there. The first one was a really poor review. That one, thought it was slightly closer, but still, a lot of that has to go to Safraz. He's vastly experienced. I mean, looking at Abrar, he's very new into his career. He's excited, and it's hard to blame him too much or put too much on him. He should know that it's going down leg, yes, but Safraz has to take a fair amount of responsibility for this, I think.
And they play together for the domestic tournament Qaid Azam Trophy, so he's kept a lot behind the stumps for Abrar. 12 overs done, 42 for 1.
Some pretty fine players on a list of number 3 batters with 7,000 test match runs. Kane Williamson has just joined a rather elite group of 4 others. And the great Kumar Sangakkara right at the top of that list with 11,600 and change. Rahul Dravid, Ricky Ponting, Hashim Amla. That is a fine, fine group of players on that list. 7,000 runs at number 3.
There's 7,618 to his career. Most of those, of course, as you've just noted, have come at number 3, but he's now only 65 runs behind the New Zealand record, which is Ross Taylor, the recently retired Ross Taylor. Fantastic player in his own right. We were talking a little earlier, weren't we, about New Zealand play a lot of 2-match series. Williamson has been around for what feels like maybe, 12 years? And he's played just 90 test matches. If he was from England, he'd probably have 13,000 test runs, maybe 35, 38 test match centuries. An average of tick over 54, 2,500s in that time. But just 90 test matches for Williamson. To highlight that, Joe Root debuted 2 years after Kane Williamson, and he's played 37 test matches more than Williamson in that time. I remember there was something similar with Brendan McCullum and Alistair Cook. McCullum played 100 test matches in a row and yet was behind Alistair Cook, who debuted 2 years later as well, getting to 100. So you can't blame injuries or anything like that. It's just the mismatch of schedules around the world.
Yeah, he does join in quite an elite and illustrious company. First in that 5, and now just a few short of one of the best for New Zealand as well. Ross Taylor, Stephen Fleming, Brendan McCullum, Martin Crowe. Some big names in that list, and Williamson still 32. And now with maybe captaincy pressure off, Dooley, you've said this more than a few times, you still feel the best is yet to come. A shot straight to the fielder, 42 for 1.
I mean, he's been prolific, yes, but I just wonder whether the captaincy change just frees him up a touch. He's never enjoyed media. Never really been that guy. He's always been team first and a very humble character, but inside the dressing room he's quite funny. He's actually in and around the group, they'll tell you that he's got quite a dry sense of humour, Kane Williamson, but we don't see that a lot. And you kind of fail to see it in some of the captaincy and around the press conferences and things like that. But inside that dressing room, that's what they say about Kane Williamson. Very dry sense of humour, quite a funny character. I just wonder whether next year and a half, 2 years in Test match cricket, we might start to see that average go even higher, which is a hard thing to consider, considering it's so good now.
Another one in that company is Joe Root. And he talks about this as well, where he feels once the captaincy pressure's gone off, he's starting to enjoy his batting that much more.
Good quick single. Yeah, some players need the captaincy and some don't. Number 3 on that list we just saw was another fine New Zealand player, and that's Stephen Fleming, who we both played under Dooley. And I'm trying to think, he would have been around 15 years, 92 to 2007. This is me going off memory. Played 110, 111 Test matches in that time. That's all in 15 years. But he was one who was an outstanding captain, but needed to be the captain as well. He found it a lot tougher to just be a member of the side, and that happened at the end of his career when Daniel Vettori took over.
Yeah, and sort of a little bit about, I always felt that we didn't quite see the best of Stephen Fleming. Ended up with a Test average of 40. I thought he was a far better player than that.
A lot of those runs came about because of a change in position. New Zealand always struggled to find an opener, so he would have to move up to open the batting. It wasn't his natural position. He would, like Williamson, was a number 3. So a lot of that was due to what was best for the team, much like what you described with Williamson, rather than necessarily finding the best from Stephen Fleming, who I agree was a terrific player.
Just one more comparison on those numbers, and I think this one's is very accurate, because both these players, I think, debuted in 2007-8. Stuart Broad and Tim Southey. 90th Test match, Stuart Broad 159. This shows the stark difference in the amount of Test matches played between New Zealand and England in particular. 44 for 1.
The fan club for the Pakistan team keeps growing.
Bunked University for Baba. I think they're a day early. There's a good chance you'll see him bat a long time tomorrow.
Just in to see him out there, see the Pakistan team out there. And they've got something to applaud about with the first wicket that's gone down. And the ladies are enjoying their time in the middle, and they could do with some Sensodyne after that for a sensitivity-free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth. In the air, away, just clips Babar Azam's outstretched right hand and still finds the boundary.
48 for 1.
Pardon, so Shaquille it was at gully.
Just for a moment, I thought this was going straight to gully, but really it was quite a way away. No real opportunity for Shaquille. Not well controlled. Previous delivery, just it looked like Williamson was shaping up for the big cover drive.
He's shown good control with the ball abroad. Hasn't given away any freebies or boundary options.
We've seen Williamson and Latham happy to use their feet, but I think it's important for the left hand and the right hand to clip a bra away. Just rotate the strike. Keep that scoreboard moving.
It's the effect of the first wicket that's gone down. Just the start of the innings. Both Williamson and Latham at the moment happy to just play themselves in and get a partnership going, which is now 43.
Well, that's what Shaquille did well. Oh! That's beautifully bowled. They got the footwork right, so it wasn't just big strokes, even coming down the wicket, nice and positive, but it was the ability to get back, tuck the ball into the leg side. There was a deep point often for the New Zealand spinners, so getting back and cutting the ball away. That is just an excellent delivery.
A good over from Abrar. It's 48 for 1. A wonderful day of Test cricket lined up ahead. Day 4 in the second Test match. And New Zealand now with an 89-run lead. The mainstay of New Zealand's top order, Latham and Williamson, at their very best once again. I saw in Hassan Ali's previous over, he's been persistent with that line that comes back into the right-hander. But he did throw one outside Williamson's off stump, which he did have a slash at, and Saud Shakil waiting in the gully region. Wasn't too far from him. Hassan Ali now persisting with those fielders on the offside behind the bat. Imam ul Haq point, Saud Shakil, Abdullah Shafiq in the slips.
Right on.
Just trying to work out in my mind again what Babar Azam will do with his bowlers. The opening spell from Nazim Shah was 5 overs. We speculated whether he'd just hold him back to bowl when the ball starts reversing. We know how dangerous he can be. The lunch break not far away. What is about half an hour, give or take, just under. He does have one option, maybe to have a quick 2-over burst before that lunch break, have the break to refresh, and then start up again straight after.
As a short one. It's been timed with relative ease for Williamson. Into the boundary.
Yeah, very quickly onto this. We saw how hard it was to get the ball up around that head height. Any real pace on it. That's just too easy for a player of Kane Williamson's class.
He just seems to have so much time and has hit that so well in front of square. I saw Mir Hamza warming up. Could be a case of Mir Hamza coming in and giving him a short burst, followed by maybe Naseem just before lunch.
Yeah, what that could do as well, if it is from the university end, is just potentially get some footmarks going again. We haven't seen Salman at the crease as yet. He was very good in the first innings, I thought. Did more than just pick up a couple. No! Provided some semblance of control. He wasn't expensive. Allowed Babar Azam to rotate the fast bowlers from the far end. And you'll often hear off-spinners talk about their joy of bowling in partnership with left armers because of the ability to create those footmarks. Nathan Lyon, Mitchell Stark together as one combination.
$52 for 1.
Lead up to 93. Brawl from round the wicket. He's got one boundary rider, leg side. Reverse sweep comes out. Interesting when New Zealand reckon that they've done the needful in absorbing the pressure and when they press on the accelerator. At the moment, it's about 23, 24 minutes to lunch. Still after the 69 overs in the day remaining, New Zealand want maybe 15 overs today, maybe 10 overs today.
Ahmed.
100 overs or 95 overs to bowl a team out.
It all depends how Pakistan bowls, how disciplined they stay. So far, they've done a pretty good job. Just keep bowling good deliveries and ask New Zealand to make move rather than you trying too many things. Delay the process. If Pakistan picked up early wickets, which has really helped them to somehow control the run rate. At the moment, 3 per over, a beauty. Yeah, he does come out with a gem sometimes, Abrar, and he give a little bit more air, a little bit outside the off stump. And Williamson was just poking at it. Big gap.
I waited for that. I don't think he picked it. He picked it off the surface. But it was so slow that he was able to then just punch it leg side. 53 for 1. Conway dismissed by Mir Hamza, the ball that came back in. Pakistan started well with the new ball. Now they've turned to spin. Salman Agha starts with a rank long hop.
Welcome to the crease. Is what Tom Latham has done for Salman Agha, just to shake things up a little bit. He could have put that anywhere. No pace on it. And Latham, well, he didn't need a second invitation.
Nice, Aghaji. Nice, Aghaji. Nice, Aghaji.
If New Zealand have to give Pakistan today at some stage, if they invite them to bat again, it looks like they will invite, because if you keep bowling these sort of deliveries, they will run quickly and they'll hit more boundaries, and things will become a lot easier for them to think in the evening. 2 real poor deliveries from Salman Agha.
With a couple of deliveries, you reckon Salman Agha wants to bat. He wants to bat quickly. First one really short, and this one down leg side. That's better. But maybe he's not happy with the way New Zealand are batting. He wants them to declare quickly. So, yeah, we used to have in first class cricket, you had declaration bowling, where you put somebody on to make sure the opposition scores at a fair clip and they declare. But yeah, slightly too early for that. Yeah, better end to the over. It's 61 for 1. Lead crosses 100. It's 102 now. And it's spin operating from both ends. Abrar into his 6th over. And this man, Williamson, well, he's been exceptional against spin. Last 10 years, his batting average against spin is 80.64. And you would have thought it would have been an Indian or even a Pakistani, somebody like that who'd be on top, but it's Kane Williamson. Number 2, Yunus Khan, 72, but 80.64. He's been superb against spin. The series in UAE in 2018 on a slowish Abu Dhabi pitch. Lovely shot. The cover driving from Latham has been super throughout the series.
It wasn't a half volley by any mean. I think he judged the pace and he knew that the ball's not going to deviate or spin off the surface, and Williamson through the covers is just too good.
Oh, quicker one, almost through.
Don't think of taking review now.
Still got one. Big inside edge though.
I can't believe those two review taken and wasted. 66 for 1 New Zealand.
You have 3 reviews. Why don't you just take them quickly? And then you don't have to worry about them at all throughout the innings. They went very quickly, the first 2.
There's one way of thinking, eh? Lead of 107 and around about 14 minutes to lunch. New Zealand will be probably eyeing at around about 300 just before the close of the... They would like to bowl maybe 8 overs, 6 overs. But to get to that, they would like to have a session where they get 130, 140. They would have scored a lot quicker if they wouldn't have lost the first wicket, first over of Mir Hamza. But because of that wicket gone down, things have slowed down for New Zealand.
It's time for tea for the fans in the Tapal Tea Lounge.
Shabash.
With the two New Zealand batters, Latham and Williamson, relatively set. 62 now the partnership. It was Salman who got a hold of proceedings in the first innings. Oh, and he bowled some good channels along with Naseem Shah applying pressure at the other end. The first over he bowled didn't go according. It could just be a case of maybe New Zealand looking to target Salman. He is bowling into that rough outside Latham's off stump created by Naseem Mir Hamza. But when the opportunity is there, both batters have jumped on it very quickly.
Yeah, lovely bowling.
67 for 1. Yeah, last 10 years, Williamson on top, averaging in excess of 80. Yeah, a few names there. Yunus Khan, number 2. Manus Labuschagne. You go. Don't correct me off comms. You go. Here you go. What?
Manus Labuschagne. Manus Labuschagne.
Pujara, Sangakkara, Babar Azam, but he pips all of those. 2018 Abu Dhabi got 130, I think, something like that, on an extremely slow pitch. And it was unbelievable, even on a slow pitch where the ball's turning slowly, he was able to play it so late and time it so well. It was exceptional batting. But for somebody from New Zealand, you expect him to be good against bounce, against seam, but he is absolutely superb against spin. This is an absolutely superb sweep shot from Tom Latham.
He's such a complete player. Plays all around the ground. You ball him outside the off stump, he'll drive you well, and then the sweep. You don't expect a New Zealander to come and play such a good sweep shot. Good control and hit it really hard. Fielder didn't have to move much.
There's a few murmurs from the back of the box. Scott Stiers doesn't like this. Says New Zealand are always good against spin. What are you on about? I think he'll have a word with you during that lunch session.
Always? Is that what he said?
That's what he said. He's not claimed reverse swing, but he's claimed spin.
I would like to see his average in strike rate, maybe.
Appeal. He's given it. Has that hit offside, outside the line of off stump? There'll be a chat, but the on-field decision is out. He's taken the review. He's gone upstairs.
Director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. Front foot is a fade delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Keep rolling nice and slow. Nice and slow. Ball is close to the bat to confirm ultra edge, please. Just keep rolling. Keep rolling. Roll back. Now roll forward. Forward. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking. One ready, please. Original decision out. Impact outside. Can you go back on field, please? Alex, I recommend you to change your original out decision. You're on screen. Make a signal, please.
Yeah, it was always going to be the case. The problem with the impact. And Latham made sure that he got outside the line of off stump. 72 for 1.
Tom Latham made sure that he stretches forward and get the foot outside the line of the off stump. Good way to bat when it is spinning.
Abrar, reviews not working in his favor. Couple of reviews that he took more out of hope than anything. went against him. Then the one that has been given, that's been overturned. So that's why Babar just putting a hand around him. Babar just putting a hand around him, saying, well, I got 2 wrong, the umpire got 1 wrong, so it doesn't matter. I'm still in the lead.
It's all about taking lead, isn't it?
Yeah, they failed throughout the test series to get a first innings lead, so lead somewhere.
I have lost the count that how many reviews been overturned. Good running, very good running. Straight away calling for 1.
I think there needs to be a tutorial or something of that effect for the players. This is a massive part of the game. In all seriousness, yes, we joke about it, but it's a massive part of the game, actually getting the reviews right, or actually reviewing and retaining the review if there's an umpire's call or something like that. But they need to sort this out, because they miss out on so many opportunities come the back end of the game.
Yeah, I completely agree. I completely agree with that. It's such an important aspect, such an important asset. We can talk more about that end of the over. 73 for 1.
Yeah, he's run straight down the middle. Umpire had a word straight away. Yeah, Aleem Dar taking a close watch, but that's gone straight into the danger area. 3-4 steps into the danger area.
Williamson normally very careful, very watchful, and doesn't really run in that red region, red area. Has been warned, he's been asked the batsman to just move away. Normally he jumps away. I think it just happened. He didn't realize. Otherwise he sort of moves away and run to the side. Plays really fairly.
Coming back to the discussion we were having regarding the reviews and how they do impact the game so many times when you get them wrong. I completely echo your point of view, Bazid, that as an on-field as well, it is a team decision where the height comes into play and the square fielders become so important. In terms of the line, the bowler himself, the keeper probably plays the most prominent part in that. But off the field, I think video analysis, full time, full speed plays off the ball. Get your bowlers, get your close-in fielders, the keepers in a room and ask them to judge that in real time and then actually see how it plays out in terms of the actual review.
Yeah, and also there'll be a protocol set. I don't think Pakistan has a set protocol with who Babar goes to. Is it Sarfraz, the keeper, or is it somebody else also involved in that? And once you follow that protocol, or once you trust that protocol, yes, you'll get a few wrong, but once that system is in place, then is more chance of you actually going through that process and getting it right and taking emotion out of the game.
Absolutely. And once, like you're saying, the protocol said, the fielder also knows that particular fielder, those particular fielders on either side square of the wicket are also watching for the height in case the shout goes up. Most of the times you're just falling the ball through without actually thinking about the added responsibility. So once they do identify the players, maybe they have, I don't know, but they're then actually looking for the point of impact in terms of height square.
.76 for 1.
कौन दौड़ा ये देखो ना बिल्कुल बीच बीच में भाग रहा है वो उधर से भी वहीं भागा हुआ बीच बीच में से
Probably the last over to lunch, and it's New Zealand who lead by 117. That one just goes past the outside edge. Maybe Williamson just trying to open the face and run it down.
Oi, Abdullah.
Ruj, your moment. I will not transgress. This is your moment. Go for it.
My time to shine with Sensodyne because it is a sensitivity-free moment. Because life is too short for sensitive teeth.
And keep eating those ice lollies. Keep having those hot drinks. More patience for Ruj.
Absolutely.
She used to give us, when we came to Karachi now, she's become slightly frugal. She used to give us a goodies pack which was filled with chocolates, coffee, everything that destroys your teeth. Not anymore.
Not anymore. Yeah, I've been begging her for a little treatment of my tooth. I'm having some issues, but
I think
I haven't heard anything back. Haven't heard anything positive, you know.
Once she's gone to Sensodyne, she's got so many patients that it doesn't need anyone of us. That's it.
I'll pay for it.
11 a.m. Saturday morning, Waqar.
Done.
Yeah, that is lunch. It's 76 for 1. The lead is 117. The early wicket for Pakistan, but nothing after that. The partnership is also 71, Latham and Williamson. Latham 37 of those and 29 for Williamson. New Zealand will go into lunch pretty comfortable. Mir Hamza with the 1 wicket 2 fall. It was a good delivery coming back into Conway. But at the moment it looks as if it's New Zealand who will make all the running. In front of the game, Pakistan bowled decently, kept their lines and lengths, but class sacked these two. It's been a series where Latham has done very little wrong, and Williamson, as we know, carries on in his own zone.
And you would feel New Zealand have their noses ahead in this game. Yes, they've lost the early wicket off Conway with the rebuild, and it's been a steady rebuild. 71 now of 143 between the two. We've got plenty of runs in the series, Latham and Williamson. And the lunch would be a good break coming for Pakistan to come up with a new plan to break this partnership open.
Early wicket and then the partnership. Latham again has looked comfortable. He's timing the ball as he's done throughout this 2 test matches. Williamson, well, he's the calm, the glue that makes sure that New Zealand stick together. It's 76 for 1 in 25 overs. The important aspect about all that is that they lead by 117. A wicket for Mir Hamza. Naseem was good with the new ball, but the spinners so far haven't caused much anguish. Started off with Sori wrapping things up, Abrar on the back foot, struck right in front. Pakistan conceded a 41-run lead, and then Latham edged one through slip. This was a great delivery, just seamed back in, hit the pad onto the stumps. Pakistan were good with the new ball, and Latham was equally good driving down the ground. That's a shot that etched in the memory through this series. Beautiful cut shot. Williamson then into his work, hitting one down the ground and one through the offside. Calmly and surely building up the lead. that is required. Salman Agha started with a couple of poor deliveries which were dealt with. And that lovely cover drive. The cover driving has been brilliant from Latham. Alex Waugh deemed that out, but it was overturned on review. His impact was outside off stump, so just a 1-wicket loss for New Zealand, and they go into lunch with a lead of 117 with 9 wickets standing in the second innings. And we'll be back in about 35 minutes after lunch.
Abra's wicket was the first one to fall as Pakistan's inning was wrapped up early in the morning and only 1 run could be added, and then came Mir Hamza finally Hard work paid off and got the wicket of Conway. The 2 wickets to fall in the first session on day 4. This is what the match summary is like. Pakistan have conceded 41-run lead to New Zealand. New Zealand are 76 for 1. The lead now is 117 at lunch on day 4. Hello and welcome to Inverex Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I'm Sikandar with you. First session out of the way on day 4. 117 is the lead and New Zealand going strong. They've lost 1 wicket. I've got Waqar Younis and Simon Dool alongside me. Waqar, will start with you. The 41-run lead, which already was there to New Zealand, helps them to get that cushion and they'll be happy in the first session. They are past 100.
I think they're sitting very comfortable. They're in the driving seat. They can make a move. This next session is going to be crucial, and I feel, the wickets in hand, they will push for runs. They'll look to get maybe 120, 130 in this session and put Pakistan under some serious pressure. They'll be looking overall around about 300 to give it back to Pakistan and see what they have got.
You talk about give it back to Pakistan. I know we're thinking ahead of time, how much time the bowlers need to wrap up Pakistan if that time comes. But happy with the scoring rate and the way they're moving along in this session?
Yeah, after losing that first wicket for Devon Conway very early, you wanted New Zealand to consolidate. These 3, Conway, Williamson, Latham, have been the chief contributors throughout the 3 innings so far in this Test series. So they needed to consolidate a little bit. Williamson's now starting to show that he can up that scoring rate. We know that Latham can, and I think New Zealand want to get to a position where they can't lose the Test. That's kind of where they will want to be, and then they can really push forward and try and sort of take the attack a little bit more. And I think that will probably be more after tea. If they are 2-3 down at the most after tea, then they can really push the envelope out a little bit and try and up that scoring rate to a point where they might be able to have a bowl tonight before stumps. But Pakistan shouldn't be worried. I mean, they shouldn't be worried about batting for a day on that particular pitch. I know they might be, but they shouldn't.
When you look at this first session from Pakistan's point of view, you feel a sense of desperation. They've already lost 2 reviews out of 3. Yes, they need to get them out, the new ball. They got 1 wicket. But how do you read the way they've, gone with the reviews and Abrar?
I think the review taken was just purely because it was Williamson. They wanted to get rid of him quickly, and no real help from around, and poor decisions. And it's not the first time we're seeing this. This has happened in the previous series also. So they have to really work hard, get and have a bit more knowledge about it and try to fix that, because this might cost you later on at some stage when you be looking for that review desperately.
Okay. Let's go back a little back in time. 4 sessions is what he batted in. 125 not out is what he got. Saud Shakeel is the top performer. Top performer brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
I remember sitting here yesterday morning and saying that if Saud Shakeel got out for 40-50 after batting that amount of time, I don't think it would have been a great innings. If he got a big 100, then it would have been a good innings. And I think that's what it was in the end. It's a very good innings from a Pakistan point of view, taking time out of the game. Nobody has scored really, really quickly. I know he was a little bit slow, but nobody scored really, really quickly throughout. They've wanted someone to maybe hold up things after Bubba got out early. So to me, this was a very good innings in the end and a well-deserved Test match century and a first one of what looks like from a player that could be many, I think.
Yeah, he's got 5 games in that 9 innings, 548. Look at that average, 78.295 50s and 100 now.
Look, I think a little differently to Dooley. I'm sorry, Dooley, but right. I feel when someone's is in and you have got batsmen playing with, just have a look at the session he's played yesterday, the middle session when Sarfraz was batting. His strike rate was up. He was just playing his shots a few more, and he was being a little bit more positive. And I think once Sarfraz was gone, he just got back into his old habit and started playing.
Salman was negative though, so I wonder with that partnership whether it was because Sarfraz was positive, it allowed Saud Shakeel to be positive as well. And when Salman came to the crease, I thought he played really positive in the first test, but he didn't yesterday. So kind of they both went back into their shell a little bit.
Yeah, I think first of all it was Babar's wicket, and for a long period they couldn't really get out of that depression that we lost Babar, because Babar looked really good, and once they settle in. My point is that, once you face that many deliveries, you should be bossing the game. I've seen so many good players who, play their shots. They want to dominate the bowling, put them under pressure. Yesterday we didn't see that. I mean, the entire bowling lineup of New Zealand were comfortable bowling at him. Not at any stage they were under pressure. And I think Test match cricket is all about, putting other bowlers under pressure. And I don't think Pakistani batsmen did that.
125 not out. That's how he finished in this innings. Saud Shakil, the top performer. Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. A quick word, Waqar, from you, from Mir Hamza. The way he's bowled, he's finally got a wicket, a good delivery. He's bowling good areas, as you said. Must be tough for a bowler not to have that many wickets against his name in a Test match.
Look, he's playing after a long time, so you got to give it to the kid. He's, after 4 years, being given the opportunity, and good that he's playing the second Test match also, because he didn't pick up any wicket in the first, but he bowled well. He get a good start also today. But he's a kind of bowler who looks for conditions. If there is anything in the pitch, he will look to pick up early wickets. But yeah, once the ball gets a little older, he doesn't have that pace which really threatens you. So he's got to really bowl that control lines, control lengths, and try to stop the run flow. And that's the way he's going to be. And hopefully he'll get more wickets.
Yeah, hopefully so. Okay, time for us to check out the follow wickets. There were two of them, one for Pakistan and one for New Zealand. Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
It didn't take long for New Zealand to pick up that wicket this morning of Abrar. Good from Ish Sodhi, first over, just finding the right line, the right length, and trapping Abrar in front LBW. They did take the review, rightly so too, because they had them left, and it was adjudged to be absolutely plumb in front of off stump. So good for New Zealand first up this morning. Bad for New Zealand first up with the bat, because this, not a great shot from Devon Conway. Good bit of bowling. Looked like it wanted to shape away a touch and just held its line. Came back through the gate. Conway just falling over a touch and losing his middle and off stump.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Unlike Saud Shakil, who has a problem with the deliveries outside the off stump, he has a problem with the balls coming in, and it was pointed out during commentary how many deliveries he's got inside edges. How do you see him curbing that?
It's not something he wants to curb. He wants to play outside the line a lot more often. He does get a lot of inside edges. Hawko did some great stuff. We didn't quite get around to it. There was just a small sample size of what you've seen with that line and his head getting outside the line of off stump. But he does have that issue, but it's hard to criticise a guy who's averaging 56 in the early part of his career, because he likes to get outside the line, so it means he doesn't nick off. So you take the odd LBW and the odd inside edge, or the odd one that you might miss, if you're not going to nick off. If you're not going to get out caught by the keeper and caught by the slips, you're taking that out of play. I think I'd rather go that way. I'd rather get a lot more inside edges and maybe miss the odd one. It's something he can tidy up. But I'm not going to criticise a bloke who's averaging 56 in the early part of his career, who is a class player.
Okay. Time for us to take a short break. When we come back, we'll join Bazid Khan, and he met up with Saud Shakil a couple of days ago. welcome back to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. Time for us to join Bazid Khan, who is with Saud Shakil. He caught up with him a couple of days ago. Let's get to know more of him.
पाकिस्तान के नए एक्साइटिंग टैलेंट इस टेस्ट सीरीज़ में परफॉर्मेंस और पाकिस्तान की लग ऐसा रहा है कि मिडिल ऑर्डर में प्लेयर मिल गया साउद शकील। एक तो थैंक यू, आपने वक्त निकाला हमसे बात करने का। अगर आपकी बात की जाए तो काफ़ी तवील आपने फ़र्स्ट क्लास के लिए काफ़ी लंबा सफ़र रहा। उस तरह आपको ये लगता है कि वो आपके लिए फ़ायदेमंद हुआ या आप समझते हैं कि शायद आप पहले ही रेडी थे इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट के लिए?
नहीं, मैं नहीं समझता कि इंसान अपने आप को ऐसा जज कर सकता है कि वो रेडी है या नहीं है। लेकिन जो भी है मुझे काफ़ी फ़ायदा हुआ फ़र्स्ट क्लास क्रिकेट खेलने से और काफ़ी ए टूअर्स हैं मेरे। तो इसमें फिर आसानी ये होती है कि फिर आपको सिचुएशन से आप गुजरे हुए होते हो इन सारी चीज़ों से। एक इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट का अपनी जगह प्रेशर होता है, लेकिन आपको सिचुएशंस यही होती हैं ऑलमोस्ट। तो मुझे काफ़ी फ़ायदा हुआ फ़र्स्ट क्लास क्रिकेट खेलने से, ए टूअर्स करने से। तो ये कि मुझे थोड़ी आसानी भी है इसमें।
आसानी की आपने बात की, आपने खुद ही कहा कि जज करना ज़रा मुश्किल है, लेकिन अगर मैं कहूँ कि फ़र्स्ट क्लास क्रिकेट और जो आपने टेस्ट क्रिकेट खेली है तो आपको उसमें मेजर डिफरेंस या डिफरेंस क्या लगा है?
देखें, फ़र्स्ट क्लास क्रिकेट में और इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट में जो सबसे बड़ा डिफरेंस जो मुझे फ़ील हुआ, मैं भी रिसेंटली फ़र्स्ट क्लास क्रिकेट भी खेल के आ रहा हूँ, 8-9 मैचेस मैंने खेले हैं, काफ़ी अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस भी हमारी है। जो सबसे बड़ा डिफरेंस है वो मेरा ये है कि इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट में जो मैंने अभी ऑब्जर्व किया कि बॉलर्स आपको इजी बॉल्स नहीं देते किसी भी टाइम पे। अगर आप इवन आप 0 पे हो, 50 पे हो, 90 पे हो, आपको किसी भी टाइम इजी बॉल्स नहीं मिलते। आपको स्कोर करने के लिए कुछ ना कुछ हल निकालना पड़ता है और आपको कभी भी फ्री बॉल्स नहीं देते। और इंग्लैंड जैसी जो बॉलिंग है, एक्सपीरियंस बॉलिंग है, तो वो आपको कभी भी इजी रन्स नहीं बनाने देते। तो मेरे हिसाब से ये मेरे फ़र्स्ट क्लास क्रिकेट को इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट का डिफरेंस था कि आपको इजी रन्स किसी भी मौके पर नहीं मिलेंगे।
चले आपको पीछे ले चलते हैं। जब आप शुरू में जब आपने क्रिकेट शुरू की, आपका घर मेरे ग़ालिबन यूबीएल ग्राउंड के काफ़ी करीब था। उस सफ़र का ज़रा आगाज़ से बताएं।
अराउंड मैं 10-11 साल का था, तो मेरा, आपने सही कहा कि यूबीएल घर से बिल्कुल वॉकिंग डिस्टेंस पे मेरा घर था उस टाइम पे। तो मैं वॉक करके यूबीएल एकेडमी में सबसे पहले गया। थोड़ा वहाँ पे ट्रायल्स हो रहे थे जिस जोन के लिए मैं खेलता हूँ, जोन 6 के लिए खेलता हूँ, जो मेरा क्लब भी है पाकिस्तान क्रिकेट क्लब। तो वहाँ ट्रायल्स हो रहे थे और मैं बहुत लकी था, मैंने वो ट्रायल्स दिए, मैं सेलेक्ट हुआ वहाँ पे। बस वहीं से जर्नी स्टार्ट हुई। वही मेरा अभी तक क्लब है, वहीं से मैं सारी क्रिकेट खेला हूँ और वहीं से मुझे सारा प्लेटफॉर्म मिला। तो यही है कि वही सारी जर्नी थी मेरी।
अंडर 19 वर्ल्ड कप आप खेले, काफ़ी प्लेयर्स आपके साथ जो खेल रहे हैं, इमाम ख़ासकर उस वर्ल्ड कप में, वो कैसा एक्सपीरियंस है और उसकी वजह से आपकी अभी तक इन प्लेयर्स जो आपके साथ खेले थे उनसे अंडरस्टैंडिंग रही है?
जी, काफ़ी अंडरस्टैंडिंग है। 2014 का जो वर्ल्ड कप था काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट था लर्निंग के हिसाब से भी, और हम फाइनल खेले थे। तो उसी बैच से फिर इमाम मेरे साथ खेले हैं और ये कि इमाम से भी काफ़ी अच्छा इंटरेक्शन रहता है। उसने भी 2-3 चीज़ें, जैसे ना मेरा डेब्यू हुआ तो काफ़ी डिटेल में भी उससे बात हुई। उसने थोड़ा बताया कि यार ये एक्सपीरियंस से हम गुजरे हैं और आप भी इसी चीज़ें गुजरोगे, और हमें पता है आप फर्स्ट क्लास क्रिकेट में अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस देकर आए हो, तो कुछ भी डिफरेंस नहीं है, सारी वही क्रिकेट है। सिर्फ एक टेस्ट लेवल लग जाता है, वो फर्स्ट क्लास क्रिकेट है। हाँ, उसका प्रेशर होता है अपना टेस्ट मैच क्रिकेट का, लेकिन ये कि उसका काफ़ी हेल्पफुल है और इमाम से एक अच्छा रिलेशन है और वो फ़ायदेमंद साबित होता है।
ड्रेसिंग में तंग तो ज़्यादा नहीं करता वो?
नहीं, उल्टा तो मेरा थोड़ा है, मैं थोड़े लोगों को ज़्यादा तंग करता हूँ।
अच्छा।
हाँ, तो ये कि इमाम, हम मिलके ही तंग कर रहे होते हैं एक दूसरे को।
बिल्कुल ठीक है। अच्छा, ये बताएं, आजकल का दौर ज़ाहिर है PSL है या फ्रेंचाइज क्रिकेट है, T20 क्रिकेट है, आप ऐसे लगते हो कि आप बहुत मैच्योर बैटिंग करते हो, तो कभी ख्याल ये आता है कि काश कि मैं बस ये लीग क्रिकेट, ये T20 क्रिकेट खेलूं, या जो पिनिकल है वो टेस्ट मैच क्रिकेट, फर्स्ट क्लास क्रिकेट ही है?
देखिए, इम्पॉर्टेंट तो है टेस्ट मैच क्रिकेट, और गोल हमेशा से, जैसे जिस तरह मैं बड़ा हो रहा था तो उस टाइम टेस्ट क्रिकेट और वनडे क्रिकेट बहुत ज़्यादा फॉलो करता था, उसके तरीक़ों से अपने आप को बड़ा ब्रॉटअप किया और बड़ा हुआ मैं। लेकिन जिस तरह देखें दुनिया की क्रिकेट चेंज हो रही है, आप इंग्लैंड को उठा के देखें, जिस तरह वो सीरीज़ में भी खेले हैं, ऑलमोस्ट लग रहा था T20 मैच खेल रहे हैं। तो लेकिन मेरा कोई एक फ़ोकस नहीं है कि मैं टेस्ट क्रिकेट पे ही फोकस करूं, और जिस तरह मुझे टाइम मिलता रहेगा मैं अपनी उस स्किल को भी बढ़ाऊंगा, और मैं समझता हूं कि मैं T20 क्रिकेट भी उस तरह ही अच्छी खेल सकता हूं जिस तरह मैं वनडे और टेस्ट क्रिकेट खेलता हूं। तो ये कि एक अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ की बात है, मेरे ख्याल में उतनी ज़्यादा मुझे अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ भी नहीं मिली हैं फ़िलहाल T20 क्रिकेट में। लास्ट T20 कप जो हम नेशनल T20 खेले उसमें मैं चैम्पियन भी था। तो ये कि अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ की भी बात है, लेकिन मैं कोशिश करूँगा कि अपना हार्ड वर्क इस तरह करूँ कि मैं अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ T20 लेवल पे भी खुद क्रिएट करूँ।
देखिए अब प्रेशर काफ़ी होता है, क्रिकेट ज़ाहिर है आप दिन रात मतलब उसके बारे में सोचते हैं, खेलते हैं। जब क्रिकेट नहीं खेल रहे होते तो फिर साउथ शकील कहाँ मिलेगा, क्या कर रहा होगा?
क्रिकेट तो ऑलमोस्ट हर टाइम हो ही रही होती है, ऐसा नहीं है कि क्रिकेट किसी भी टाइम नहीं भी हो रही होती। मेरा कोई ज़्यादा फ्रेंड सर्कल वगैरह बड़ा नहीं है, कोई चंद दोस्त हैं, 2-4 दोस्त हैं, और कोशिश करता हूँ ज़्यादा टाइम घर पे गुजारता हूँ। मेरी ज़्यादा बाहर इतनी गैदरिंग वगैरह भी नहीं है, तो ज़्यादातर आपको मैं घर पे ही मिलूँगा। थोड़ा सा लेज़ी भी हूँ एट टाइम्स, तो ये कि यही मेरी लाइफ है।
लेज़ी होना कोई बुरी बात नहीं, मैं भी थैंक यू वेरी मच सर।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
Well, you can catch the complete version of that interview on all social media sites for PCB. Now, time for us to hit the city trail. Mazar-e-Qaid is the place, and you can't miss that when you're in Karachi, the father of the nation. Let's visit that. City Trail, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
The final resting place of Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, Mazar-e-Qaid, is one of Karachi's most prominent sites. The tomb was built to commemorate the nation's founder and his persistent contributions to the country. Sited in the center of Karachi, this marble structure was designed by the architect Yahya Merchant and was completed in 1970. The monument's design has been accredited by the popular modernist style of the 1960s. The main highlight is the dome clad in white marble, while the interior consisting of copper latticework and a 4-tiered chandelier is also very pleasing to the eye. Underneath the mausoleum, a very fascinating museum is located where the belongings of Muhammad Ali Jinnah are carefully placed. His used cars, wardrobe, his family pictures, and other significant memorabilia can be seen inside the museum. A large amount of people visit to see and understand the personality of Muhammad Ali Jinnah. Along with Jinnah, it entombs several other activists of the Pakistan movement, making it a common place for celebrations of the Independence Day and other official and military ceremonies. The overall design is said to symbolize Jinnah and his life. The white marble represents his purity and goodwill, while the arched dome and geometric form portray him as a larger-than-life figure. Today, the site serves as a significant tourist attraction in the heart of Karachi.
City Trail, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. You've got to visit that place. So much to learn from and so much history out there. Now, time for us to quickly look at what can we expect from the coming session on day 4. And that means we'll get our predictions. Expert Prediction, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Okay, so I'll go to Waqar first. Lesser the better, but in realistic approach, how many runs would Pakistan feel is gettable if they come out to bat, in your prediction?
I think it's a little too early to say that. I think this session will sort of mature that where this game is moving towards. So at the moment, as I said earlier, New Zealand on the driving seat, and if they can just go 4 and over. They went so far, they've been 3 and over. If they go 4 and over, they get, 28 to 30 overs in, they'd be sitting somewhere around 230, 240. I think then they can push on for the next hour. So I think it's the ball is in New Zealand's court unless or until Pakistan pick up wickets straight away after going lunch.
So you feel if it's anything above 300, Pakistan will shut shop?
I don't know if they shut shop, but it'll be difficult. It'll be hard. Once you sort of look to get 300 runs, there are a lot of risks involved after that.
Tricky. New Zealand is scoring and going well, but when do they stop?
I think that ideally they'd love to stop about 25, 30 minutes before stumps tonight. They'd love that, you get 90 overs in a day, plus they want 10 overs plus another 8 or 9 overs with a newish ball. So let's say 100 overs would be around about right. And they think if they bowl really well and they have a little bit of luck and a bit of good fortune, they could possibly bowl Pakistan out in that 100 overs. That would mean they probably need about 320, 330 in as far as runs are concerned. At a minimum, I would think. I think they'll dangle the carrot. I don't think they'll try and completely bat Pakistan out of the game, because I think we've seen that defending only on this surface can be done.
Yep.
If they want to give Pakistan a bit of a carrot, remember, this is what, the 8th test match. They've lost or drawn 7 in a row. Pakistan, the pressure is on them to win a test match at home, so you want to keep them in the game.
Yep.
And I think that will be the key.
Okay, there's the predictions. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Getting closer to the start of the second session in the day. Waqar, when you look at Babar Azam and the use of his resources with the bowlers, you would like him to replicate what Saudi did? Shorter spells, keep mixing them up, or a marathon spell from the spinners?
I think the faster bowler Naseem Shah is going to be key. I think I'll give the ball to him straight away after lunch and look to get an early wicket. And if I get a wicket, that run rate will slow down. And don't forget, Daryl Mitchells is not well. I'm not sure if he's here or not. But if he's not there, that means they're batsmen short. So things can really work for Pakistan. But Abrar's got to keep bowling that lines, keep bowling nice and straight. Just control the scoring rate. Let them take risks rather than, losing them, giving them easy deliveries.
You speak of Daryl Mitchell. Yeah, we were told that he is in the ground at the moment. Whether he's going to play or not, we're not sure about that. But he could have been a good option from what we've seen he can do if New Zealand wants to up the rate.
Yeah, but if they want to up the rate, they won't try and do that, I don't think, until after tea time anyway. So he's allowed to bat at number 7 no matter what. And I don't think they'll lose too much moving Bracewell and Blundell up the order 1. It's not like he's got to come in behind bowlers. We haven't seen the best of Michael Bracewell with the bat as yet in this series. He is a powerful stroke maker, but Abrar has been a bit too good for him on all 3 occasions so far. So if they do need to up the run rate, New Zealand, then they do have those options of Blundell and Bracewell, and then Mitchell can follow them if they're looking to sort of really put the hammer down after tea sometime.
Well, we've got hardly any time left. Otherwise, we will have a good tutorial on how to take DRS and how to avoid that. Because Pakistan very soon.
Have a process and follow it. That's all you need to do.
They've got 1 review left, and then if they miss that, they'll be in the hands of the umpire. They have nothing available to them. It's too early. It's just to start, and they just have 1 left. Anyhow, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. And we expect a lot of action, as we said at the start of the day. This is day 4, and things are now shaping up. There could be a result. All 3 are possible. It all depends on where New Zealand and Pakistan want to actually take this game. It is 76 for 1, which means it's a 117 lead. That is what New Zealand have, and they've got 9 wickets in hand. Pakistan will try to put pressure on and grab a couple of wickets.
Welcome back to the National Bank Cricket Arena as we get set for Pakistan versus New Zealand. It's the KFC presents Duffer News, Pakistan versus New Zealand Test Series. This, of course, is the second test, and we are getting to the business end of this match. It is the second session on day 4, and both sides looking to take the ascendancy. Who can push on and get that lead and maybe put the other team under pressure and take this victory along with the series? New Zealand, they took a wicket early, which meant they were back at the batting crease, and they lost Devon Conway. First delivery, a beauty from Mir Hamza, and the two very experienced players, Tom Latham and Kane Williamson, have put on 76 runs, and they have done so to add to the lead, which currently sits at 117. 5 bowlers used for Pakistan. That early wicket, as I say, to Mir Hamza. He's bowled well, picked up the first wicket from the pavilion end and in this test match by seamers, but around that it has been opportunities few and far between. This is what we've seen so far in this innings. Latham Williamson, that 71-run partnership. In a couple of reviews, but that is all. They have been happy to use their feet from time to time, but it's been just simply putting away the bad ball when it has come along. The pitch hasn't changed too much. It's been the odd delivery go past the bat, particularly from the spinners, but it has been solid work from the New Zealand opening batsman and New Zealand captain, or former captain now, Kane Williamson. But this is where we currently sit. That New Zealand lead has grown up to 117 runs. They have a base. They still have 9 wickets in the shed, although Daryl Mitchell is ill and away from the side today. But Babar Azam, I think, with the way this pitch is playing, shouldn't have too many demons as it stands right now when his side gets another opportunity with bat in hand. Both teams entering the arena. It is Kane Williamson and Tom Latham, and Babar Azam will be leading his side as well. Still the odd jersey out there. We are, of course, in the winter here in Karachi. Summer for us New Zealanders, Buzzard Khan. Winter for you here in Pakistan.
Winter for us. Winter in Karachi. Well, that's a stretch. But very interesting how New Zealand go about in this session. Do they press on the gas? Do they think they need to make the move? It's been quite solid, quite secure in that first session. And Williamson and Latham, Williamson as he does, into his groove, his rhythm. Babar probably will be thinking, if Pakistan can't bowl them out, maybe declaration gives them a chance. They dangle the carrot. It is a pitch that doesn't deteriorate. It's not got a reputation of being a minefield on the 5th day.
This has been a session that has been very good to the batsmen as well. Only 1 wicket fell on day 1 in the second session. There were 3 yesterday. A couple of those came day 2. There were 3 wickets. It was in the middle of that New Zealand collapse. Pakistan batting. And there were only 1 yesterday. Think of that really good partnership between Sarfraz and Shakil as well. So it's a good question you pose around what will be the tactics. What will New Zealand look to do? Will they look to push on? What will Pakistan's tactics be? How will, if New Zealand get away here, how will Babar Azam look to stem the flow of runs? Maybe a few more boundary riders. Pretty stock standard field as it stands. Deep backward square is all. Slip and a man under the helmet. Left of your screen, just in case Tom Latham, who does like the sweep shot, just like that, gets the top edge. Nicely tickled away and good fielding. How many wickets do you think Pakistan need in this session for them to realistically feel like they can go on and win this match?
Yeah, it's a session where not many wickets fall. Throughout these test matches that have been played here, the recent test matches in Karachi, this session on average is only a couple of wickets that a team does get. And you look at the score, 77 for 1, you think 3, maybe 4 to think they can force a result. But the other thing that Pakistan will look at, that New Zealand might well dangle the carrot, so they're still in the game.
$77 for 1. Skipper just going off the field, Babar Azam. But I'm with you. I think 3 or 4 wickets, if they can fall in this session, Pakistan are back in this. They won't have to worry about whether New Zealand will dangle the carrot. Looking through this middle order, no Daryl Mitchell today due to the illness. He may come back later depending on how he's feeling, but we've already seen Michael Bracewell, who's at 7, have real problems against Abrar. Seems unable to pick him, so a lot then rests on Henry Nicholls and Tom Blundell. It's nicely punched. Mir Hamza, the wicket taker in this innings, and he seems to have done something maybe.
He just didn't arrive, the ball sort of stood up. Hamza just feeling his finger with that ball clipping as it went past. And yes, after lunch, it's a little warm-up delivery.
It's always the worst thing about playing cricket in the subcontinent. You have big blocks, 10, 12, 14 pitches on the block. It's usually rock hard like concrete. As a fieldsman, you don't like diving too often. It just looked like there he was down on one knee, sliding along, take the skin off.
Yeah, build them hard in the subcontinent.
That's where the boot came out, wasn't it? The West Indies was a little bit like that too. Inzamam, a master in the field. Sticking the big left foot down. Nice shot. Cut away. That will be a boundary for Kane Williamson.
Yeah, too much width. It is short, but it's because it's so wide that Williamson, just an easy put away. Pass of the man finds the gap only just, but Mir Hamza will be disappointed, like Shan, that it just was too wide.
Change of field now as well. Deep backward point is disappearing, and Shan Masood has gone into a cover position.
Nicely timed, but straight to the field. Yeah, this is what we speculated on, wasn't it? Those boundary fieldsmen, every time New Zealand keeps building on this lead, usually Babar Azam, who's off the field at the moment, will be the man making those decisions, but they have to stop the boundaries. I'm surprised, no Nazim Shah up front after lunch.
Kane Williamson's just getting told off here for running down the wicket, which is good. You need to be told off at least twice if you're in a batting position. I said that during the last test. Pakistan were there as well. Just if you're not doing your job.
You try it from the other end now? See if the other umpire's watching?
Absolutely. Yeah, always.
Aleem Dar is very, very smart. He's been an experienced long-term international umpire.
No.
He's seen all these tricks before. He knows what the batsmen are up to. Alex Wharf is at the other end. That's what he's saying. Get away from that danger zone.
The best of them, and I won't name names, but there have been some very, very good ones. Push it straight to cover and take 2 steps down and then pivot and turn around and come back. It's like the yes, no, and they do it 5, 6, 7 times in the case of an innings.
$82 for 1.
Again, it's all gamesmanship for mine. I have no problem with it. There's some things in and around the game that the umpires have to take control of, and if you can find a little edge, a little advantage that's not too harsh, I've got no problem with it.
New Zealand lead is 123. Yeah, I will confess, though, I haven't often seen umpires telling batsmen off. In that case, it wasn't running down the wicket, was it? It was just tapping down loose marks. And what Aleem Dar was saying is, I don't mind you doing that, but I want you to walk down the sides and then pat it down. Been around a lot of cricket grounds. I haven't seen that often. It's usually when you're taking your 1s and your 2s where the umpires don't like it. He's just tapping those marks down, but he's in the middle of the danger zone. That is the highway where Aleem Dar was not happy. Big full toss, doesn't put it away. It's a bit of a worry. The umpire has the clippers out, snipping the seam already. The first innings for both teams, the ball had to be changed after 65 overs, give or take, as that seam had split.
A little surprised in these harsh conditions that the Kookaburra ball is used. I thought it might be a locally manufactured ball, or was used in first-class cricket, a locally manufactured ball up until 2019, and then they changed the first-class level to the Kookaburra ball as well.
It's an interesting point. You often see in all other sports, don't you, where there's a universal ball that is used for competitions. Here, it's left to the discretion of the home board. Talk a lot about the Duke ball in England, Kookaburra in the south. West Indies, they use the Duke ball, 84 for 1.
Yeah, I like it. I just think you can't have one uniform ball for conditions that are vastly different around the world. Most other sports are played on the same type of surface. I think tennis majors obviously have one type of ball. I think, yes, the surfaces are different. But if you think about a basketball or a netball or a volleyball or hockey, they're all played on the same surface. Whereas the nature of cricket pitches changes worldwide, so therefore I don't have an issue with the changing of a ball. And I don't like if there is just one monopoly either. I think competition for a cricket ball is quite good. They use the SG ball in India nowadays, the Duke in a couple of countries. You just mentioned the West Indies.
There is one sport I can think where the ball is different. Golf. The golf ball is up to the discretion of the player. They can use whatever they like. But that's off the top of my mind, that's the only sport outside of cricket where it's a different ball used for the top level.
I'm all for anything that gives the bowlers a little bit of something back.
I'll push for 2, but Williamson is always a little circumspect, especially with that bounce throw on these hard outfields. It will be a no ball. Mir Hamza has often overstepped in this test match.
Yeah, way over. The series in England, Pakistan played England, and there used to be a toss for the ball used. Pakistan preferred Reader because it would reverse swing. England wanted Duke, so they had 2 tosses before the game. First for the ball and then for obviously who bats or bowls. But yeah, that too happened.
Talking to our stats man this morning, obviously steering away from test match cricket and the ball for a moment, but he just talked about the 2 tosses, one for the ball, one for who does what. The new South African T20 league, you get to name your team after the toss, which is something I really like. Yes, you may have to have a name a 12 or a 13. But once you know what you're doing, then you can pick your 11 out of that 12 or 13. I like that.
In general, I'm not a huge fan of changing these, laws and rules around the game. And the reason for that is I think you compromise the integrity of your competition. T20 initially was seen as a hit and giggle, wasn't it? But it's serious competitions that teams and players want to win. And, you know, we've seen some funky rules in the Big Bash. I haven't been a fan of those. In India now, they're trialling substitute players or whatever they call it. I'm not a fan of that either. You don't see a lot of the big sports around the world tinker with their rules. The simplest are often the best. Stroke. That is a beautiful cover drive from Latham to finish the over. Another boundary, New Zealand 92 for 1.
This is quality. We've seen this quite often throughout the series from Tom Latham. That's the difference between that little punch rather than the full-blooded drive, which is seemed to be more successful on this particular surface when it doesn't bounce a lot.
Perfectly executed cover drive. Balance was amazing. Just spoiled what wasn't a bad over. Partnership with 87.
Yeah, it's interesting that one, Scott, isn't it? Because is cricket in need of moving with the times because it's been around for so long and it is evolving, and different formats of the game are evolving whilst we're playing. So is it in need of change to keep up? Is it in need of change to make it more interesting, more exciting, more appealing for folks? I'm not sure on it, which way I go on that.
Well, the way I look at things is if you were starting the game of cricket from scratch from today, you wouldn't make it a 5-day game with lunch breaks and tea breaks. All it's simply done, you should just be sliding as well. Will be a decision for Pakistan to make. They've wasted 2 already. Yeah, you'd follow most sports around the world. It's 2 or 3 hours, dynamic, power, speed, strength, all of those characteristics. Oh, it's a chance. It's a brilliant effort, though. Left hand from the skipper. They will come back for 2, but nearly a moment of brilliance.
Yeah, the skipper. It's whipped leg side and he's almost pulled it off. He's got fingertips to it, outstretched left hand. And just feel that it's always slightly away from him.
Clipped away for a single, 96 for 1.
There's an LBW appeal in that over. Umpire's call on the wicket, so just clipping that leg stump. Given not out, of course.
With the discussion of the change of laws, here's something for you. This one you like, Simon. Bangladesh, they use 2 different balls in test match cricket, depending on the opposition. If Australia, New Zealand, somebody like that team, they think they struggle against spin, they'll use that SG ball. If a continent team comes there, they'll go back to Kookaburra. So, depending on the opposition, they use the ball they want.
And again, I have no issue with that because it is home advantage. You play at home for a reason. Conditions, ball, I do not have a problem with it. As long as it complies with international cricket standards, no issue with that whatsoever. Applaud it.
Well, see, I'll go slightly away from that. I agree with the concept of home.
Surprises me.
Yeah. I agree with the fact of home, but I think that should be the pitches more so than the ball. I prefer a universal ball, but you should be allowed to produce the sorts of pitches that you wish to favour the quality of your side over the opposition. So I do agree that the home should be to your advantage.
So if there was only one ball allowed in cricket, which one would you have?
Where is Kookaburra made?
I think all the balls are still made in India, aren't they? Although they are an Australian company. I don't mind necessarily what ball it is, as long as it is a good quality ball and one that meets the standards, as you say. Well, that's nicely guided. That should run away as well. Deep point won't get round. And that will be 50 once more for Tom Latham and the 100 up for New Zealand.
He just continues to churn out the runs, does Tom Latham. 113, 35 not out, 71. And now 52 not out. 25 times now he's gone to a half century in Test match cricket.
The major sports around the world, they will take a tender process for the type of ball, so they haven't stuck with one throughout the history of their game. So I have no problem with that. If you are Duke, Kookaburra, SG, and you want your ball used all around the world, then you pay for that privilege to the ICC, I guess.
Yeah, I'll go traditional on you. I'll say that maybe you want to use the ball that performs better at home for you. So a Kookaburra ball, well, Australia, New Zealand, you think a Kookaburra would be much more preferred there. And then you go with, so if you go with a Duke's ball, in Australia, on those pitches with a pronounced seam, balance shifts a lot.
Simon and I have had that conversation a lot through our commentary work in New Zealand, and we've been advocating for the Duke ball in New Zealand because the witches, that's fairly apt as well, I might add.
So on those green tops, you'd have a Duke ball.
Well, it becomes incredibly difficult to take a wicket in the last 2 days, 2.5 days of the test. Always green to start with. The pitches never turn, which is why recently New Zealand haven't played a spinner at times. So they're trying to find a way either to change and get the pitches right, or got to get the ball right, one or the other.
Yeah, in Pakistan, I would think, obviously, we play with the Kookaburra. We could go to a locally made ball if that comes up to international standards. The ball that we used in first class cricket, I don't think that it was as good as what in international standard. It just didn't go old even till the 80th over. So if they improve that ball, I think that would work perfectly for the pitches that we are playing on. 100 for 1.
That's good. I mean, it's nice that we've all got slightly differing opinions as well. I think it just shows you where the debate can go, what's available around the world. I think the Duke ball is still
You know I'm
stitched.
right. You know I'm right, though. The debate, you know I'm right.
Yeah, no. No. Some of the balls are now, or still, hand-stitched. The Duke ball is still hand-stitched, for the most part, the test match ball anyway. Kookaburra machine-made, I think, still. Maybe wrong.
That's clipped nicely as well from Williamson. It's a chase for mid-wicket, and he won't get there. Beautiful stroke.
He's brilliant against spin. We saw a start today. Just make sure he uses the depth of the crease. The other stat that Pakistan will worry about is that in the second innings, he's got the best record in the world. In the last 10 years, averaging over 50, 51.
And that backs up exactly what Scotty just said about New Zealand's pitches. Not witches. New Zealand's pitches, surfaces, they are flat. And in the second innings, because they leave so much grass on, they're still very nice to bat. And so that backs up why Kane Williamson's average is, what, 51.5 in the second innings. It's 4 basis points almost better than the next best, which is Angelo Matthews. Just don't deteriorate.
And they've done that in New Zealand to try and have bounce. I believe bounce is the friend of fast bowlers, necessarily more so than movement. But to do that, they have to make them incredibly hard. Therefore, they don't break up at all, and they don't start spinning, and they just turn into roads.
But I like the consistency that Simon Doull has. He's gone after Virat Kohli, he's gone after Babar, now he's having a dig at Williamson. Who's left? Joe Root?
You've got to add ICC to that. He went after them yesterday.
I asked you a question. I didn't go after anybody. I asked you a question which you refused to answer. 104 for 1. You still haven't answered it. Where does it come from? Where does the directive come from?
For the pitches, right from the top. Okay. Right from the top. I don't know, because right now we don't have a chairman. It's just a committee, so you cannot point fingers at who's. But before that, it was coming right from the top.
You've got to understand, it's now that he's an ICC world judge, he's got all the power buzzard. That power has gone to Simon's head. He sat there over the last couple of days, trolling through all the stats, didn't you, for the ICC teams of the year? Maybe that's a sign of things to come. Maybe Bubba and Virat Kohli aren't in those teams.
And also now he's shifted to the headquarters. He lives right in the headquarters, so something bound to give.
He's now one of those committee members enjoying the nice lunches he was talking about.
Well, if you can't beat them, you know what they say.
Well, as Nazim Shah continues bowling, it's hot teacups being served at the Tapal Tea Lounge. Now I'm waiting for my cup of chai.
Just one thing is for certain, Pakistan shouldn't be worried at all about chasing, well, not even chasing, just even if it's about survival on this pitch. It is not easy to take wickets. It's proven that way throughout. So the only thing that will get to them could be the pressure of not losing.
We will lose both Buzzard and yourself at the end of this over, so all the cricket powers at B can just take a breather. So with that in mind of what you've just said, what will New Zealand need at the end of the day for them to either feel comfortable that they can be aggressive to Pakistan or throw that carrot, dangle it out there, as Buzzard suggested.
320, 330 with about 8 overs to go.
And the gap once more, a little loose outside the off stump. No third man in place though, another boundary, and that is a 100-run partnership for New Zealand.
And Asim Shah has been good throughout this test match. Just a bit of movement away. For once that cover drive not working. But even with that scattered slip cordon, a slip in 2 gullies, he's found a gap.
Nice running. Latham calling straight away. Williamson happy to trust his partner. 109 for 1.
New Zealand cruising along nicely at just around 3.5 and over. This 100-run partnership takes this lead to 150 now. Shout. Very persistent. Got only one review left. Be careful. It'll take some convincing there. They've lost 2 reviews already. Surprising, Sarfaraz's hands are folded. He's not very vocal about it.
I think Sarfaraz either saying that he edged it, or is it just going down the leg side? Stayed behind the stumps. Normally he moves toward the captain and give his advice.
You don't want to miss one when it's actually out.
I think it was a close one actually. Ball turned very quickly off the rough and just, yeah, I mean, I have a feeling that this is hitting the stumps. Definitely hitting the stumps. That would, oh God, can't believe that. This is what happens when you take wrong reviews and then put pressure on yourself, and then suddenly one comes your way which was out. You should have taken it and decided against it. Missed out on a big opportunity here, Babar and company.
Yeah, now they're looking at the big screen. Time's gone. Who's the best person to convince the captain, apart from the bowler? It's got to be the keeper.
Well, the problem with the bowler is that they are emotionally invested. They want the wicket, so they're hoping that it's out. And so therefore sometimes you just have to try and calm them down, get them to think logically. And therefore it often is up to the wicketkeeper. A good wicketkeeper is worth their weight in gold in those situations. 110 for 1.
Initially, got a feeling it's probably missing leg or maybe the height, but he was way back into the crease. Sarfaraz was immediately up, but not 100% convinced. No.
In the two previous reviews Pakistan taken, you could clearly see that Sarfaraz moved toward the leg side, but on that occasion he stayed in his place and he appealed really hard. So he had a very good look at it, and also understand that Tom Latham was right next to the stump, so there was not much area to cover after that. The ball had to travel only maybe a foot and a half to get to the stumps.
Nice shot through the line, straight as you like.
Oh, he looks so good, isn't it? He looks amazing when he's hitting down the pitch. It was nice and full. Watch the timing.
Once again, it's the punch, isn't it? I thought a feature from Imam and even Babar Azam when he was out there. Balance is always good when that's the case.
Have a look at Sarfaraz moving. That was the first review taken. He's clearly moved to the leg side. That means the ball was going to go into the leg side. His initial movement was toward leg side. Second one, again, kind of leg side-ish. See the weight going to the left. He was thinking that the ball is going to go down the lane. This one, he stayed there. And also the batsman has played from the crease. Babar very, very unhappy about it.
Catch it was the call, and what a catch that is. And it's Abrar who takes it. Doesn't get a wicket, but gets that catch. Latham has to walk. That was flying on the onside.
Yeah, brilliantly taken. Umpires are just looking to get together. I'm not sure if they want to just consult that the ball carried or not carried, but Tom Latham is walking back. Just got to wait. Just got to wait. Maybe not. They're just very sure that it has carried, the ball has carried, and the catch has been taken. They're just having a little chat. So Pakistan picking up their second wicket in the shape of Tom Latham, and an excellent catch taken, one-handed. Brilliant. Outstanding. Big wicket. Tom Latham, who looked very, very good for 62, is 114 for 2.
New batter in, Henry Nicholls. 50th match for him. 12 50s, 800s. It's best of 174, averaging 38. Left-hander replaces a left-hander. In with one slip, two gullies.
Stunning effort too, this from Abrar. Wicket for Naseem Shah. He's right-handed, remember. And with respect to Abrar, that's not the strongest suit of his game, or the part of his game. He hasn't been to the Jonty Rhodes School of Fielding. But I tell you what, that is out of the highest straw. Brilliant work, and that just might give a little pick-me-up to this Pakistan side.
Going up, they're going up, yes, a delayed response, but Aleem Dar gives the approval, and they're going upstairs.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for caught behind. Original decision is out. I checked front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Ball is close to the bat to confirm ultra edge, please. Keep rolling, keep rolling. I can see gap between ball and bat. Keep rolling, keep rolling. Satisfied? There is no spike when ball is next to the bat. Satisfied? Can you go back on field, please? Aleem, I recommend you to change your original out decision. You are on screen. Make a signal, please.
Yeah, big gap between the pad, the bat, and the ball. So I'm not sure what the sound was. Maybe the bat hitting the back leg, but there was a loud appeal, a big sound. We all heard it. Umpire gave it out. Amazing. But what an excellent delivery. He's in the middle of a very, very good spell, Naseem Shah. End of a very successful over, 114 for 2.
There's surely a sound there. This is very strange because the bat is having quite a distance from the pad as well. Henry went straight upstairs after he was given out by the on-field umpire. He was sure he hasn't touched it at any point. What's going on? When the ball hits the bat, nobody hears it. When nothing is in contact, everyone hears it and gives it out.
Pakistan putting good pressure. That's what they're looking for. They're looking for 2 consecutive wickets. Once you get 2 consecutive wickets, it really shifts the weight of pressure back onto the opposition.
And down has been given out. Is Williamson going to go upstairs? Yeah, he is.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. Front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Let's keep rolling. Ball is close to the bat to confirm ultra edge, please. Just keep rolling. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Flat line. Roll through to the pad. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Original decision out. Pitching in line, impact in line. Wickets, umpire's call. Can you go back on field, please? Alex, I recommend you to stay with your original out decision. You're on screen, make a signal, please.
2-2, things are moving on here after lunch. Williamson walks and New Zealand lose their third, scoring 41, and a wicket goes to Abrar. 114 for 3.
Centre, right arm over, 3 balls remaining.
Two wickets have fallen since lunch. Brings in Tom Blundell to the crease after the wicket of Williamson. Interesting phase in the game now. Pakistan 2 wickets in 2 overs. This one, loud shout given by the umpire. Whoa, what is Blundell thinking now? Going to have a word with his partner and goes upstairs.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. I checked, front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Ball is close to the bat to confirm ultra edge, please. Alex, stand by. Waiting for ultra edge. Still waiting. Ultra edge is coming up. Yes, keep rolling. Roll back. Roll back. Now roll forward. Forward. Freeze the frame here. There is a spike when ball is next to the bat. Can you go back on field, please? Alex, I recommend you to change your original out decision. You're on screen. Make a signal, please.
Faint inside edge, saves Blundell on the very first ball. What is happening here? New Zealand losing set batters, 2 new batsmen at the crease. He went full over.
Oh, the last 10 minutes, Pakistan all over New Zealand. LBW appeals, got rid of Williamson. Brilliant catch taken by Abrar. Abrar picking up Williamson, LBW, and this one. It might have missed the leg stump also, but before that, it had a little edge, a tiny bit of edge. I don't think Blundell knew it, or he realized that he had the edge on it. Wow. We've seen some really good cricket from Pakistan in the last 3 overs.
I'm with you. He was shaking his head to the fieldsman around him, wasn't he? I don't think I hit this. And yet, there it is. There we go. I didn't hit it. Just shows what one piece of brilliance in the field can do for a side. Abrar with that stunning catch. And now Pakistan have turned this on its head. 115 for 3.
Abrar with that brilliant catch, and then wickets in the over. And suddenly New Zealand find 2 new batsmen at the crease after that 100 partnership between Latham and Williamson. All has happened rapidly in a span of 2 overs.
New Zealand on the back foot. Their own survival here. Naseem Shah got his tail up. He's going to rush in. He's going to really come hard at Blundell. And Abrar, on the other hand, is causing all sorts of issues and taking a brilliant catch. One good catch makes so much difference. Edge not carrying. Test match cricket at its best right now. There's Williamson. It's a very rare occasion we've seen Williamson hitting or sweeping from the line of the stump. Normally he just wait for the ball to just sort of land on the leg stump. Sarfraz knew it. Sarfraz hoping. Still waiting. Still waiting. It's been outstanding.
This is where it all started. A couple of overs ago, that catch that dismissed Latham, diving to his left, one-handed. That's his not his strong hand. It's not his strong arm, and he takes that catch and just opens the gate.
I think Tom Latham wanted to hit a little bit finer than where the ball went, because the ball seemed away a little bit, and that got a kind of not a leading edge, but the outer part of the bat. Good delivery, very good delivery. Asking Blundell to go for that drive. He's got 2 slips in there.
Osaka boundary contest. Whenever a boundary is hit while Osaka displays on the LED boards, the batter will be awarded 10,000 rupees. Be interesting to see how Babar now puts that pressure on, just create that bottleneck, especially when Abrar's bowling in terms of field positions to the new batters out there.
No run.
Interesting phase in the game where Pakistan can squeeze into the driving seat.
It was Naseem Shah in the first inning who gave the breakthrough, early breakthrough, when he picked up Tom Latham. And he's troubling New Zealand once again. Is getting better and better with the time. The more overs he bowls, the better he becomes. Lovely delivery, very, very good delivery. Attempted in-swinger, attacking the stump.
Well, the thing you're trying to avoid as batsmen in test matches, losing 2 in a row or 3 in a row. And that's what New Zealand's done in this test match. Williamson on both occasions, the second man. It was Devon Conway out first and Williamson fell straight after. And that started the collapse in that first innings from 234 for 1. And it's happened again this time. Latham and then Williamson. And almost Blundell as well. 115 for 3.
Things can change quickly, and since lunch Pakistan has been outstanding. Both Abrar and Naseem Shah picking up wicket each, putting Pakistan back in the driving seat. They can really get those rest of the wickets quickly. It's going to be hard to attack these two right now. There's Daryl Mitchell, who's been sick overnight. He came a little late to the ground. I'm sure he will be batting next because they need him.
Score has also paused. It's been a while. It has moved since the wickets have fallen. 2 falling at 114.
Every delivery now from Abrar and Naseem Shah asking question, testing their technique.
Not now.
115 for 3, and it's also time for drinks.
115 for 3. New Zealand lost 2 at 114. Latham and Williamson, both the men to go, and Nichols and Blundell looking to resurrect things. Wicket since lunch. Tom Latham flicking one into the leg side, and Abrar taking the catch away to his left. Grab as well. One hand, get the ball up above the ground. Excellent work. And then Kane Williamson adjudged LBW, reviewed, and it was clipping leg stump. A little bit too full perhaps is what do you think looking back on it, but New Zealand lost back-to-back wickets at 114, and just given Pakistan a little bit of a chance as we're in the drinks break. Session number 2 here. And the bottom line is the key for New Zealand, 156 runs in front after bowling Pakistan out in the first over of day number 4 for 408.
Yeah, the monument in Karachi, Teen Talwar or the 3 swords, and has the 3 fundamentals that Pakistan was made on: unity, faith, and discipline engraved on them. One of the busiest places in and around local markets, and a wonderful place to go shopping nearby as well. And the boys from Karachi having their fair share of say in this test match. Sarfaraz Ahmed, Saud Shakil, and now Abrar. I think he's been so disciplined and he has been rewarded. He has been a little bit more than excited at every now and then with an appeal, and that has resulted in 2 losses in reviews for Babar Azam. But he has picked up the big wicket of Kane Williamson. And we talk about the middle order for New Zealand being that much more vulnerable after that very steady top order, and Pakistan well and truly within that middle order now.
Keep the pressure on. This is the moment Pakistan can get themselves in control of this session. While both the batters are new.
And Naseem's picked up 1. He's been good again. Oh, it's a tight leave.
It's the movement that's been so significant for him, and it's off a good length. And that did nip back in. And Blundell will just have to be careful. He's getting the ball to shape back in from excellent length, driving him forwards.
When you see the ball just comes in sharply off the surface, then just creates a bit of a doubt in the batter's mind. Do I leave this? That was very close to that off stump a couple of deliveries ago. A while ago he was surprised that he's nicked that ball where he was given out.
And the movement or the initial line is outside his off stump. It does end up leaving it very close as it nips back into the off stump.
Small amount of supporters have made some good noise throughout morning and early part of the afternoon in day 4. High up in the back of some of these grandstands here, just keeping in the shade.
Which fan club is missing for a couple of days? The ones who hold those banners up.
They'd come all the way from the US and they have gone back now. So the visitors from overseas making an impact. Karachi crowd busy at work. Some of the schools have made their way through, and it's lovely for the school administration to make that effort to bring young boys and girls during school hours to watch the action in the middle.
Nicely played. That was the one that was looking to go away from the right-hander Blundell.
There's hardly any crowd in the subcontinent is not happy to be on the camera. It's always so excited, jumping up from their seats. And now these guys don't know they're on camera. As soon as they realize on the big screen, that's when you hear that noise. Or they're just trying to prove me wrong.
Whipped away, leg side. And might be good enough for 4 for Blundell. I think it will. His first boundary, 119 for 3.
Strong off his legs with that shape into the left-hander, into the right-hander, beg your pardon. And the ball's natural angling into him as well. He does like to play his shots, Blundell. 51 in the first innings. I think important stage for Nicholls as well. Been short of runs in this series. 22 in the first test, first innings, 26 earlier on in this test. And with Blundell there, who will continue to play his strokes, I think it's fair for Nicholls to just take a little bit more time, ease in, and put New Zealand back on track with those 2 wickets that have fallen back to back.
Well, we know the issues that Michael Bracewell has had with Bra. And he's struggled to decode the mystery so far. And if all of a sudden they get to that point, and if Mitchell is not well enough to bat, you're asking a lot of the middle to lower order and the bowlers to come, sorry. So now not so much looking for runs. New Zealand are looking for survival now. So the tables have completely turned, and Pakistan and Babar Azam can be a little more aggressive if they want.
And you'd like them to be. If you are looking at Pakistan's chances in this test match, this is probably the moment where you can completely turn the tables. Get that extra bit of pressure going, thinking a little out of the box.
119 for 3. Will Young and Neil Wagner sideline in the New Zealand fluorescent tops. Change now with Hassan Ali. Just the 4 overs early on. Another opportunity for him with the ball reversing just a little bit. Nicely cut away, a little bit of width, and Blundell pounced on it.
Not the best of starts for Hassan Ali, short and wide, and Blundell up to the task. And this is where Hassan Ali's spell will be so important to continue the pressure built by Abrar and Naseem Shah. Whether he picks up wickets or not, but continue the pressure in terms of making it difficult to score runs.
That last shot just shows you that New Zealand doesn't miss out on scoring opportunities. And that's where probably the difference lies, where Pakistan was just not taking any chances outside the off stump, letting the balls go by. So under pressure, whenever you get a scoring opportunity, you jump onto that.
Dooley just described the scenario being more so New Zealand survival in this stage of the game. That's why Hassan Ali needs to keep it tight. Blundell, who will accept the opportunity, make it tough out there.
And it might sound a bit silly to those folk at home. New Zealand are 3 down, they're 160 runs ahead, but the opportunity is there now for Pakistan to just maybe exert some pressure. If they could pick up these 7 wickets for 100 or less, then they put themselves right in with a chance of winning a test match. So just said, we don't know the situation with Daryl Mitchell. We know how difficult Abrar can be at times for tail enders.
Sensodyne sensitivity-free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth.
A little bit of room, but can't get that one through. 123 for 3. Easy one for Nicholls to get underway.
JB.
He likes bowling to right-handers. Interesting little contest here. You can hear the Pakistan fielders around the bat getting a bit more chirpier.
Tidy single from the over, 124 for 3. A new partnership is trying to develop here. New Zealand lost back-to-back wickets. Williamson and Tom Latham going with the score at 114 and giving Pakistan just a little boost of energy. Oh, it's bounced and then gone down through the slips for 4.
Abdullah Shafiq in that slip cordon. He was to his left and well in front. A good shape here from Hassan Ali. And bounces well in front of him. Yeah, promising signs for Hassan. He's just had Nicholls drag out, hang his bat outside. With the ball moving away, with a hint of shape away now.
A little bit tidier there. Now, for those of you who have noticed the black armbands on New Zealand's shirts, lost a very influential figure in New Zealand cricket on Monday, Frank Cameron. Aged 90, passed away on Monday New Zealand time. So thoughts with the New Zealand cricket community and the family of Frank Cameron. 19 test matches for New Zealand, 62 wickets. Very influential, not only on the field though. Numbers were pretty good. The best figures came against Hanif Mohammed's Pakistan side at Eden Park. And there's some 10th wicket stands as well for Frank Cameron there with Bevan Congdon. But he was New Zealand selector for some time before he became convener of selectors as well, around about 1976, and oversaw a very successful era of New Zealand cricket through the Hadleys and Howarth, Coney, Bracewell, Cairns, Chatfield, Smith, through that era when New Zealand won a lot of test matches. This should be out, and is comfortable. Poor shot from Nicholls, and Pakistan are on the roll.
And it's Hassan Ali. It's his time to celebrate. He's banged the ball in short. And Nicholls, all he did manage was edging it straight to mid-on. Babar Azam stationed there. He's banged it in short. And he didn't get into any shape, trying to force it through the leg side. Got big on him. Babar Azam with a comfortable catch. Pakistan drilling into New Zealand here. He goes for 5. New Zealand 128 for 4.
Michael Bracewell is the new man out in the middle. Pakistan in with a real opportunity here. They've been brilliant. Wickets at 114, 114, 128. And Michael Bracewell has had a tough time of it so far in Pakistan. So they will feel like they've got a little sniff of hope here.
Yeah, a little more than that, because there are 3 wickets in this session already. And still no signs of Mitchell. Around a second slip and 2 gullies there. Hassan Ali has a wicket finally.
Oh, brilliant. Beautiful Yorker. Well kept out.
Yeah, it was a brilliant ball first up. Did well to play that. Excellent. See what a wicket can do to you as a bowler.
Oh, it's good. Really good. Just a little spring in the step of this Pakistan outfit now. 128 for 4.
Yeah, shorter length. He was trying to close the face of the bat a little early in that shot. Leading edge, and goes all the way to Babar Azam.
Well, you're always trying to figure out which Pakistan team shows up. And you just wonder, they've come out with the right attitude. People have been questioning the mindset or attitude, the strategies being employed with the way Babar and his team have been playing, and it almost feels like they start off on the back foot in aiming to look for a draw. Whether that's the case or not, but it has appeared to be that way. And you just feel today, since the start, there's been a spring in their step. They're proactive about making things happen. Edge didn't fall short. And it looks like they're aiming to win the game. Their strategies, their bowling changes, the bowlers have delivered to those plans. And after a very long time, they're not just in front, but well in control of the game as well.
Such an eventful session. First, there was a leg before opportunity. Pakistan didn't review it. Results show there was out. And then that brilliant catch, just opening the doors. And after that, in no time, 2 more wickets fall. And the game completely changes. 172 the lead at the moment. 6 wickets in hand. And 4 sessions to go after this.
Oh, a little bit of bounce. Is it high? Is it high? was certainly turning back in towards the off stump.
Bob, Sarfaraz has said it's higher up. He's even signaling that it's higher up, and he's just said something to Abrar. I'm sure you've picked up on the stump mic, very close there. But I think Sarfaraz is right, bouncing over the top.
What you do notice is that Racehorse struggles are continuing on 31 for 4. Certainly bounced. Was it outside the line as well? No, it was in line. Bounce, bounce over the top. Good decision, but better from Sarfaraz though, just to take some more control, which is what he hasn't done previously. He hasn't taken enough control for an experienced player, and they've wasted 2 reviews.
All 4 bowlers getting a wicket each.
I think Hassan Ali just playing up to the crowd a little bit there. Sarfaraz is having a laugh in the background.
He's on the floor, Sarfaraz. Hassan Ali's a character. He's a character and a half. He loves his game, and he doesn't miss out on opportunities to put a smile on people's faces. Quite an entertainer. A little dance step, a little wobble.
Oh, good work. Excellent work. Shan Masood is it in the covers. That will help as well.
It's amazing to see what a couple of wickets can do to a side. You're just out there in the sun, long hours, and now everyone's got a smile on their face. And the way they're fielding, backing their bowlers up, is extra bit of pace and spice also with the fast bowlers.
It comes also when you've been beaten up and you just find ways to lose games when you're in games. And that becomes a habit as well. You just need 1 or 2 moments to change that habit, to change that attitude, to be a little more aggressive.
It's also about willing to try things, willing to take some of those brave calls and decisions, whether they go your way or not, but back yourself. At least you've tried something to know better for next time.
That's another good Yorker.
Hassan Ali came into the bowling change, and it was important for him to continue the pressure. Well, he's done better than that. He's kept the pressure on. He's asked the right question, has broken through that partnership. Got Nichols out for not many, just the 5 to his name. And now he's getting the ball to tail back in.
Oh, he's done a good job. Hassan Ali at the moment into his 7th over, 1 for 18. Came back well, picked up the wicket of Henry Nichols. Good length, just taking the ball away. Again, on the back foot. This one full, just drawing Nichols forward. Slightly back of a length. It's not a shot that Henry Nichols will look back upon with fond memories whatsoever. Good bowling. That is a good shot. And that will race across this turf for a couple, possibly three. And we'll come back for a comfortable three.
You don't really see a bowler bowing down after taking a wicket. Usually after 5 where you do that. It's been a long time since he's got one in Test match cricket. I think July 22 was the last time, so almost half a year ago in Sri Lanka he got that wicket. And now a hard-earned wicket in the second innings.
Plan a miss. 134 for 4.
Three wickets in the session and it's all opened up. Start of the session, Scotty Cyrus and I discussing how many wickets Pakistan would want in the session to keep them interested or make them force a result. I said 4.
Every chance too. Michael Bracewell wouldn't have seen too many spinners like Abrar in his time. And he's still trying to pick him out of the hand. So Pakistan, if they can get the right batsman at the right end, I think there's a good opportunity that you'll get your wish. A lot rests now on Blundell's shoulders.
Mentioned Bracewell.
Only one.
Nicely timed leg side. Come back for 2. Naseem Shah gives chase. Now Blundell needs to make sure that he gets the runs flowing. Also, it's a matter of time now. You also want to be batting after tea and a bit more. Oh, he tries going down the ground. Inside edge.
Blundell likes to use his feet, likes to come down the pitch and try to dominate the spinners. On that occasion, ball spinning back and getting the inside edge. Very lucky that it didn't get beaten. Could have easily gone on to the stumps, or maybe opportunity for Sarfraz for stumping. What a turnaround.
Oh, he's not picking him, not picking him. Bracewell has fallen to Abrar all 3 times.
Well, at the moment, Bracewell looks like a walking wicket for Abrar because he's not really picking him at all.
Beaten again. How close is that? Well, somehow survives. 137 for 4. Suddenly Abrar getting bounce. Yeah, Bracewell not picking up Brar. Brar now just is in the game all the time when Bracewell is facing.
Pushing the fielders back, Babar Azam. It looks like every delivery has got something going to happen. Well, if you can't read it from the hand, you've got to really watch the ball closely, which way is sort of spinning. And at the moment, Bracewell seems like that he's trying to pick him from the hand.
Full. But there is protection. Just be the single sound. Bracewell.
I was watching with interest in that last over when Simon Doull was talking about the lead up to the dismissal of Henry Nicholls. Just take a look at this actual wicket ball. And the thing that stuck out to me is watch how late he actually starts playing the shot. The ball had pitched, so it's halfway down. In fact, it's further than halfway down. And that is why I think he got himself into a tangle. It was a last-minute decision. And when you have 0.5, 0.6 of a second only to see the ball and hit the ball at the best of times, if it's 60, 70% all the way down at you before you even start playing your shot, then you're in big trouble. You don't often see a batsman try and make that decision as late as that.
Yeah, he got cramped, isn't it? He couldn't really free his arms. Couldn't really sort of stretch his arms to get the hold of that delivery.
Oh, reverse swing carries to the keeper.
Very pleasing to see Hassan Ali back in good rhythm. Hitting the length right and moving the ball away from the left-hander. On the roll. The energy going in the ball is much better than what we saw in the first inning.
New Zealand fans would have seen a lot of Michael Bracewell. He's actually a talented batsman. I know he's playing and missing a lot at the moment. But it just looks like to me he's a batsman who feels in his own mind he's under pressure. He's had a few low scores in a row. And he's not playing with the freedom that we normally see. And sure, look, let's be fair. We have no spinners in New Zealand like Brar, who have that ability to bowl the carom ball along with the mixture of googlies, the odd leg spinner as well. So he's trying to feel around at the moment against Brar in terms of reading him out of the hand. Just with those three styles of delivery that he has.
Scotty, to be fair, this is the first time Pakistan have had a spinner like Brar. You call him a mystery spinner or you call him a finger spinner. And both the carom ball, the googly and the off spinner. Never before have Pakistan had a spinner like him.
I think it's a good advantage then that Sarfraz, his first-class teammate, is the keeper to him. There's nothing worse when you have a spinner who has all the tricks in the bag to then have a wicketkeeper who can't pick him either.
Round the wicket. Straightens it up. Defense. 138 for 4. Brar to continue. Blundell on strike. Now Blundell, he likes taking the spinners down by using his feet. Goes back into the offside. Just that one boundary rider on the offside.
Tom Blundell's using his feet quite nicely in the last over. He stepped out, but that was the dismissal. He does like playing, in particular, the spinners off the back foot. Kept incredibly low, but he's shown that that isn't stopping him from the same technique. And I thought that was a feature of Pakistan's batsmen. They were happy to get right back deep in their crease, play the ball with a vertical bat, and then, of course, get forward as Blundell did there. Change that length up for the bowler.
Still no single, so this over, Bracewell will just sit on the non-strikers then. Turned away, be a single to end the over. 139 for 4.
Not only have Pakistan picked up 3 wickets in this session so far, but they have squeezed the scoring rate also. It all started with one good catch. Ibra taking that beautiful catch with his left hand to get rid of Latham. And straight away after that, Williamson getting LBW off Bra.
The lead 180. Short ball pulled away. There is protection to just a single.
I think Hassan will be happy to give away a single and look to attack Bracewell, because Bracewell not only struggling against a spinner Broad, but also having issues ball going across him. He just Hassan bowled one delivery in the previous over from round the wicket. Is going back over the wicket to Bracewell. 2 slips, kind of second and fourth. I mean, there's a big gap between the slips, and then there is gully there. They're all trying to cover that region.
Yeah, he's not picked him at all. That one trying to turn it leg side, leading edge. This one, well, to be fair, it was run chase. And this one turning back in, he's missed that by quite a distance, so he's not completely in sync with what Abrar is bowling at him.
And it's the mode of those 3 dismissals which will be playing on the mind of Michael Bracewell.
Edge doesn't carry.
One of those trying with hard hands to turn the ball into the leg side, then being aggressive, stepping out of his crease, and then defensively getting in trouble as well. Now, I must say I feel a little empathy towards Michael Bracewell. These are the googlies that are going past the outside edge. I was playing when the Jantha Mendes came onto the scene, and he just dominated everybody. No one had really seen a bowler who could bowl the carom ball consistently. That was arguably their main delivery. In his case, he had the googly as well. Very similar, in fact, almost identical style of bowling to Abrar. Had the leg spinner, the off spinner as well, and would mix and match. Of course, it took us all a while to get used to this style of deliveries, watching the hand closely, trying to pick which was which. And in Michael Bracewell's case, you know, he's facing that style of bowler for the first time, and I get it. it's been a real struggle.
Well, they placed Abdullah Shafiq very close with the helmet on, and he's on his knees, standing there now. Not standing, but on his knees. And now there is discussion, how can they place a fielder who can take a catch? That one just went to the left of him. So they're trying. The ball shaping away from Bracewell.
Abrar used to come to High Performance Center as a net bowler a couple of years back, and used to bowl the similar delivery. It was very slow. The fingers were not strong enough. The shoulders were not strong enough. But went on and played a first-class season this year. And he bowled long spells, picked up 43 wickets in 7 games, and here we go. Into the test side and having a lot of success. 140 for 4.
Most of these plants first class is on the
Abrar allowing the single to Blundell down the ground. Shot that's done really well. Almost an opportunity, but yeah. It is the captain. It was short and wide, and for a moment you had the ball had gone through, and then Blundell was almost stranded halfway down the wicket.
It was brilliant fielding, wasn't it? There was an easy single there once the ball got away, but the confusion. You just wondered too whether Michael Bracewell, through his struggles, didn't really want to get down this end, but he has a lot of talent. He does particularly well in the white ball versions of the game.
Pens that off the back foot.
He's got an ODI 100 already. That was 127 off 82 balls. T20 domestic 100, 141 not out off 65 balls. So when we talk about Bazball, beautiful use of the feet down the ground. And I prefer that nice cricket shot, a little more aggressive. Don't let the bowler dictate to you.
Well, last couple of deliveries, once he went onto the back footer, this time he uses his feet. If it feels or it looks like that he's started reading him a little bit and started taking a little bit of risk. He's got hard hands. He hits it big. Once again, punches it to the cover.
Nice footwork too in the last couple of deliveries. I was just saying that a lot of talk about Bazball thinks you must be aggressive. That's what it is, but it's not. It's trying to take the pressure out of your own mind, saying go out there, play freely, show people the skills you possess. There's no question Michael Bracewell is a talented batsman, but you can just see he's under pressure. And when you're under pressure, you try to not make a mistake rather than perhaps go the other way and say, no, I'm a good player. I'm going to show you how good I am. And I think the last couple of deliveries, the way he stepped out of his crease and then was back deep in his crease with the punch off the back foot, it's really positive batting. And that's, you know, bowler might get you, but it's a positive way of playing the game. 146 for 4. aggressive doesn't mean slow. Like, hit that boundary, came down and just pressed the ball along the track. That's this best. Ball with T. Last 3 innings was that's supposed to be the second. So that.
Yeah, 187 the lead, but the match hangs in the balance. Pakistan will be thinking anything under 250 if they can bowl New Zealand out there in with a huge chance. And this session especially, the pressure has been exerted. Abrar one end, reverse swing the other end. New Zealand, well, they want a partnership just to calm things down. Hassan Ali round the wicket. Bit of reverse. Scotty, talk to me about this 11 sixes in a T20 game. Was it as big as this National Bank Cricket Arena?
Oh, it was bigger. It was bigger, Buzz. MCG comes to mind. In truth, it was at a place called Pukekura Park, which is in New Plymouth in New Zealand. It's hosted one-day internationals, one ODI, the 92 World Cup, and I have a feeling it was the first time ever 300 was chased down in an ODI. Might need to give Mazad an opportunity to check that out, whether I'm right with that. So it's a small ground. Yes. Well, you know how small Eden Park can be? It's smaller than that.
Another change in the field now, another one into the slips. There's 2 slips and a very close one, 5th slip, a gully round the wicket. Nicely played.
And it was, yes, the same ground. First time ever 300 was chased down in an ODI.
After that, you have to take a break and have Tapal tea in the Tapal Tea Lounge. The fans enjoy cricket with Pakistan's #1 tea.
I think you two need a cup of tea too, isn't it? Just calm down. Just relax.
Appeal from round the wicket. Alim Dar doesn't look interested now. Hassan Ali walks away. Not much discussion from round the wicket. I don't think that it's straightened. It's just gone with the angle, so maybe missing leg.
One thing is for sure, he's not going to take a review. He's only got one left. But very good bowling by Hassan, coming around the wicket and trying to create that angle, making that angle, bringing the ball back into towards the stumps. Just have a look if it had a little edge on it. Yeah, big edge on it. That's why it seemed that it's gone missing leg stump, but before that it got a thick inside edge onto the pad.
It's been a big difference, hasn't there, with the pace and his potency. After the wicket of Henry Nicholls, first delivery was a brilliant Yorker, 138 kilometres an hour. That's as quick as I think he's bowled in this match. He has been good, very good for Babar Azam.
Oh, almost. The outside edge. And it's just evaded Abdullah Shafiq with the helmet on. He's got down to the boundary for 4. Abdullah Shafiq looks around, but another boundary for New Zealand. 150 for 4.
Little change of action from Hassan Ali. And took the ball away from Bracewell, looking to drive. Yeah, excellent spell from Hassan Ali. Watch that change of action, looking to drive. Abdullah Shafiq was way too close to the bat, and very rare you will see someone catching there. Yes, you will get an opportunity that the ball will carry to you, but difficult one lesson till it comes straight at you. Excellent spell. Pakistan's been on top in this session. 26 overs, ball 74 for 3. It was all Naseem Shah, Abrar, and then Hassan who had done the damage.
Appeal now. Huge appeal. Abrar goes up anyway. Now this discussion with Sarfraz. Sarfraz looks around. Babar. He wants them to go back. Yeah, he's not going upstairs. He wants them to go back.
I thought initially Abrar didn't appeal for this at all, or he was late to the party. It was Sarfraz. I wonder if this backs me up. It's a good delivery. One of those carambol leg spinners that he bowls. Was close to the edge, that is for sure.
Something happened there as well. The reaction says that bottom edge. Reaction suggests there's a bottom edge. That one outside off, it stays slightly low. Yes, big edge. It's a difficult chance because that's a huge edge. And once you're standing up to the stumps, a big edge just needs to stick. This is a difficult one. It's quite a significant edge. And it's hit the gloves and popped out. This time he manages with that big lunge forward, but an opportunity, a difficult one, but it's just gone. He blocks, and that should be tea. A session that Pakistan got 3 wickets, and they'll go with belief as they go back to have a cuppa. New Zealand lead by 192, but it's been about reverse swing and Abrar's bowling. An opportunity at the back end, a difficult one. With Sarfraz, the ball edged through, a big edge. But Pakistan will be very happy in a session where they looked threatening, and they were threatening. 3 for 75. And then New Zealand go back to have their cups of tea. This test match is still wide open.
Well, at lunch, things were a lot brighter for New Zealand, and Pakistan came out with some plans, and it did work. Abrar was easily the pick of the bowlers. He not only bowled well, he caught well, a brilliant catch taken at square leg. And then Naseem Shah bowling quickly, bowling a great length, great lines. And most impressive, Hassan Ali, who followed Naseem Shah with a beautiful spell, and he picked up wicket of Nichols.
Latham 62, that catch from Abrar started things off. Williamson 41. Now it's up to Blundell to take New Zealand to some kind of safety. It's 151 for 4. New Zealand lead by 192. Naseem Shah, Mir Hamza, Abrar, even Hassan have been very good.
New Zealand started with one down. Mir Hamza just started the proceeding, and a couple of really good shots played by him. A little chance gone bagging. It was Babar who dropped that catch. A little tap down the third man, left them picking up his 50. And review not taken there. Abrar falling around the wicket. The ball was hitting the stump with 3 reds. Because they've burned their couple of reviews earlier, was not really sure. And then this is all when it started. Abrar catching with his left hand. Another beautiful delivery. There was a big appeal given out, the review taken. It was big gap between bat and ball. And then very next over, Abrar getting wicket of Williamson. And at one stage we all thought he might be on the hat-trick, but Blundell just edged one onto the pad, so that it was reversed. The review, a couple of good shots from Bracewell, and then this one. First wicket after a long time for Hassan Ali, picking Nicholls. Bowled an excellent spell. And that was the last over when there was an edge and couldn't really hold on to Sarfraz. So the match summary: New Zealand 449 in the first inning, Pakistan little behind 408, New Zealand 151 for 4. So the lead 192 runs. This game is wide open now. Time for some tea, so we all take a break. Come back soon.
that's the catch that opened the gates for Pakistan, and they got their foot in the match. Abrar taking that catch to dismiss Latham. And then there was no looking back. Pakistan got a couple of more wickets in the session and have brought it down to 151 for 4 New Zealand in their second innings. The lead right now 192, and that is how the game looks at tea on day 4. Hello and welcome to Inveric Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I'm Sikandar with you. It's been an eventful session for Pakistan, and they've grabbed some wickets, also have slowed down the run rate. New Zealand are now trying to fight it out. So that changes everything from what we've seen in the past 3-4 sessions in the game. Got Uruj Mumtaz Bazid Khan alongside me. We'll start with you, Uruj. The session, this one between lunch and tea, has gone Pakistan's way, and that changes a lot of things in the test match. Probably a little bit in favor of Pakistan.
Absolutely. Spoke to you at the beginning of the day, where there was talk about how far New Zealand was going to get. But it was also a case of Pakistan eyeing this as an opportunity, and if they can sort of break that opening 3 open, which they've done, and Abrar into the action for both those wickets, with that vulnerable middle order, Pakistan definitely ahead in the game at the moment.
Yeah, 156 was somewhere around that. That was the lead when Pakistan got that 4th wicket. After that, this partnership is looking good. Every run counts here, Bazid. How do you read this for Pakistan? Are they in with a chance, or it's still New Zealand?
I think it's wide open. I think it's really wide open, because anything under 250, you think Pakistan favourites. It all depends on how Bracewell plays. Bracewell, last 5 minutes or so, last 3 minutes or so, I think he's picking Abrar better. When he came out, he wasn't picking Abrar at all. Now, how far this partnership goes, that remains to be seen. But what that session has done, normally this lunch to tea session has averaged 2 wickets through sort of 5 test matches here in Karachi, and now we got 3 wickets, and suddenly it's all turned around. Yeah, the catch, they needed something. I sat here yesterday and was saying that the game needs a collapse. We've got a mini collapse. Can that be a huge collapse, which will push it towards a result?
Still, with Pakistan trying to grab wickets, they'll have one eye onto that lead, where it's heading from 156 to 192 right now, and they don't want this to slip away to anything more than 250.
Yes, and they've also got Daryl Mitchell to contend with. Now, how he's feeling and when he hasn't come out to bat yet. Yes, he's made his way to the stadium, didn't travel with the team in the morning. That'll be, again, a big wicket to get through. And don't forget, the first innings, Ish Sodhi, first test, he could bat. Ijaz Patel, Henry put up a show towards the back end. So Pakistan do have their work cut out, but they've been so disciplined, and they've reaped the results of that. And I think that is something that can provide Pakistan that further encouragement going into the final session here, and they break this partnership open. Whether Mitchell comes out or not, later on the day we've seen the ball reversing, and Naseem Shah, Hassan Ali, both were exceptional.
Okay, time for us to get some predictions from the guest. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. Okay, so we'll start with Bazid Khan. At lunch show, Simon Dole said that maybe New Zealand would give Pakistan an opportunity around an hour or half an hour before the game. Does that change now?
If they get to that, I believe it might change slightly, because they won't have enough runs. I think Pakistan will think that they have things under control, and they'll want to force themselves onto the game and make sure that everything goes from them. New Zealand don't get to a position where they need to make a decision. What the wickets have also done is that they've slowed it down, and now New Zealand, if they want to declare, they'll have to declare later on in the game.
Okay, and talk to Ruj. When you look at Pakistan and their perspective, I'm talking about your prediction only. How much or how many runs do you feel would Pakistan say we're in with a chance, and anything more than that you say no?
Well, I think anything over 250 will be slightly pushing it. But I think anything around that mark, Pakistan should and probably will look to chase.
All right, there goes the predictions. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. Well, a quick one. I mean, not related to this match. Pakistan, as we speak, is announcing their one-day squad. Anyone you'd like to see? Any name that comes to your mind you'd probably want to see apart from those who are already playing here?
The one name that I've seen in the Proverbs is Sanullah, who's quite sharp and he's quite tall and hits the deck hard. That's one bowler I would like to see come up the ranks. I don't know if he's ready yet, but he's certainly got pace and bounce, and that's what Pakistan sort of thrives on. The difference with him is that he's quite tall, so he'll get extra bounce.
Any name that you have on your mind?
I'm just wondering of how many they will announce.
Could be anything.
That's a number that I'm looking for.
But anyone?
19, 20. I'm not quite sure. I don't know who all is in the domestic circuit which they are eyeing on in terms of team combination, and whether they play or not will be a story.
Okay. Final session is all set and ready. Let's see what happens. This test match is getting exciting, and I hope you are glued to your TV sets. Enjoy.
Tea on day 2, well, test number 2, day 4. New Zealand 151 for 4 here at the National Bank Cricket Arena. It's KFC presents Duffer News Pakistan Test Series. Winner of this match will win the series as well, because that first test was drawn here at the same ground. As it stands, New Zealand are in front. They have 192 runs to the good, and it was on the back of that partnership between Tom Latham and Kane Williamson. It was worth 109 after the early loss of Devon Conway. Nichols didn't trouble the scorers too much, and this partnership just getting going, currently with 23. Pakistan bowlers have been very good, particularly in that second session. They picked up the 3 wickets. Hamza, the early scalp of Devon Conway, and an increase in pace from Hassan Ali saw him trouble the batsman all the way through and get some reward with the wicket of Henry Nichols. Nazim Shah, as always, was potent himself. First man to go was Devon Conway, caught on the crease, a beautiful delivery, just nipping back his first delivery, and exactly what Pakistan needed. Stunning catch from Ibra as well. Tom Latham had looked solid, 62 for him, and not long after, former captain Kane Williamson judged LBW with the ball across the line, and a bit of a nothing shot from Henry Nichols. And that after a good 4 or 5 overs of pressure from Hassan Ali. Umpires are already out in the middle as we get ready for the final session, with New Zealand 151 for 4. They did carry a 41-run lead, and therefore they have extended that to 192. And a big session looming. New Zealand, if they can bat well, will get up around that 250, 280 run lead and put some pressure on Pakistan tomorrow. However, if Pakistan can pick up another couple of wickets, Daryl Mitchell hasn't featured yet, he is ill. And they may end up just chasing around that 230 mark, which will be a huge victory for the bowlers if they can manage it.
Yeah, Pakistan would love that 250, 260 mark. I think that will be their target. Doesn't really matter when. They keep things tight and just keep chipping away. They've created some opportunities. Break through this partnership. Daryl Mitchell will fight, but if he's not feeling well or not feeling 100%, it is never that easy either. And then you're into the lower order. A couple of which are capable, and we've seen that already through this test series. Ishodi with a half-century in the first test, and Matt Henry and Ajaz Patel in the first innings of this test as well.
Might be time for a quick burst as well from someone like Naseem Shah. Hassan Ali, I thought was exceptional leading into that tea break. If they can get one early, just as you mentioned, Simon Doull, a real opportunity and chance for Pakistan to take control. I still believe it's a good batting surface. Anything around 250, I think Pakistan will be pleased with. It will be the left armour by the looks, though, Mir Hamza. You like that decision?
Yeah, I think the spell will have to be on point to keep that pressure on with the left arm angle that he does provide. He bowled an excellent spell up front. And Hassan Ali, you mentioned, did an excellent job containing that pressure that Naseem Shah had built up. So all 3 seamers for Pakistan have done their job. And now with Daryl Mitchell unsure of when he does come out and how he's feeling. Yes, New Zealand and their tail can show they can put up a fight and they can get behind the ball and score those runs, but in a situation where they are 192, they'd probably want to add, if nothing, then at least another 70, 80, 275, anything beyond. And for that, they'll need for this partnership to continue. So for Mir Hamza to the right-hander, a good angle for him.
And on the point boundary as well for any width. Couple of catches in place, slip gully, short cover as well. So still a good opportunity for Babar Azam to put some pressure on the infield. Michael Bracewell's had an indifferent series with the bat. He won't have seen a lot of reverse swing bowling either. Doesn't tend to happen in New Zealand much. Good call. That's the gap where the point would feel. He will get the ball to reverse in both directions, but he's also the slowest of the three. And at 128, that's a nice pace for the batsmen to get themselves set back in. After a break, you do have an advantage as a bowling side straight after a lunch or tea break. Start of the day's play as batsmen are looking to re-establish themselves. That's why I think, unless there's an injury to Nazim Shah, I'm a little surprised he hasn't started up.
Fancy footwork has saved Bracewell there. Doesn't get too far forward either. It's more playing from where he is at the crease. His bottom edge and the left boot. Oh, doing the trick there.
He's a big man too, but he's getting caught on the crease a lot. It's not through the pace of the bowler. It's that tentativeness again. Wouldn't be a bad option just to come out of his crease by a metre. It's not going to blow him away with speed. Another look at this, just caught on the crease, bottom of the bat, comes off the pad. Yeah, good footwork. Normally the worry is, isn't it, when you do take your guard a metre or a foot or 2 feet out of your crease, is the short ball can hurry you up. But that isn't going to happen on this surface. It's only going to get up to his waist. Take a single to finish the over. 153 for 4.
Yeah, Hassan Ali wasn't on the field for that first over. He's only just come on the field now. And running a little bit gingerly, I must say. Bowled 6 overs on the bounce prior to tea. But I thought they would have started up with Naseem from one end. You always run like that, Marouche.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's more him than anything else. He looks absolutely all right. And so does Naseem Shah, who's also come out with the team after tea, so he's not injured.
Oh, that was past the fieldsman quickly. No one there that will run away for a boundary.
He's actually gone the wrong way here. Gone to his right, and the ball actually went to his left. Watch him move. This is a great angle. Watch him move. Moved away to his right. If he'd stayed there, half a chance.
Also, not just a move, an entire skip towards the right. Normally, you just sort of open your stance, take the right foot, but if you just have a look at what Shan has done, it's almost a skip with both his legs, which has further taken his weight to the right, away from the ball. Difficult to make that adjustment, especially in such close quarters.
Oh, it's got to be close. That has to be close. Alex Wolf has been under pressure.
Yeah, probably outside the off stump is what Babar also thinks. Don't think he's going to take this.
That was a good shout. The unsure sweep. Impact. Impact just outside maybe. Remain umpire's call.
We're slightly off centre here, so sometimes it's hard to get the exact line. But that was the communication over the stump mic. Outside off.
Where did the impact occur? Umpire's call.
It's a good decision. Umpire Alex Wharf. That is through the leg side and will be too quick for Hassan Ali. Second boundary of the over. New Zealand's lead goes above 200.
How's that for timing? More of a casual lean into the ball, but he's timed that really well. There was a man stationed not too far away. Hassan Ali on the boundary had to make a few yards. The ball really well timed on that occasion.
.161 for 4.
हो गई आगा हो गई
202 is the lead for New Zealand. That'll be a little psychological moment, getting the 2 as the first number. Partnership worth 33. And Michael Bracewell's just starting to, well, certainly to the leg spinner or the Karen ball, looking a little more assured. It's that googly outside off that has posed a problem. Fine down the leg side. Was it thigh pad? It will be a boundary. No, it's off the bat.
Yeah, just staying in line a little too straight, Mir Hamza. Yeah, Blundell. Umpire just gets a bat on that for 4. And the umpire is absolutely right.
The KFC bucket challenge. All you have to do is flip the KFC bucket and wear it on your head as fast as you can. And the winner will get KFC finger-licking good prizes. That was a pretty good effort. Last over, we saw Michael Bracewell play a nice stroke of a bra through the leg side for 4. It was well timed, but that was almost a carbon copy, a little bit more towards off stump. So you notice the flick of the wrists. If he doesn't get the length right, then it's a really risky stroke. That dismissal looked a little untidy in the first Test match. The battle will continue next time. Bracewell will be on strike. 165 for 4. One for 59 for Abra. Man under the lid. Notice that leg slip after the possible chance in the last over has just come a fraction finer. This is the chance we were talking about. Just that step wider, and he's quite tall too. He's quite upright, and one thing we know on the surface is that the ball's not bouncing a lot, and I think he can afford Shan Masood to be just that fraction lower. Expect the catch around the knees and below.
I don't mind for Babar to allow Blundell to take the single because Abrar definitely has the top hand when he's bowling to Bracewell. Yes, he's got long off halfway back. Maybe just give him the single and let Abrar have a crack at Bracewell.
Single to finish the over. 168 before.
Well, just a little look at this Sarfaraz and Blundell on opposite sides here, one with the bat and one with the gloves, and on the left it's Blundell with the bat, Sarfaraz with the gloves, and on the right the opposite way around. Hawkeye have been doing some great work. Just have a look at Tom Blundell's head compared to his gloves, compared to Sarfaraz's head compared to his gloves, and how he can stay down and move. Sarfaraz's bottom, or his backside, all his weight's back. No keeping expert, but I would imagine that Blundell's movement would be slightly easier with his balance slightly more central to his body. Now, the one on the left of screen was Tom Blundell taking the catch off Sarfaraz. And the one on the right is Sarfaraz dropping the under edge. They were both under edges. They both stayed quite low. But it was a great illustration of how much Sarfaraz's weight was further back. And Blundell, because you talked about the head position with the batting yesterday, Aruj, in your little masterclass. And the head was quite heavy. So you just have a look at the position of the gloves compared to the head of Blundell. And look at Sarfaraz, he pushes back off the gloves almost, and the weight all goes backwards. Looks like he stays lower, but he can't get his head towards the ball because his weight's all back on the heels, whereas Blundell's on his toes.
Hence why the one of the key fundamentals is your balance, but the position of the head. And because, like you mentioned, Blundell, because he's more balanced, he's got more control over the core, his weight goes with his head because of that balanced base that he has, and his hands can follow. And in Sarfaraz's case, because the weight is hanging back and because he doesn't have that balanced base with his feet, his head doesn't follow his gloves.
The other part of that too is, as you talk about the head with batting also affects your footwork. And when you look at Sarfaraz, he doesn't move his feet barely at all, whereas Tom Blundell, with the better position, takes the big step with the right foot to be able to cover the spin. Whereas Sarfaraz just simply opens his foot up. So two, again, different techniques. I don't think Sarfaraz could have taken the step Blundell did because his body position was back. Oh, I'm with you. I'm no keeping expert either. I know there's a letter system, the K technique, for example. There's another couple that keepers tend to implement, and they can be different. You see the different techniques used on the bouncier surface in Australia than what we would see here, or the swinging ball of the Duke in England.
And let's not forget Sarfaraz had a terrific career, and he's been brilliant with the bat in this comeback as well. He's been superb. I guess probably some in Pakistan feel that Rizwan's a tidier keeper at this point in his career. And Sarfaraz's batting has been one of the differences in this test series. He's been superb. It's a bit of a toss-up, isn't it, as to where you look. It's good work from our team downstairs to spot the differences.
And that's where the great Adam Gilchrist comes into play, because my own personal view is that great players change the role of what they do, and that's exactly what Gilchrist did for wicketkeepers. This question is now posed because of the batting prowess that he had and the way he was able to change games with that batting at number 7. And most teams want to have a very good batting wicketkeeper in that number 7 position, otherwise your tail is incredibly long. And that's not to suggest Rizwan can't bat, because we know that to be the case. The dilemma for selectors, 168 for 4.
Take your time on the 8. Abroad. Abroad. Spend a good time.
Yeah, time for some garam chai to start the day. If you're working night shift, the Pal Tea Lounge. Over mid-on. That is a good use of the feet. Another boundary. This time for Blundell.
Yep. He's been the enforcer. He's been the one who's come down the track and looked for runs. Every now and then you've tossed the ball up. He's had absolutely no problem in using his feet. Gets the better off of his bat with mid on up in the circle.
Oh, dropped. Good, quicker delivery. Blundell survives. A bit of luck for New Zealand. Abra with a beautiful delivery to end the over, 173 for 4.
Oh, it's gone quickly. It's hit the hands very hard. It was a terrific delivery. Quicker, and it's just turned enough, gone past the knee of Sarfraz, and it has hit the left hand of Salman. Chance goes a begging. It's tough because it's flowing quickly and he's quite close.
Well, it was at the moment that Pakistan needed to try and get New Zealand out quickly. It was the change of pace that was clever. Look at the foot movement, so good from Blundell so far. Just caught. Wasn't forward, wasn't back. And that's the reason for the edge. It was a bit of a hurried stroke. And in some ways, the fact that he went so hard at the ball saved him. It wasn't the defensive prod. Wants a couple and should make it easy.
It's now come to a point where you just wonder why Naseem Shah hasn't been thrown the ball. We've spoken about this throughout the series. You start off with your best possible options, and clearly Naseem Shah has been the best possible option in terms of either applying pressure, keeping it tight, and getting the breakthrough with the ball reversing. I reckon he should be into the attack soon.
The other reason why I'd bring Naseem Shah on immediately is because in this test match, the first innings for both teams, the ball had to be replaced around that 65 to 68 range. So this will be, if it's anything similar, will be the time when it's reverse swinging the most. And before you get to that point where the ball has changed and we tended to lose the reverse swing from the ball, you want your best bowler to be able to maximise these conditions. Wants two more, Blundell.
And also with reverse swing, especially in conditions here where the bowlers are not quick enough and the surfaces don't offer, it's the pace that is the difference with the reverse swing. And that's why Naseem Shah is probably the most potent option available to Babar Azam, with his difference in pace, bowling at around the 140, 141, clocking up to maybe even 143 at times. It's the pace that makes the difference for Naseem Shah.
We just saw Baba indicate, I think it was in Naseem Shah's direction, to warm up. Not moving much though, is he?
Outside edge this time. No slips in place. 50 partnership between Bracewell and Blundell.
It's another one that flies through the slips. Flies through the slips. Cordon, which is vacant. It would have been an absolutely lovely catching height. Mir Hamza continues in anguish. New Zealand, well, 53 now between the two of them, Blundell and Bracewell.
No!
181 for 4.
Thank you, boys.
Oh, you're never mind. Keep going here, boys. Keep going here, boys. कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं.
.222 the lead. This partnership 53 of 98. Just going in the right direction for New Zealand. Pakistan had opportunity. Had a great session from lunch to tea. After tea, it's been slightly iffy. And as New Zealand progress, as they get to that 250, I think the steam out of Pakistan's attack would just lessen. But still opportunity. You wanted two. Shan Masood made sure that there's only one. Pakistan did have a couple of chances, and that could have changed the game. Abrar to Blundell, the edge. Sarfraz grasped it. This one slightly easier, I would think. Went quickly to slip, but you expect those. Salman Agha grasping that. And Blundell just gets another singles now on to 42.
And they've done good recovery, 55 this partnership, and this session they've been quicker. 4.2 is the way they're scoring in this final session. And when they were under pressure, they were still not losing out on the scoring opportunities.
Googly hits the back leg. Inquiry, but even Abrar just walks away.
Well, the delivery which goes away from Bracewell, that's where he struggled the most, we've seen. And from round the wicket, there you go. Again, he was comfortable when the ball was coming in. He was nudging it away for one. Hit a boundary also off the ball coming in, but every time Abrar has bowled that googly, troubled Bracewell.
Oh, stays low, but he's hit it leg side. He'll get another single. New Zealand now lead by 2-5. The opportunity after tea. The chance created by Abrar, slightly quicker delivery. The outside edge, but he was late on it and he was quite upright standing at first slip. Yunus adamant that when the ball was approaching him, even after the outside edge, even with that outside edge, and when Blundell's nicked it. The position of Salman is very upright. When he's standing at slip, as he nicks it, he's very, very upright. Now has to move down. Now, it's gone quickly. But as Waqar Younis will point out, it's easier going from a low position to a higher position, much more difficult to go from a higher position to a lower position in terms of catching.
It's normally Babar Azam who's in the slip. Salman Agha, a very rare occasion that we've seen him in the slip, especially when the spinners are on. And I totally agree with you, Vaz. You know, when the ball is in the air, you've got to get into position, and I don't think he was in a very good position. Especially when you're playing on a surface where the ball keeps low. And also remember, Blundell was looking to play that shot toward cover, and he opened the face of the blade. Just going back, opening the blade, looking to go through cover. It should have been a regulation catch. I know it goes quickly, but that catch should have been taken. The height was good, just because he was really upright. He was not ready, or got ready a little late. Good timing on that. A little bit risky from Bracewell playing that shot, because the ball was coming in and he played all around the pad. You miss that ball, you'll be walking back.
He turns it off the stumps. It's a good thing that he got pat on it. That's why Mir Hamza thought he was in business. Getting the ball to just reverse a touch, and the one that's coming back in. It's now a couple of times where Bracewell has been trying to just flick it away leg side.
What are the other options? Pakistan usually have Babar and slip. In this 11, don't see anyone else who's a regular in that position.
The last few test matches, we never needed slips. The pitches were so slow, hardly carried. And the spinners were operating most of the time. So it was Babar. The odd time you'll have maybe Salman Agha in the gully, but very rare occasion. Shan Masood can just go in there, got good hands.
.186 for 4. Now the other thing to watch out for is when do New Zealand feel that they're now in control into the leg side, just be a single. When do they feel that yes, now it's okay, now you can actually step on the gas and take a few more risks. Lead is 228.
I guess this is the time. 228 on the board, 6 wickets in hand, still to come. Daryl Mitchell. And don't forget the later order batsmen, they have been in good form also, so they are probably in a situation where they can go hard maybe next 10 overs.
The reverse sweep, but not great connection, just a single. Is an overthrow? No, there's not.
To get 10 wickets in, even in the last inning, it is not going to be easy. This pitch doesn't really shown that batting is that difficult. Apart from odd delivery, keeps low. With this Kookaburra cricket ball, it gets soft very quickly. Another surprising element for me was straight after tea why this man didn't bowl.
189 for 4. Well, it is Naseem Shah. Walking out. The spot that he's going to land on. He bowled really well throughout the test match. He's been the most threatening of the paces that Pakistan have had in this test match.
Things are moving really slow. Still 25 overs remaining, and the way things are moving out there, the umpires have to really push them. Otherwise, you're going to lose out a few more overs today.
Yeah, so the foot marks now. The hammers come out. Just Naseem Shah doing the hard work himself. Doesn't trust the curator at all. He wants to do it himself, and he's making sure that takes his time.
While he's doing his interesting point you make, Waqar, that how many sessions would New Zealand give their bowlers to bowl Pakistan out? Bowled 133 overs at them when Pakistan batted the first innings to bowl them out. Even if you slash not half, a little more than half, then you still need 3 sessions, 3 full sessions. So do they go by what Simon Doull said, half an hour today? 230 already, 25 overs to go.
Well, if they want to give Pakistan half an hour to bat, so they only got maybe an hour to bat. That's roughly the way they're moving. It's about 13 overs, maybe 14 overs. That's all you're going to get. So far, 10 overs been bowled, 38 runs scored. So things are moving very, very slowly. I think it's umpire's job to push them, because you don't want to lose more overs. So we already lost, what, 5 overs yesterday?
sensitivity-free moment, because life's too short for sensitive teeth. A couple of slips and a gully. It's also protection leg side with the mid-wicket. Under 44 not out. Does he feel that this is a chance? Forward defensive. Who will make the first move?
Against Naseem, I think if they want to score runs, they have to take a little bit of risk, because the length is hitting. If you're standing in the crease, it is going to be tough to get runs off him. So either you got to come out of your crease, or you got to do something different, because he's been right on the money. He's not really moving from there, that length which is required.
Wants a quick single. It is a good run.
एहसन भाई अस्सलाम वालेकुम ठीक है साहब मजे में है
It's just saying hello to the third umpire, I guess. Not saying hello to us.
Yeah, never says hello to us. It's Ehsan Raza. Ehsan Raza should also say hello to him, because he asked if he was good. There's no sort of communication back, is there? He could relay the message to Aleem Dar, and he could relay it back to Hassan.
I don't think Booney's going to like that.
Oh no, when the decisions are referred, he is on the PA system, so you can actually say hello back to him.
He's a happy, jolly boy. Selection committee has been really busy. I guess they must have had a meeting with Babar last night. It's tough, isn't it? In between the test match, you have to meet the selectors in the evening to select other sides.
That's gone, skewed outside half off the bat, but it'll fetch Bracewell a boundary.
Yeah. A tiny bit of room there for Bracewell to just look to drive. I don't think he was in control. Got the bottom part of the bat, and it just went through the gully region. Pakistan playing 3 one-days straight after this. And with all these meetings around with the chief selector Shahid Afridi, Babar's been very busy. And they managed to announce a 16-member squad for those 3 one-day matches. And we'll show you the players who's been selected.
.194 for 4. Yeah, it's a very quick turnover, 2 days, and then we're into the ODIs. They come thick and fast. all in the same venue, National Bank Cricket Arena. Now 16-member squad announced. Couple of new faces. Tayyib Tahir, Kamran Ghulam, and Usama Mir in the squad. Fakhr Zaman, Imam ul Haq, Rizwan, Shan Masood, Haris Sohail. Salman Agha is also in that ODI squad. Usama Mir, leg spinner, in the squad because Shadab has hurt his finger while playing BBL, and that means that the leg spinner has done well in the recently concluded Pakistan Cup. Gets his chance. Bit of turn. A couple of names that, well, one name that sticks out that hasn't been selected is Mohammad Haris. Haris is a very dynamic wicket keeper, and his progress through white ball has been pretty good, and you would have thought that he would be in and around the squad. I think he just missed out.
And also, Baz, there's been a lot of talk about the strike rates. This is the New Zealand squad for the ODIs. Kevin Conway, Finn Allen, Tom Latham, the usual suspects, Glenn Phillips, Nichols, Daryl Mitchell, Bracewell. A very fine squad. It's more or less a similar squad what they had in T20 World Cup. Loki Ferguson, Tekna, Ish Sodhi, Matt Henry. Henry Shipley on it. Henry Shipley, that's a new name for me. He's an all-rounder.
Reverse sweep brought out. Be a couple of runs, so New Zealand now lead by 239. Lots of discussions in terms of what the field should be like, and maybe just trying to slow the game down. Hassan Ali now having a chat with Babar Azam. Naseem Shah also. Aleem Dar just glances back. Maybe a little word to get on with it. Aleem Dar still looking at Naseem Shah. Naseem Shah bowling round the wicket. And as he settles the change in field, a deep square leg and a short mid-wicket in place now. The slip taken out and more protection leg side.
Well, Baz, that clearly indicates that Pakistan is not really interested in this game anymore. Because if you want to win this game, you've got to move quickly. You've got to get in your overs, try to get wickets. Moving really, really slowly and changing the field at the wrong time when the ball is ready. No ball's been called for the sideline, no ball. It's the back foot we need to check if that has cut that line, that means it will be a no ball. Front foot is fine. If it is cutting that line, that foot matters most. If that has touched, that's a no ball. Yeah, very good judgment. It's a good check by Aleem Dar. Normally it's up to the third umpire who makes no ball decisions.
Not a single that time around. Now, going back to that ODI squad, any players that you'd like to mention, or players that you'd wanted in the squad, or somebody that you think should have been rested or something like that? Or are you happy with the selection?
Look, I just want to be careful with the few players. Naseem Shah, I would really watch out that, you know, it's back-to-back games. There's only 1 day gap between them, so I wouldn't play him all three, even if I have to. He's already carrying a shoulder problem or shoulder issues. So I'll be a little careful. And good to see some new faces. Kamran Ghulam, Tayyib Tahir, who scored 573 runs in this Pakistan Cup with the average of 47. And as I was talking earlier about the strike rates, none of these guys have the strike rates which the world cricket go on nowadays. So that is the only part which is missing. They all hovers around 100 run strike rate. Kamran Ghulam strike rate is 101. Tayyib's 99. Osama has been bowling well. He's got 28 wickets in Pakistan Cup with the average of 17.96. That's a good average. There's Kamran Ghulam, you just saw in the picture.
Into the leg side, he wants to just those singles. Sikandar, you followed a lot of domestic cricket. Any name that you think should have been included? And here we go. Sit on the fence, Sikandar. Yeah.
I wanted to ask you guys, would you have given Abrar the white
I'm
ball?
asking you.
First, I don't know why you say I've been following domestic. I didn't do anything in domestic cricket.
I followed domestic cricket last year. No?
Apart from national T20, I didn't do anything. But yes, there are a few names who have been in the circuit for a while.
Well, he gets a single. He'll get his 9th 50 and Blundell an important innings. Again, New Zealand were a spot of bother when he came in, and the importance of the innings is that he's made sure that now New Zealand hold all the cards.
A decent strike rate. Tom Blundell has been given a couple of chances by the Pakistani fielders.
.203 for 4.
He's done. Done with this team.
Yeah, Blundell brought up his 50 in the previous over. 31 to Bracewell. New Zealand 203 for 4, and they now lead by 244 runs. 128 is when the 4th wicket went down. "75 runs have now been added. And there was a period where you thought that Bracewell was in with was in with a chance against Bracewell, and he has managed to play him out of the attack. A lovely shot, nicely timed.
It's got to the stage, I think, where New Zealand will be working out their sums, trying to work out what number of runs they will need. In a perfect world, they will want to bowl tonight. I would suggest they're 245 in front, still 21 overs to go. And if they say wanted six overs maybe, they need to score at probably 5 or 6 runs and over from here. Or 4 overs, let's say, 70 more runs, 60 more runs. I think somewhere around that 280 to 300 would be ideal.
I think they'll be very happy with anything north of 300. Only once has a 300 plus score been chased, and that also is in Karachi.
No.
204 for 4. Third over into a spell now, Naseem Shah. 2 men on the leg side boundary, deep fine, deep backward square, also fine. Yeah, coming back to his 50. He's played well. Happy to hit the ball when it was on the full. Also off the back foot, and some really nicely timed strokes. An aggressive option is always on the cards when he's around, and happy to use his feet. Back-to-back 50s in this test match for Tom Blundell. Here's a Duffer News fact about Tom Blundell. He is the first New Zealand wicket-keeper batter to score 50 in each innings in a test in the subcontinent. Yeah, big boots to fill in BJ Watling, who's held that position behind the stumps for New Zealand for a long time. And Tom Blundell has filled those boots quite nicely.
I guess closest to that was Warren Lees, who I know Simon Dall mentioned in the first test. 152 and 46 as the wicketkeeper for New Zealand in 1976. It was here in Karachi as well. I actually saw him last week. Works at a electric bike store. You'd go off biking through the hills. He was working at the shop, and I ran into him the day after Simon mentioned him on air. He was most chuffed, quite rightly.
Yeah, that photograph made it through social media and us.
I sent the photo through. Yeah, he was pleased. He must have played well. You look at the bowling attack that day. Imran Khan, Sarfraz. I went home and had a little Google to see who the bowling attack was. And anytime you scored runs against Imran Khan and Sarfraz, then you know you've played well.
Single to end the over, 207 for 4. He's quite an entertainer, isn't he? He enjoys himself. This was lovely. A little bit of wobble, a little bit of a... Yeah, he's quite amusing. He keeps everyone entertained, and it is so genuine from him. Always plays with a smile. Always has a smile to give around as well to people. Hassan Ali. His family is here watching.
Nicely off the back foot from Blundell on this occasion. Timed beautifully.
This partnership now getting away. Blundell now taking charge. It is a lovely stroke. A punch off the back foot. A timing quite impeccable. 83 now this partnership. Pakistan looking for answers. Yeah, we're talking about what New Zealand will feel comfortable in terms of setting a target for Pakistan. Just under 20 overs now left. Scott, you mentioned they'll obviously want to have a crack. Maybe 4, 5, 6 overs before the end of the day's play.
Clipped away nicely behind point on the offside by Bracewell. Blundell, good running. I guess New Zealand are getting to that point now where they can be a little more aggressive. Not out of danger completely, because this is still very chaseable.
It is, but usually bowling sides can shut things down a little, bowl wide of off stump, all the field on the offside, that sort of thing, if you get yourself in trouble. So anything around 300, I think, will provide opportunities. It's as much about how many overs tonight they want at Pakistan, that no man's land, say 4 to 6 overs, where you can only lose wickets if you're Pakistan. But I think you're going to need around that 300 mark. Anything around there, even though you were mentioning that only one time has a team chased over 300 in Pakistan.
Yeah, 1994, a very long time ago. But even after that, the second most successful chase, 261 back in 2003.
So
So not easy to chase down those big scores to 1-6 for 4.
It puts into perspective the importance of this partnership as well. 88, New Zealand were in trouble. There's that match in 1994. Who would that have been? Mazza will tell us. It's sort of Stephen Waugh time, isn't it? Mark Taylor, David Boone still around maybe. Shane Warne would have been on that tour. McGrath. And Pakistan chasing 314, 261 against Bangladesh in Multan, and then 227 in 1984 against New Zealand. Both those top two chases, 314 and 261, Pakistan got there by just 1 wicket. 9 down. And the man to anchor things through on both occasions, Inzamam ul Haq. Is that a sign for Imam ul Haq? The nephew.
Watching the run out with Babar Azam yesterday too, you can see the relationship and their running between the wickets abilities. But what a player Inzamam was. I felt against genuine pace he was one of the best there was. And that is a sign of class when they look like they've got all the time in the world, even at the 150 kilometres an hour plus mark.
Well, New Zealand, probably one of their first glimpses of Inzamam in that 1992 World Cup, when he strode out to Eden Park with a lot of runs required. I'm trying to go into my memory bank. 67 off, or 64 off 37, something like that in that World Cup.
Well bowled, yeah.
To beat New Zealand. And a terrific run chase. 60 off 37. Thank you, Mazza. Our stats man's just confirmed that. I gave him 4 more runs. Lindsay won't mind. That was in a time, oh, that was a beauty. Absolute beauty. It's at a time when that sort of thing was not done. And he managed to do it. 69 overs have been bowled, 216 for 4. Time for drinks here in Karachi. What 216 for 4 at Drink. 69 overs have been bowled, and New Zealand's lead at the moment looks quite healthy. 257 runs. We are in Rouge Mumtaz's gorgeous city of Karachi.
Yeah, one of the best cities in Pakistan. I can say that being in Karachi. I had lovely food. We've got the sea. And it is beautiful weather. The shopping as well. It's got it all. Karachi, the city of lights.
The National Bank Cricket Arena for this Test Series and the ODIs to follow. And this is the summary of that match. We're just talking about highest run chase for Pakistan in Pakistan. Australia 337. Pakistan responded with 256 and then bowled Australia out. Wasim Akram 8 wickets in the match. Joe Angel with wickets for Australia, and then Shane Warne 5 for 89. David Boone with 100, who is here. He is in the match referee's chair. He'll be looking back on and watching that with, let's say, a lot of delight, because Australia lost the game. Syed Anwar was 77, and Ian Healy missed a stumping to win Australia the match. Pakistan got there 9 down. There he is, and they passionately call Babs. $100 in that test match, 114 not out, so he would have batted through the innings or come in at 3 in that test. Have to find out from Mazza, but may have batted through the innings for that 114 not out. New Zealand's lead 257 in this second test match. First test was drawn, of course, at this ground. Started on Boxing Day, and just the 2 days between test matches for these sides. Just getting on with the arms. So Salman Agha, 7 overs, none for 25.
Oh, lovely, yaar.
Been told that was Inzamam, the batsman, who Ian Healy missed that stumping. Pakistan going on to win that test match in a terrific run chase. Are we in store for a run chase tomorrow? Maiden over, 216 for 4. .65 runs, no loss of wickets, 3.61 in this session. skidding on past leg stump, I think. And just skidding on quickly. Big inside edge as well. The sort of slow nature and the way that New Zealand have approached things post tee would suggest they're not in any hurry at the moment to force the issue, which surprises me somewhat, Scotty.
Yeah, it's a little bit like Pakistan after tee yesterday. We're a little disappointed with how they just continued to bat in a conservative manner, and I think this has been a little conservative from New Zealand as well. I don't think any of these or either of these two sides have thought about, there we go, how's the timing? It's got work to do, won't get there. Don't mind the option. I think it's time for New Zealand to start moving. 219 for 4.
You got a leading edge in the first Test match to Abra. Did Michael Bracewell. Just prefer the option of going over the offside, going over long off, rather than trying to whip it leg side. Even if it is the one that turns back in, he should still be able to catch up with it and get enough on it if he's looking to go over long off, or even extra cover for that matter.
There's 3 fielders back on the leg side for the right-handed Blundell. So there is no excuse for New Zealand now not to go it between 4 and 5 runs and over. I don't think they can take their ones. For the left-handed Bracewell, deep point, deep backward square, so just 2 men out.
Sorry.
Well, it's somewhat bemusing, I've got to say. New Zealand thinking of a declaration, they're thinking of winning this Test match, and they should be. There's a Test match away from home, and ranked 7 and 8 in the world, these two sides. They should be trying to win everything at the moment. 15 overs remaining now. 220 for 4. There was an appeal there, and Arlene Dar has gone upstairs. It was a
TV umpire to director.
Belated appeal.
We have umpire review for stumping. Front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Ball clearly missed the bat. Satisfied? Your best side on angle, please. Foot is grounded. Still grounded. Bails removed. Foot is grounded. Satisfied? My decision for big screen is
not out, so no damage done. Yeah, 15 overs left today. You'd imagine if New Zealand were considering a declaration, considering trying to bowl Pakistan out and win the test match, they'd want at least 5 or 6 overs today. So that would only leave about 8 or 9, 10 overs now. Oh, that one's tight. A little edge on that as well, perhaps. Another one sliding down.
Yeah, 261 the lead. We are contemplating maybe anything north of 300. But New Zealand just 39 runs shy of that now, and you'd imagine 10 overs should be enough. If they do try and attempt to get the runs at the moment, very comfortable just knocking the ball back.
Yeah, we need some boundaries. We need some money from Osaka. That's what we need. Osaka boundary contest. 120,000 Pakistan rupees to the players so far. Well, fours if you hit a boundary, while the Osaka LED lighting is up around the boundary. 10,000 Pakistan rupees, 220 for 4. I'm not sure whether there was a conversation at drinks time, Scott Styris, Rouge, but this is very ordinary cricket from New Zealand's point of view at the moment.
It's beyond ordinary. It's downright terrible. I do not get the approach whatsoever. Do they not believe they can win this? Do they believe the wicket is too good for batting? We've sat here a little critical of Shakil yesterday and his approach, and they will come back for 3. Oh, he's done something, has he? There's Tom Blundell. So it would be wrong if we didn't sit here and do the same for New Zealand. They've got 7 runs in the last 30 balls. When you're looking to push on.
He's done a groin here, Tom Blundell. Yep, he has pulled, I think it's a groin, it looks like. High up inside that left leg somewhere. He has got a real issue.
Well, in all honesty, I think both teams have been ordinary in terms of their approach in trying to manufacture a result or be positive about getting a result. And we say this because of what we see on the ground. And New Zealand, you would have thought, are probably in the front seat, more in the driving seat for the result, in terms of setting up the game for a result. And they've still got 6 wickets in hand with Blundell on 60. Bracewell can hit the ball, but you just don't see that intent. And they can very quickly get another 50, 60 runs and put Pakistan in.
Yeah, I fully understand the conservative nature at the start of the partnership, where New Zealand were in some trouble. 128 for 4, and not sure about Daryl Mitchell. But they've got themselves to a position now where 30, 40 quick runs really gives them a huge opportunity to declare and win a test match. And none of those gentlemen there at all look like they're ready to get the whites on. I don't blame them for that right now, but there's got to be some intent out in the middle.
25 runs in the last 9.3 overs. 3 maidens in the last 5 overs. And it's a bizarre approach. It smacks of 2 teams who are high on confidence, where they want to go after and push for a result. Mentioned on the post show yesterday, with the way the test series have gone for Pakistan recently, what's another loss? Doesn't mean anything. Try and get that winning culture back into your group. For New Zealand, they've lost a few really important players, some all-time great players. They're trying to find that winning feeling again in Test cricket. And therefore, they've got an opportunity to win a series here.
Yeah, and it's outside of the World Test Championship window now for both these. So, I mean, it's inside, but they're no chance of playing in that World Test Championship final. So, really, you should be pushing for every result possible to get your numbers back up, get the confidence back into your side in some way, shape or form. And I'm not sure either side have really tried to do that at this stage.
And to illustrate that point, since New Zealand were World Test champions in 2021, since then, they have only won 2 tests. 28 runs in the last 10 overs. 1 against Bangladesh, 1 against South Africa.
And this is the 11th since then. So they've actually lost at home as well, which certainly hasn't helped.
Probably the same case for Pakistan. They've lost 4 on a trot at home. They've lost 2 consecutive series back to back. 1-0 against Australia, 3-0 against England. Also, my question would be, what does the Pakistan team learn from this in terms of going forward? And in an aim to win the match, you ought to be learning something different, something that they haven't done in the past 2 series. And I'm sure the critics will be a lot less if in an aim to win and they end up losing, so be it. But at least you learn as a group.
The criticism, if you like, needs to be on New Zealand right now, though, because they're the ones in the driver's seat. They're the ones who could have, let's say, 5 overs ago, at 5 runs and over. That's all, 5. And think about what they get up to in one-day cricket and T20 cricket these days. And then around that 300 mark, if they batted for 5 more overs plus those 5, there's 50 more runs. $225 for 4.
13 overs remain in the day's play. New Zealand 266 ahead. Nice little forward defensive. And it doesn't seem as if either side is interested in moving this game forward or get to a result.
Yeah, Baz, I think Scotty's right, though. I'm not sure what Pakistan do as far as moving forward. They're keeping relatively attacking fields. They're still trying to take wickets. This is New Zealand's chance to push forward and make a play for this game. It's not really Pakistan's time to do that. Their time was last night.
Another appeal. Abrar again is convinced. Babar having a chuckle. He's got one review, yeah. He does review very late this time around, no?
Well, there's enough happening for the spinners, and I echo what you guys were just talking a little while ago, you and Scotty and Rouge, and I don't understand what New Zealand wants to do with this series. They're probably happy with the draw. They don't want to win this game. They're the one who can win this game. 6 wickets in hand. Push on. Just get maybe another 40-50 quickly. But if you don't do that, that means even tomorrow when you go, you're basically killing the game. And then we complain people don't come and watch.
Yeah, off the back foot, and that'll be 4. Too short and dealt with. The 100 partnership comes up with that boundary.
Yeah, Rock backed on that occasion. A pretty slow delivery. Enough time there for Bracewell to just rock back. Had that beautiful shot through cover.
Yeah, the only thing Pakistan could have done is try and bowl their overs in time. They took their time. They made sure that the pace of the game was slowed up. That's one thing they could have looked at. But at the moment, it's just a slow old grind. 229 for 4.
I like this. This is a message. This is a Neil Wagner coming out from the captain. This is a message.
I hope so. Dooley, I really hope so. Because they just had a break, an over before this, where there was all treatment was done to Blundell, and very next over, Wagner just ran in. And I hope he's brought some message that we're going to look to declare. I don't think they're going to declare tonight, that's for sure, because it's about time now. It's not about overs.
Yeah, runs. Five overs, take them up to 5 o'clock.
Shanu! Nice, Shanu!
Blundell trying to work it leg side. He wants a single, but so far he's just hitting mid-wicket all 3 deliveries. Again, straight to the man.
Okay, let's do some counting or some maths. Overs remaining 11.2, which I don't think is going to happen. It's going to be, we're going to lose at least 5 to 6 overs with the changeover 10 minutes. And you asking them to play 5 overs. 5 overs mean if they go really hard at the ball, which I don't see that happening. Say 30 runs or 40 runs if you play really positively, that will take you somewhere around 310. I think it can be done, but I don't see that happening, to be honest.
All this negativity. 230 for 4.
Yeah, my reasoning around that is I think New Zealand have to keep Pakistan in the game a little bit. You want a drink? No, we're all right, thanks. Just get on with it. Got another drink? No, we're okay.
Yeah, all that discussion now. Is there intent there? Is there something that'll change? He does like coming down the track. No, the forward defensive. I agree with everything that you guys have said. I agree with what Scotty said, but I'm just waiting for the day off when Scotty loses golf. He said, what's in it? It's no problem losing. I'm just waiting for him to lose golf and then the reaction. He just said that it doesn't matter if you lose. Walker, you have the job of recording when he does lose, when he throws his clubs on the floor, and then we'll play that on TV so that everybody knows what matters or what the reaction is when you lose.
Problem here is he's very good at golf.
That's better. He's just come down the track and he's got so much power that a little flick of the wrist and the ball goes flying.
Yeah, much better approach. That's the way to go. He's on 49 now. Heard all those good stories about him, that he's a big hitter. He likes to get on with things. He's taken more than enough time now. Let's see those big sixes.
Goes back into the offside. That'll go to the fence, and that's his maiden Test match 50.
Yeah, small glimpse of the power and the quality of Michael Bracewell. He's a better player than that average suggests early in his career. But, it's going to be a matter of confidence. Did a really good job early on in this partnership with Tom Blundell. New Zealand were in some trouble. He's got them out of that trouble and put on a good partnership.
A single into the offside. So the lead 281. Score remains 240 for 4.
More drinks. Just wonder about Tom Blundell. His ability to run between the wickets, his ability to wicket keep as well might be in question. This is again more of a chat than it is a drinks break of any description. And a message coming out about what good from Tim Southey, sending a message out. Who knows what it is, but we're speculating. 4 overs of batting, 6 overs remaining, lose 2, 4 overs of bowling.
And the light meter comes out already. Yesterday we closed the game at what, 5:30? Daryl Mitchell still got the pads on. If they want to declare it, they're going to start getting ready. You should see all those whites on. I don't think it's happening, Dooley. I don't think
might
so.
be wishful.
ट्रैक जरा शाबाश
Full toss. Doesn't put it away. Couple of deliveries that he could have put away, just hit to the fielders.
There have been a lot of traffic going in and out of the ground. Messages going, drinks, treatment, all sorts of things. I'm not sure if the two batsmen out there are listening. If that is the case. Maiden over, 240 for 4.
Tries to swing it to leg this time around. Last over was the maiden. This time, but big hit. And it's gone all the way. Slog sweep and brings 6.
Maybe the message has finally got through. Young man, unfortunately, put it down on the boundary. Got a good opportunity. I think he's got Brendan McCullum's number on his back as well, hasn't he? Waiting all day, number 42.
And now the little dab, and that'll race away to the fence.
Game's moving. 250 up for New Zealand. Still got 6 wickets in hand. Just a little dab. Runs have started coming now.
Out comes the reverse, but there is protection. 290 to the lead. Is there a number in mind, or is there just bat through the day? Reverse sweep, good connection, and that'll go to the fence. So the move on. 15 of this over. And it's 255 for 4.
Yeah, good connection. Now the question is, why didn't they do it 5 overs ago? If they would have played like this few overs earlier, they could have really been bowling right now and putting Pakistan under some serious pressure. The lead 296.
Just think that 3 or 4 overs is really uncomfortable from a batting point of view. So I still think New Zealand have got 2 overs left up their sleeves here. Ticking over 300. And still got an inkling. I've got an inkling they might want to bowl for 2 or 3 overs tonight. Make it uncomfortable.
High in the air. Long on. Takes it. Imam ul Haq with the catch. Blundell, his innings ends. 74.
Good catch, comfortable catch, and good sacrifice from Tom Blundell. Looking to go after the runs. This can happen. He's slightly injured as well, but it's gone sky high. He saved the innings at the start, and he's played a very fine hand for 74, 255 for 5.
New Zealand bat on. Darryl Mitchell walks in. Brilliant start to his test match career. Wasn't feeling too flash, so that's why he's come in at number 7. How long does he have to bat? New Zealand? Around about 7.5 overs of the day's play remaining. Straight away, reverse sweep. Just be the single.
I think the bounce did the job for Salman Agha. It was in the air for a long period. Imam had long time to look at it closely, and pouched it nicely. He was struggling, and I'm not sure if he'll be able to do the wicket-keeping duties. The law says that if you injured as a wicketkeeper on the field, you can have a replacement. Another wicketkeeper can come from your 15 squad or 16 squad, whatever number you have. What are the choices?
3 choices. Devon Conway, Tom Latham, Glenn Phillips, and it will be Tom Latham. It comes down to those 3. Was that another edge, Baz?
A bit of extra bounce. It is an edge. It's another edge that's been put down. It's not been a great return to keeping for Sarfraz. 259 for 5.
At least 4 or 5 I can think of off the top of my head, with nicks and stumpings. Just looked a little bit untidy behind the stumps. He's done a great job with the bat. New ball's due.
The lead touches 300. New Zealand bat on. 7 overs remain. Hassan Ali into the attack. He's going round the wicket for a deep square and a deep fine leg. Gets it through to third, and that'll race the way to the boundary.
I guess this shot will make Babar to take a new ball. It's a little angle bat and just stabbed it down to third man. Plenty of room there. There's no man there at the boundary. Good start of the over for New Zealand.
Down the track, trying to hit it past cover, doesn't get it past. This coverage is going through all over the world. PT Sports in Pakistan, ARY, Zap, TapMat, Tamasha, live streaming outside Pakistan, radio partners. Plenty of ways you can watch this game or listen to it.
Well, he's moved the slip fielder to third man. But do you think these are the last three deliveries New Zealand's going to bat? They're going to declare after that.
I'm hopeful.
We all are. I know that. But off air, you said that these are the last. Oh,
Matt Henry still padded up. No one else on the balcony's moved.
You get another single.
There is a lot more intent, though, which I do like. We've been calling for it, and there is certainly that now.
even if they bat the rest of the 6 overs after this, I think over 300 runs in a day for Pakistan on a 5th-day pitch will be hard. He's hit hard and to his own batsman.
Yes.
And they end up with the overthrow. And Daryl Mitchell is uncomfortable. He does hit the ball really hard. There's no chance of Daryl Mitchell getting out of the way.
A little bit of a dead arm, I think. Daryl Mitchell, I thought I could just see something coming up on that right arm already. Yeah, have a look at the right arm. You can see a mark and a lump has already come up on that right arm of Daryl Mitchell.
Oh, hit leg side and deep square. Hasn't seen it, but it wouldn't have mattered because it's in the gap and into the fence very, very quickly. 271 for 5.
Bracewell for the first time seemed in control. You know exactly what he's doing. He struggled throughout his inning. He was struggling as Abrar, even Salman Agha, but now it looks like that the man is on mission.
Down the ground. Ball for 2, but only 1. Slashes away. Maybe come back for the second. They'll come back for the third as well.
Good thinking, very good thinking from Babar Azam, who's in the slip. Very quick.
And New Zealand lead by 316. Do they think that it is enough?
Hey, shallow! Shallow! Shallow!
Chance, no, he's got back. Yeah, if Pakistan want to chase this down, if New Zealand declare right now, or if they declare anytime soon, Pakistan will have to make history. 314, the highest run chase here. Reverse sweep and then come back for the second. So still the lead, 318. After this, only 5 overs of the day's play remain. Down the ground, oh, stumping chance missed. Extra bounce and another one that Sarfraz hasn't managed to collect. Saudi, well, he says we've had enough. We've got enough. He's declared. And New Zealand lead by 318 runs. Pakistan will have to come out and bat for 3 overs.
Well, I like it. They've shown some intent, and now they just put Pakistan under a little bit. It's an awful time to have to bat as an opening batter, I would imagine. 3 overs, nothing to gain from it. And New Zealand would love to take one. They would love to take one. Been a good fight back after being 128 for 4. Fought their way through to 277 for 5. Pakistan will need 318.
I have 95 overs to do that. 93 overs to do that. For Pakistan, New Zealand already on their way out. But, started off Latham 62, Conway didn't get going, Williamson 41, and then a bit of a collapse where Pakistan were back in the game, but Blundell and Bracewell made sure that that wasn't so. This was 74 not out in the end. 277 for 5 declared. A wicket apiece for all the bowlers. Naseem Shah impressed yet again. Hamza Hassan, faster men bowled really well, but in the end it was about New Zealand setting this game up. For 49 played 408, and now New Zealand 277 for 5 declared. They lead by 318 runs. 3 overs of today's play remain, and the whole day tomorrow. And we'll be back just after a 5-minute break.
It will be a record run chase for Pakistan if they are to get up and win this test match, and therefore the series. They will need 319 runs to win after the declaration by skipper Tim Southee. New Zealand finishing 277 for 5. Michael Bracewell, along with Tom Blundell, 74 not out for Bracewell. And it was a very good fight back towards the back end of that innings. So 319 to win. It still looks a very good batting surface. And the wickets that fell, this was the first ball for Devon Conway. A very good delivery, good length, just nipping back and catching Devon Conway with very little foot movement. And at that stage, Pakistan, I'm sure, would have sniffed a really good bowling performance, dismissing New Zealand cheaply. Latham looked great, and then a stunning catch at square leg by Abrar. Ended his innings at 62. It was a century partnership for Latham and Kane Williamson. And as that happened in the first innings, as soon as one fell, the other did as well. And it was Williamson, LBW, going across the line with a sweep. He did review, but it was a good decision from umpire Alex Wharf, cannoning into leg stump. And New Zealand 3 down, soon became 4. Henry Nicholls just 5 runs to his name. An uncharacteristically poor stroke from him. Hassan Ali, I thought, was impressive through that middle part of the day. Got the ball to reverse, bowled quickly, and got his reward in the end. The second century stand of the innings as well between Bracewell and Blundell was ended when Blundell holed out to long on and Mahmal Haq taking a good safe catch. Any trouble New Zealand were under were over really with that partnership. It was good batting, a little conservative perhaps towards the back end, but runs are now on the board. New Zealand lead by 318. We think there'll be 3 overs to go, and that is all. So 2 from Southee, 1 from Matt Henry. The light may be a question, perhaps. Imam and Shafiq will come in. And I'm sure this is a period of time which is a horrible time to bat, Buzzard. You cannot gain anything. It's just about survival.
All to lose. As you walk out, it's difficult just to keep yourself positive, and that's what Imam and Abdullah Shafiq will be talking about, to keep positive. Make sure you go through your processes and make sure that if there's an opportunity, you can actually put it away. Tim Southee, well, he'll want a wicket. He'll want 1 to go off with them. Come stumps. With these 18 deliveries, if we get them, light permitting.
Not a bad record. 49.6 average. 12 matches, 992 runs. 2 slips in a gully in for Southee. And that nipped back. Not a lot of pace, 127 kilometres an hour. Baruj, I thought he looked comfortable and looked good in the first innings. Did Shafiq, until he played that pull shot. Just came out of nowhere, and it was a simple catch at deep backward square. Just a little more application perhaps, certainly in these 3 overs, but moving into tomorrow. Got him! Picked him up, it's not bounced. And Southee takes the off stump, and New Zealand have struck early.
That's a big, this is a big moment for New Zealand. Abdullah Shafiq, well, he will have plenty of time to ponder on what's just happened. Yes, it hasn't bounced, and it has cleaned him up. Tim Southee with the breakthrough. The second ball, it is over just before we close out session here on day 4. Abdullah Shafiq goes for a knot. Pakistan none for 1.
Alex. Dead in the back.
It will be the night watchman, Mir Hamza, in at the fall of that first wicket. Not much of an average to speak of, but his job is to get through to the end of the day, even shield Imam from the strike, take as much of it as he can. Tim Southee not getting a lot of swing. I think at this point he'd be looking to shape one back and try and hit that front pad. So Mir Hamza should be aware of that. That's the main stock delivery from Southee. Look to get forward. Helmet man in place. It'll be Glenn Phillips, I think it is, the sub-fielder. No Tom Blundell. We think a groin injury. That is bang on first ball, but a very strong defence.
The first delivery nipped back. This one again just pitched and came back slightly. It actually stayed low, but probably late on it was Abdullah Shafiq. And no sort of exaggerated movement with that delivery, but it does for Abdullah Shafiq.
Judging by the release, Tim Southee usually has that perfect seam for this outswinger. Both those deliveries were what they term the three-quarter ball, where it's a little cutter, and that was deliberate, and that'll be why he's delighted. I'm sure he just spotted something in the technique. Holds it normally, just a slight change, and look at the seam. Not bowled upright, and it ends up just nipping back. It's very, very good bowling.
Yeah, even the first ball that he bowled, it came back appreciably more than the second one that's got Abdullah Shafiq. And that also seamed back in.
It's interesting that he's gone straight to that style of delivery. It's usually the variation for Southee. It's normally outswinger, and then try and bring one back, but he hasn't really tried to swing the ball as yet.
Yeah, he's been playing for quite a while now, so he's sussed it out. That's why he's so effective. Now it goes round the wicket.
You could tell by the grip that he was trying to swing that one back. Not much there, but a successful over. 0 for 1. Two overs left in the day. It will be one solitary over for Matt Henry. Can he replicate what his skipper Tim Southee did and pick up an early wicket? Pakistan fighting hard to try and get through to the end of the day.
Matt Henry from round the wicket now. What Imam wants is one just down leg side, and he can clip it away for a single.
Yeah, that's the thing. The night watchman's not just there, is he, to protect the batsman still sitting in the dressing room. He's also out there now to try and protect the batsman who's in. Pakistan can't afford to lose Imam Ul Haq as well. So they'll want Mir Hamza to try and get down the other end and take this over from Matt Henry.
You talked about this, Scotty. Just short of length. First delivery of this innings. Scramble seam comes back in. And the other delivery again comes back in. That was perfect. So the couple of deliveries that he's bowled, he doesn't want to swing it, doesn't want to swing it away, just wants it to nip back if anything. And maybe he knows that maybe the outswing won't carry to the second slip or the first slip.
Scotty, you asked whether it could be something in his technique that Tim Southee has picked up, has been on the circuit for over 14 years now. It is something we picked up with Abdullah Shafi, that every now and then the bat that comes out at an angle, it comes down relatively maybe between first and second slip across to mid-on. That creates that angle between bat and pad. It's an area where he has been caught out or found out at times. And if you look at that dismissal again, you see that gap created because of the path of the bat that comes down. Just there, if you pick up. Pick it up in slow motion. It's something that ends up creating that gap just enough for the ball to go through. Just look at that, where his bat eventually is ending up. Very minimal, and that's how slim the margin of error is.
Yeah, halfway through that, I thought he got himself into good positions, and I thought he was ready to play that delivery. He could have gone forward and covered it, and I don't think there would have been a problem. However, he decided to go back and got himself in a bit of trouble. Made an over, not for one.
Time over.
New Zealand will turn to spin. Ish Sodhi will bowl the third and final over of the day. And I saw him warming up before this little mini 3-over spell and wondered why that would be the case unless he was going to get a bowl. I'm quite sure where the light situation is. That's always a problem here at the end of the day. But it might have had something to do with the fact that beautiful delivery he bowled to dismiss him in the first innings.
Start, Ish. Read the region, play, Ish. Come on, boy. Oh, Soads. Lovely, boy. Lovely, Soads.
This was the delivery that picked him up in the first innings, first ball as well. That is a beautiful delivery, top of off stump. Big gap between bat and pad. The question will be, can Ish Sodhi spin the brand new ball with all the lacquer still on it?
Well, so far Mir Hamza has played some of the perfect defensive shots and playing his role really nicely. 7 deliveries and he still has 3 more to keep out. Now with a change of angle, round the wicket to the left-hander for Ish Sodhi.
nice, boy. So nice, Soads.
2 balls left in the day to survive for Mir Hamza. Big leg spinner as well. That is clever. Inside edge on the bat. I just wonder whether Glenn Phillips under the lid is a little too close as well. That could come quite quickly. There he is with the helmet on the left of your screen. There's that delivery through the bat and pad. Beautiful delivery from the leg spinner. And they will end the day 0 for 2.
New Zealand all over Pakistan right now. Pakistan a naught, and they've lost 2 wickets in that wickets column. Mir Hamza, the night watchman, bowled to an absolute ripper from Ish Sodhi. With that, we will come to the end of the day. Have a look at this. Excellent revs on the ball with the drift back in. He cleans him all ends up. Has to be one of the best deliveries he's bowled. Both times he's gotten Mir Hamza with 2 really good leg spinning deliveries back into the left-hander. New Zealand definitely on a high as they walk out here on day 4.
Declaration absolutely brilliant. 2.5 overs, got a couple of wickets. The night watchman bowled again. The decision making of bringing Sodhi on with the new ball has worked. Saudi with a delivery to Abdullah Shafiq, and that means it's all set for that final day. New Zealand go back to the dressing room thinking that they've done their job and more. Pakistan would have dreaded those 3 overs, and rightly so. No runs scored, 2 wickets lost.
Excellent work as well. The captaincy from Saudi, you've got to say that was good. Making the decision. He'd just taken a wicket in that first over, and yet he still substituted himself out. Wickets falling relatively evenly throughout the day. But a big last session, New Zealand looking to be more aggressive. Could argue at 0 for 2, they should have had 3 or 4 overs extra at Pakistan tonight. 2 ducks so far on the scoreboard. Shafiq and Mir Hamza, the night watchman, both out for 0. So a big day tomorrow for Pakistan. They still need that 319 runs to win this match and series. So a very intriguing position we currently sit at. The 3 overs, the 3 bowlers used. Very good performances. Wicket maiden for Saudi. He picked up Shafiq and then Ish Sodhi. That beautiful delivery at the end. Big spinning leg spinner through the gate and into the stumps. Both batsmen out bowled, and therefore those 2 wickets falling without Pakistan getting off the mark.
Now this will roll on the session. 3 highlights on day 4. Blundell got into the attack. There was a period where New Zealand looked to just press on with the scoring rate. That was put down with Salman Agha on slips, came fairly quickly. And there was a partnership that blossomed, also brought up Blundell's half-century. Back-to-back half-centuries for him in this test match. And after a dull period, well, Bracewell got into the attack. He took the bowlers on. He paid a few shots. And he got up his maiden half-century in Test cricket. And just before the declaration came, there were a few more shots played. 1 big hit on the leg side boundary, reverse sweep, and that was a Blundell's wicket at the end of it. Imam-ul-Haq with a comfortable catch.
Michael Bracewell continued on, both those 2 batsmen making 74. And skipper Tim Southee said enough. We've got enough runs on the board, 318. 3 overs was all Pakistan had to survive. And Shafiq was out second ball. And right at the end of the day, it ended up being the last ball. And Ish Sodhi, typical leg spinner's dream, that one. And consequently, this is where we sit currently. 0 for 2 for Pakistan at the moment, and they will need 319 runs to win. It's getting a little difficult to bat on in the sense that the spinners are starting to find some real turns, so Pakistan will have to be at their best tomorrow. New Zealand, though, they need 8 wickets as well. So it is fascinating day's cricket on day 5. As we always expected on the surface, it will go down to that final session. Day 5 will be here in Karachi once more. KFC presenting the Duffer News Pakistan versus New Zealand Test Series. You can join us live at 9:50 a.m. for the pre-show as we get ready for one of these sides to hopefully go on and win the match and the series.
What does day 4 have in store for us?
Well, that's got to be out, does it? Yeah, it is. Alin Dar. He says that's it. So New Zealand do strike early.
Start to the morning with a boundary.
Leaking boundaries in the first 3 overs.
He's got one now.
Beautiful shot, nicely timed.
He's through the gap, through the fielder.
Well, that's nicely guided. That should run away as well. And that will be 50 once more for Tom Latham and the 100 up for New Zealand.
Catch it was the call, and what a catch that is. And it's Abrar who takes it. And down has been given out.
And will run away for a boundary.
It is 9th 50 and Blundell an important innings. Goes back into the offside. I'll go to the fence, and that's his maiden Test match 50.
after the second session hiccup, it was Blundell and Bracewell who had a brilliant partnership, both of them scoring 74 each, taking New Zealand to a lead of 318. And Pakistan will have to work really hard because they've already lost 2 wickets, one of Abdullah Shafiq and the night watchman Mir Hamza. Let's have a look at the match summary here. Lots of big scores, but the important part is that Pakistan need 319 to win. They're yet to get off the mark and they only have 8 wickets now and a day to go. Hello and welcome to Inverex Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. We have a lot to talk about, the final session and how do we look forward into day 5. I've got Simon Dool alongside me and we're also being joined by New Zealand batting coach Luke Ronchi. Luke, not so long ago in Old Reds, you were smashing all the bowlers all over the park here. How have you been?
Oh, good, thanks. Good. In a different role now, a role I'll probably enjoy more now that I get a bit older, but it's good to be back. It's actually really, really good to be back.
Yeah. Okay, let's just run through to talk of the final session with the bat over here. We all were sitting upstairs and thinking, when are you guys thinking to declare and how much time do you need to bowl Pakistan out? That question is now irrelevant. 2 wickets already in the bag. But what was the whole plan in the final session?
I think it was trying to work out the difference of what sort of a total is defendable. What are we sort of happy with and what we think Pakistan will actually have a crack at as well, but also the overs we need to bowl a team out on, because on that surface, again, it sort of shows that batsmen can get in, batsmen can bat for a long period of time, and we have to, I guess, create 10 chances to get 10 wickets. So thankfully tonight we've got 2 of them already, which makes a massive difference for no runs. So then tomorrow it's the difference between trying to get 10 wickets and 8 wickets is massive. So I guess in the long run we sort of got into the situation we wanted to.
I thought there was a period of play where consolidation was needed after losing that 4th wicket. So Bracewell obviously did that well in that partnership with Tom Blundell. When did you decide? I thought there was a lot of drinks going in and out. When was the message sent to say, come on, we've got to go for it now, we've got to start putting the pedal down a little bit?
I think naturally Tom and Braces, they sort of bat that way. I think they do. They like to play their shots. They're sort of more positive than negative. I think as well for a little bit for Braces just to get himself in and get himself going and get some confidence under his belt as well. And once he'd sort of done that, I think it was time to add a little bit more to it and ask the question about sort of what are we looking at, how do we want to do it, how can we get there, and then I guess with Tom hurting himself as well, that changed it as well. I think the way we sort of went a little bit harder again to say, okay, let's try tonight to try something and see what we can get up.
Yeah, we saw this brilliant partnership between Bracewell and Blundell, and Bracewell has done well, promotion in the order because Mitchell wasn't feeling well, and then his trouble initially we thought wasn't picking up RAR, but this innings it didn't seem like that.
Yeah, like you said, I think early on from as well that the confidence has just got to grow. I think on different surfaces around the world, if you're not used to playing on them, it is a challenge. He's new to international cricket, so it's understanding that as well. And for him tonight to go out there and gain confidence and bat for a good period of time and to play it the way he wanted to play it, I think that makes a big difference. If you go out there and try and be someone else and try something that someone else does, that doesn't always help. So for him to go out and play it his way and do it his way and to get a total under his belt and feel more comfortable against the spin bowlers and against that reversing ball, which was bowled really well at him. I think that's a massive thing just for anyone's confidence at international level.
Some established players obviously leaving the New Zealand scene in the last year and a half, 2 years, a couple opting out. The newer players that are coming in, how are you finding working with those? And well, it's different when you get a new kid on the block, a new kid in the camp that you get to work with.
It's really exciting because you get a different view of I guess the excitement of new players coming in. I think when you work with guys who've been around a while, they still love it, but they've also been there for a long time, so they're used to going to different places. I guess the excitement around international cricket. So when you get new guys come in, you can just see this different glint in their eyes. I guess the excitement for whether you're 30 or if you're 20, your first time playing internationally, it's a massive buzz, and to work with new guys that they're learning as well. So you can sort of impart knowledge with them. They're obviously talking with the senior guys and how they always go about it. So there are cool conversations had with everyone to see the learning stage, I guess, people go through. I think that's an exciting thing for any cricketer.
And your knowledge of being in Pakistan, I mean, how much has that helped? How much are they banging on your door and just sort of gaining a little bit of that knowledge that you've got?
Yeah, I think it's more around, I guess, playing spin bowling in different parts of the world and how different guys. Obviously, we've got some top class players who've been around a while and they do it all differently. I think that's the cool thing about conversations is people work out different ways. Some guys sweep traditionally, some guys reverse sweep, some guys hit straight, footwork, all sorts of things. And then I guess from my point of view, I've played on all the surfaces and understand the Pakistani bowlers just a little bit more than others. I would have seen them a little bit more. But again, there's also new guys here that have come in that we haven't seen before, so it's sort of understanding that, and I guess just the excitement around all of that as well.
Before flying to Pakistan, you must have had, not studied, but looked at how Pakistan and Australia series went and England series went. And based on those things and information, what were the key things and areas you were looking to? Because getting a result out here is a little tough, the conventional test way, cricket, not the England way. So
exactly.
So what went down? And I mean, I'm not going to talk about the team selection, but in terms of planning, any key areas that you were looking to playing over here?
I think it's the surfaces. It's the bounce that happens in Pakistan. I mean, traditionally the surfaces are quite flat, but it's understanding the bounce and how to play that. And like that first test, there was turn, but it was quite slow turn, and the understanding of how to get forward and back and your scoring zones. I think that makes a big difference. If you want to go out there and play you won't do in New Zealand, here it's completely different. It's going to be a lot harder to try and drive straight and play all these big booming cover drive and those sorts of shots. So it's the guys understanding that and working out their ways of doing. I think we plan well as a group for the way we want to do it. I think we have to adapt. I think the best teams in the world, they adapt well to surfaces and conditions, and we've done that really well over a long period of time. So we try and sort of concentrate on ourselves, and then we go through the opposition and how they do it, look at other teams and how they've done it, but we always realise that what works best for us is what we need to be better at.
Okay, as a batting coach, you can just put your feet up now. Let the bowling coach worry about tomorrow.
Keeping coach as well.
Oh,
You've got a little bit of work to do with the spare keeper now.
Okay, one leg up then. Thank you for joining us. Lovely talking to you. And time for us to take a short break. When we come back, we'll look into day 4 and talk about what to expect tomorrow. Welcome back to Inverex Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. We've joined by Basit Khan. Basit, all that chat we were having about New Zealand declaring or declaring late, they've answered the questions, none for two.
Yeah, I think they declared 1 over too early. They only did 2 overs to get 2 wickets, so they should have declared slightly later. But yeah, now you look at it and you say it was brilliant, the declaration, but it should have come slightly early. That they should have pulled the plug slightly earlier and maybe made the play. But they'll go into the 5th day thinking that, yeah, we're in with a chance, 8 wickets to get. And this couldn't have been better. No runs scored and 2 wickets couldn't have played out better for Tim Southee.
Well, we'll talk more about how Pakistan could have done differently in this final session. But before that, the man or the men responsible in taking New Zealand out of that trouble and scoring those runs were, of course, Blundell and Bracewell. Our top performer is Bracewell. Let's have a look at his 74 not out. Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Now, we just heard from Luke Ronchi how important this innings is for Michael Bracewell, because he hadn't picked up a test match half century prior to this. He was out for 49 in the series against England in England. Just sometimes you have to feel like you belong, and much like Ish Sodhi did in that first test match, this may transpire to his bowling as well, and just make him feel a little bit more comfortable in and around the environment. It was a terrific innings right from the start. I thought he absorbed the pressure, and there was some pressure. Pakistan were on top when he came to the crease, but that 74 not out, shots all around the ground, a little bit of good fortune here and there, but that will make him feel so much better about his place in this side and give him all that confidence that he needs.
Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Yeah, Simon just mentioned Pakistan was on top. What went wrong, Basil, in the final session? The intensity levels were not similar. They were all over New Zealand in the second session.
Well, they dropped a couple of chances when everything was flowing their way. If they were on the money and be able to get those couple of chances, I think Pakistan would right now be feeling that they'd bowled New Zealand out, and probably feeling that they would have chased something in the region of 250, 270. But when those moments arrived, we've seen that it's a slow burner, but that session of play where Pakistan was dominating, that needed to be perfect going forward, and that perfection would have come if those, I wouldn't say simple chances, but the chances would have been taken. They wanted that. Ebrar provided him with one brilliant catch. They wanted a couple more, and they would have been in the game.
Naseem, I mean, should they have come straight out after tea with Naseem Shah? I felt there was an opportunity there. I just sort of thought they might have let it go. They were on top, but I really was surprised that Naseem didn't get to bowl straight away after tea.
$1 million question. Forget about the 2 wickets. You can have Saud Shakil, Imam or Babar get stuck in and still can bat out there on this pitch. You feel that it's going to be an easy walk, or is going to be a fight?
No, at some stage, I talked to Luke Ronchi just prior to the fact that we went on air, and he knows, and they know, that at some stage there will be a partnership, and that's going to happen. Someone will play well, 2 players will play well, and the guy's eminently capable of doing that in this Pakistan side. Whether it be Imam, who's been difficult to remove in this series, whether it be Shan Masood, is it his day tomorrow? Is it Babar's day? Is it Saud Shakil again? The way he played in the first innings, that's what they want him to do tomorrow as well. So there's plenty of players in this Pakistan setup that can do the job and get it done, and it's still not turning really square off the straight. Yeah. It's still very playable, I think, this surface.
Okay. Time for us to look at those wickets that have fallen today. So 5 New Zealand, we give that to Simon, and 2 wickets of Pakistan. Basil will take us through. Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
New Zealand's wickets to fall, and that was Devon Conway. Really good delivery from Mir Hamza early on. Slightly lazy shot, you would say, from Conway. Just looking to feel for it a little bit early on, so you can understand why. Tom Latham flicks this one leg side. Good catch. Outstanding catch from Ebrar in sort of a shortish square leg. One-handed away to his left. That was a terrific effort from him. He was in the wickets with Williamson. Just a sweep shot. He's missed it. It was probably slightly fuller than he would have expected or was expecting. Went underneath the bat, into the pad, given out, was remaining out because it was umpire's call afterwards. Disappointment again, I think, for Henry Nicholls. He had a really lean trot of late, has Henry Nicholls, and he'll be starting to feel a little bit of pressure, I think, on his place in this middle order with Glenn Phillips in and around as well. not a great option, not a great shot, and he was sort of, I think, caught in two minds at that stage. And then Blundell, another 74. He was the last man out. It was a really good effort, I thought, from Tom Blundell. Injured for the last little bit, but he saved New Zealand from being in real trouble in that partnership, and then took things on towards the back end and selflessly, I think, in the end, getting out.
And then it was Tim Southee, perfect delivery for Abdullah Shafiq, just dipping back. The first delivery that he bowled nipped back, but this hit off stump. Abdullah Shafiq maybe just slightly late on it, maybe he missed the length and didn't go forward, but it was spot on from Southee, and then the captain is spot on. Removed himself from the attack, but he's Sodhi on with the left-hander on strike, round the wicket. Finally he got the ball to pitch at the right spot, and off stump removed. Perfect for New Zealand.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. What is it with these night watchmen and this concept? And eventually when he gets out, we ran out of time, the batsman you're hiding has to come out, or will come out.
Yeah, look, it's a tough job. I don't know whether, you know, it's up to the batter that's next to come in, isn't it? General terms, I think, you know, if Shan Masood said, I don't need a night watchman, I don't want a night watchman, then he would just go out. And in these sorts of conditions, the real batters are the best. But I mentioned it in commentary. It is an awful time. I'm sure it's an awful time to come out and have to bat. 3 overs. You gain nothing from batting for 3 overs. You can only get out. That's really about all that can happen. You're not going to be 15. If you've got a chance to be 15, 20 not out overnight, that's fine. But when you've got 3 overs, you're either going to be out or you're going to be 0, 1, 2 or 3, and it's just a hiding to nothing, I think.
It's still 0 for 2 now.
Exactly.
And you could argue the night watchman did his job. He's got out.
He got to the end of play.
Yeah, he's got to the end of the play. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. Okay. Have your say. Have your say is the hashtag, of course, on Twitter, where you ask questions to our guests. So let's have your say. Have your say. Brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. So a whole barrage of questions coming for you, Bazit, talking about have your say. Pakistan have lost 2 wickets. So now their approach, will they not look or think about 318? How do you feel they want to know Pakistan approach tomorrow morning?
I think the first session, it's a long first session because of Friday. I think the first session, they'll just bat. And if come the second session and they're in with a chance, then they'll try and up the ante or try and get up with the rate. But at the moment, they'll be not thinking about that chase. The first session, they will absolutely not think about the chase. First and foremost, they'll think if we're secure enough, then we'll go after it. I think if they get to that first session and they are in a position, say Imam and Babar have got runs or the partnership is flowing, then they look up and say, no, okay, now what's the equation like?
All defense sometimes puts you in that negative mindset and you're never able to survive the 3 sessions. Would that be a key on a New Zealand bowler's mind? Yes, they are under pressure, backs against the wall.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a big key for New Zealand. They now know that Pakistan are under pressure. 7 test matches without a win at home, losing 4 in a row. To me, this is New Zealand's opportunity to try and exploit that. I've said it earlier, though, Pakistan has still got very, very good players to come, you know, in Shan and Baba. And we saw what Saud Shakil can do. Salman is more than capable. Imam is at the crease. So there's still plenty of players capable. Whether they're capable of taking the win away, that's one thing, but they are more than capable of batting for a long period of time out there. New Zealand will exploit the fact that the Pakistan are a side under pressure, and they'll try and make them under, or put them under more pressure in that extended session, that long session tomorrow morning.
Well, they could actually look at it in a different way. One is a night watchman, so that's fine. That's okay. That was the one to be sacrificed anyway. And Abdullah Shafiq hasn't really been getting them runs. So the men who've been scoring for them are yet to bat. Well, that's Have Your Say. Have Your Say. Brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. We've had long 4 days, and we hope that something different happens tomorrow. If New Zealand can get those quick wickets, then so be it. Pakistan will have to, like he said, really survive the first 2.5 hours. It's a longer first session, don't forget that, because it's Friday. KFC presents Dafa News Pakistan versus New Zealand Test Series. We'll be here with Day 5 live, 9:30 a.m. in the morning from the National Bank Cricket Arena. Until then, you take care of yourself, and good night.
What does Day 4 have in store for us?
It's got to be out, does it? Yeah, it is, Alin Dar. He says that's it, so New Zealand do strike early.
Start to the morning with a boundary.
Leaking boundaries in the first 3 overs.
He's got one now.
Beautiful shot, nicely timed.
He's through the gap, through the fielder.
Well, that's nicely guided. That should run away as well. And that will be 50 once more for Tom Latham and the 100 up for New Zealand.
Catch it was the call, and what a catch that is. And it's Abrar who takes it. And down has been given out.
And we'll run away for a boundary.
There is 9th 50 and Blundell an important innings. Goes back into the offside, that'll go to the fence, and that's his maiden Test match 50.
Got it! Picked him up, it's not bounced. And Southey takes the off stump, and New Zealand have struck early. Yeah! Got it!